Hey everybody, Justin here for the Hoover Library's Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest 2020. Just welcoming you to another day of virtual awesomeness, as we've got a whole bunch of great Zoom panels and live streams available today. Check out our website at www.hblscifi.com. It's got a full list of events on there, plus a whole bunch of things that are just going to be happening on our website. Like we've got a text-based adventure game and an online breakout room. A couple quick announcements. Voting for the costume contest on our Facebook page is going on all day until 6 p.m. and then we'll announce the winner right before the last panel at 7. And round 2 of the Super Fight bracket should be starting right now. So see who won, who moved on from round 1, and vote for your favorites in round 2. Without further ado, we've got a great panel coming up for you on this live stream. It's Is This the Way? Mandalorian Season 2 with a bunch of great panelists. So I'm going to kick it off over to them and hope to see you later on today.
I don't know about great panelists.
Right.
This ain't gonna work. Actually, I prefer him like this.
Yeah. We need him muffled at all times.
All right. Enough of that.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be a long day.
Oh, you missed it last night with the Mandalorian Picard panel. Mark Adam started off having problems and lag, and then John started off having problems and lag. This is a breeze.
Yeah,
Well, good.
sounds about right.
All right. What do we got? What are we talking about?
Mandalorian season 2.
Season 2, right? Season 2 that nobody's seen, so I don't know how we're
yet.
I don't know how we're talking about it. It seems impossible.
Well, what do we know about season 2 so far? We know some casting, right?
Yeah.
And listen, I don't do this often, but I want to congratulate Stan for maybe 3+ years. He has been saying Rosario Dawson
That's right.
is going to play Ahsoka. And now he based it on some ridiculous bits of evidence, okay? About, she follows so-and-so. That's the only person she follows. Clearly, she's going to be Ahsoka. It was a blind, lucky. I mean, he just got lucky.
It was it as blind and as lucky as when I sat on the panel and y'all were saying that Kathleen Kennedy was going to be dragged out by armed guards and shot, and I said,
she will.
No, they're keeping her for 3 more years.
What is going on?
No, we're getting way off topic, but let's save Kathleen Kennedy for later.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, she's an executive producer of the show. I mean, we can certainly talk about her. She's very important to the Mandalorian universe.
Yeah, I mean, Stan Lee was an executive producer for the MCU. He did not make a lot of those decisions, I don't think.
a little bit of
okay.
Good
So Mandalorian. So we've got so we have Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka, our first live action Ahsoka, right?
That's not confirmed, by the way.
Right.
Well, I guess. Well,
It's not
never mind.
officially. It's not officially. I know. Shut it all down. It's not officially confirmed, but Lucasfilm and Disney never officially confirm anything. So I mean, you're
well.
fine.
Lucasfilm and Disney, back to Kathleen Kennedy, they didn't even announce her contract extension. They did it late on a Friday. There was no press release about that. She released it, but whatever.
Wow. I mean, because they didn't take her out and put her in front of the firing squad, and they extended it 3 more years. We just can't get over that, can we?
No, she's gone. She's gone next year.
Stan, are you in your safe room right now? By the way, I just was wondering your setup there. You look like you're in a safe room.
No, I'm actually in the corner in front of the bookshelf for for the better laptop can reach and all.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it's distorted enough. It looks like you're in the 4th dimension. All right. So look, the throngs are here to hear about Mandalorian.
Yeah, right.
Season
The throngs.
2, right? Okay, so we've got that. What's some other casting? Look, this Timothy Oliphant guy, right?
Yeah, Timothy Oliphant.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
And Marie can probably give us some insight on the character he's playing, since that character was introduced in Aftermath.
Yeah, so, oh gosh, Cobb Vanth.
Yep.
So he is kind of like this sheriff kind of character of Freetown on Tatooine, and is wearing Boba Fett's gear.
Mm-hmm.
So,
do we know how he got it?
Yeah. Oh, I was waiting.
How he got the gear?
Yeah.
Was it crapped out of the Sarlacc at some point?
Yes.
Yes, basically. I mean, that's basically what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, the Jawas had it.
Yeah. Jawas basically got it from the edge of the Sarlacc pit, because the Sarlacc could not digest the armor.
right.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it takes 10,000 years to digest, doesn't it?
Well,
Right.
not everything. I'm sure they're different, right?
Right.
Okay. I mean, they didn't seem like they gave it much of a chance.
Yeah. But also we've also got Tamara Morrison back as well, though. I mean, which is interesting because it could go either way. He could be playing Boba Fett, but he could also be playing
just any random clone.
Rex. I mean, it's not going to be any random clone.
Just
it would
any
be Rex.
old clone. Yeah.
No, it would be Rex. It wouldn't be just any random, because obviously Rex is hanging out with Ahsoka. I mean, that's they're a duo.
That'd be cool. See, I didn't think
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Nobody thought about that.
Like a buddy cop show.
No, I did not. I
mean, most people are thinking that he's Boba Fett coming looking for his armor or whatever, but I don't know the motivation there. I mean, I need.
At the end,
we've all got our favorite shirt, right?
I guess. It just seems more likely to me that he'd be Rex, but I mean, because Boba Fett's dead. I hate to break it
just as dead as Darth Maul.
Well,
no one's ever really gone.
No one's ever really gone. Exactly.
All right, so we've got those casting bits, right? What are the threads from season 1 that we would expect to carry over into season 2?
Well, I mean, obviously we see a pretty big reveal at the end of season 1 that Moff Gideon has the Darksaber. And we already know that this particular series is not afraid of showing flashbacks. So I would venture to say that we're going to perhaps see how he got the Darksaber in the form of a flashback. Perhaps, I mean, as we leave Rebels, Bo-Katan has the Darksaber. And so is that
Katie Sackhoff? Do we think she's going to be cast?
Yeah.
Is that an official thing or no?
Well, no, it's not official. Nothing's ever official. But it is. I mean, that's certainly the rumor that Katie Sackhoff will be playing Bo-Katan, who she voiced on Clone Wars and Rebels. So I think we're going to see something there. Obviously, since we've heard that she's in season 2, we'll see it in flashback form. I mean. And generally, when you see somebody else with the Darksaber, it's because they killed the person to get it. It's not generally like Bo-Katan giving it over to Moff Gideon real nice like. I mean, I think she's probably had it. Because we hear about I can't remember the name of the battle, but we hear about a battle that Moff Gideon was a part of. That I can't remember the name of the battle, but I think that's where he obtained the Darksaber. So I think we're going to see more flashbacks like we did in season 1, with kind of the origin of Din Djarin was kind of given in season 1. So we'll see some more of that, I think. Okay. And I really don't think, and all this stunt casting, it's not really stunt casting per se, but I don't think these people are going to be in a lot of episodes. I think it's like one episode for Katie Sackhoff, one episode for Rosario Dawson.
Yeah, we had one episode for Ming Na in season 1, right?
Right.
Marie, do you think Fennec's still alive? She was laying there. She looked pretty dead. But
no one's ever really gone.
Everyone was so excited about that casting, and then she was there for like a few minutes, basically, and I was like,
Well, that's where people think it was Boba Fett that walked up, but it seems more like it would have been the sheriff. That,
Right. The sheriff of Tatooine. Yeah.
As far as Mandalorian season 1 goes, was that the weakest episode? I found that one to be the weakest.
I'll tell you why it was the weakest, though.
Okay.
Because of Toro. That was the worst character that I have ever seen. And Bobby Cannavale's son, I can't even remember the guy's name. I mean,
that was not great. But
I don't think he was meant to be a strong character. He just kind of
it was worthless.
There were too many fan servicey shout outs because we were on Tatooine. We're back in the old cantina. Now it's run by droids. Oh, remember they didn't even let droids in. And
I don't think that was the same cantina.
It was.
Oh yeah. 100% the same cantina.
Do you eat Star Wars, bro?
I very much did, but for some reason I didn't think that was the same layout.
No, same.
It is, and then some of they call out some of the little Tatooine deserty names. I don't know. That one felt like the weakest one to me. The little comedy bits with Amy Sedaris. I don't know. I thought that one was weak, which happened to be the one that is that the one Filoni directed. Is that one Filoni directed?
I can't remember. I don't know. I think it might have been, but
so yeah, it would be nice if Ming-Na's character was still around and maybe get a redemption by being in a better episode, get a little more screen time. I thought she was wasted. I mean, that's a wasted.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I don't necessarily think she's dead.
Right. No, I don't think she is either.
I mean, they had too much of a setup at the end there for.
Right.
Good. But I haven't heard that she's back, so.
Now we have heard that Bill Burr is back, so he's going to be coming for. He's going to be coming for revenge. I mean, Din Djarin has really racked up the enemies, basically. So we'll get to see some of that,
as one will do in a bounty hunting profession.
This is true. Yeah,
rack up people who don't like him.
Exactly.
Filoni did direct the episode with Ming-Hua. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought it was the weakest, but I mean, they were all pretty good.
For me, my least favorite episode was The Prisoner.
I liked that episode. Oh, that was a good episode.
That's the one on the Rebel prison ship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a fun episode. You had the Kurgan in it.
The Twi'lek was creepy. I was like, why do you keep hissing at people like a vampire? It was very strange.
I liked it a lot.
That's what she was supposed to do. She's supposed to be that way. I mean, that was good stuff. And
they can't just dance all the time, Marie.
Exactly. And you had really cool like Rhett mentioned. You had the Kurgan in that thing. You had Matt Lanter in a really cool cameo. I mean, I loved that episode. I thought that was a really well done episode.
I liked some of it. I didn't like necessarily the whole thing. Once they got on board the prison ship, I thought that was a little bit problematic and all. I definitely like the end where the X-Wing show up and they're about to launch the gunship and they're like, go ahead, fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed a little bit of a sloppy use of overwhelming force, didn't it?
They were about
like they just pop in on a random space station and just start shooting.
We're the Empire now.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
It had kind of that vibe. So from a world building standpoint, I think Mandalorian was fantastic. Even that first episode, they dropped words like fob and chain code and Camtono, and they don't define them. They just leave it to us to determine what they are from within context, and I liked that. I liked not being talked down to. I thought that was an interesting choice, and not a lot of movies and TV shows do that anymore. But I kind of liked that. I liked that fleshing out of that world a lot.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I think that makes the show a lot better in that sense, as they expect anybody watching that show to probably have a base knowledge of Star Wars anyways. I mean, you're not just going to randomly come upon that show if you've never seen a Star Wars. I mean, they're not going to take the time to exactly. They're not going to take the time to like you said, to talk down to anybody. I mean, Filoni never really did that, even in the Clone Wars. I mean, he never took the time to explain anything. He expects people to pick it up, give you 5,000 different clone names. He expects you to pick it up. I mean, it is what it is, which is why he's the best. I mean,
I like that. I appreciated all of that.
I guess we have to give credit to Favreau also. I mean, he did a lot of the writing, with the help of Filoni on this stuff. So, I mean, and he's a huge fan.
Gun into continuity.
Well, he did get the lightning gun into continuity. You're right about that. Which that was really funny in the most clunky show name ever, that Disney's The Gallery, The Mandalorian. In the episode where he's talking to Lucas about the gun, Lucas is like, I don't know what that is. Yeah, that was good stuff. I loved that.
I've never heard of a holiday special. Get away from it.
Yeah, no, that's that's out of his wheelhouse. He doesn't care about any of that stuff. And homage, that first monster in the first episode was an homage to the holiday special as well. Yeah. I mean, where he's riding the beast. I mean, that's all very homage to the holiday, because Favreau apparently wants there to be another holiday special.
That entire setup in the first episode was to let you know, look, this is Star Wars. Mm-hmm. It's not just the title. It's not just this is set in that universe, post Empire, and everything from the carbon freeze. Which I have a little. Do y'all have a problem with the carbon freeze chamber on the ship?
It seems to have been miniaturized technology very quickly.
Yeah.
I
mean, because
and hey, spoiler alert! I'll talk some more about that on the Rise of Skywalker episode later today.
We look forward to it, Rhett. We look forward to it. But I mean, the whole point of Bespin was processing those gases. And
Tibanna gas.
Yeah, and I mean, I like it. I think it's cool. If this is the first time we've been introduced to it, I was just like, how it seemed like it required a lot more to put Han into one of those.
Yeah. They miniaturized it very quickly, but that's a. I don't know, when the quality of your product is as high as I think Mandalorian is, you can kind of let some of those slide, I think.
Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah,
and I'm a nitpicker. Look, but that didn't take me out of it.
Yes, you are. Right.
At all. I am. Yeah.
Wait,
I mean, carbon freezing has been around since the Clone Wars, so maybe there were just
watch cartoons.
Oh no! You just did not say that. How dare you?
Yeah, I was just saying the whole facility. I mean, even in Clone Wars, they had a facility, and
it was huge. Yeah, for sure.
He's got one in the back of his Pinto.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I mean,
the whole question.
Yeah.
So Razor Crest.
Mm-hmm.
Name of the ship model or name of the ship?
Well,
name of the ship.
Yeah, I think it was just the name of the ship.
They do numeric designations in Star Wars, what's the YT 1600? What's the Millennium Falcon?
Something like that.
Yeah. So that's got to be ship name.
Yeah, I think it's just what he named his ship. Yeah.
Because in the first episode, Bluefish Guy says, "Oh, this is a Razor Crest."
Yeah, I did notice that as well, and I found that kind of weird. But like Rhett said, traditionally it's always numeric,
like
designation.
A model number, right?
Yeah, it's always that way. So I did find that, the Millennium Falcon is the name of the ship. I mean, even Boba Fett's ship, it's the name of his ship. I mean, it's I don't know. I don't think they've ever done
it. I don't know. We need a visual guide to flesh all of that out that some Lucasfilm intern craps out.
It's coming though, right?
I'm sure it is. I'm sure we're getting a novel first. I think is the first thing coming out. But then I think they also announced a visual guide and an art of because
and there's a comic too.
Right.
The cereal hit Sam's Club this month.
Are you talking about children's food?
There's
Fruit Loops?
Mandalorian cereal. It's a big double box, and it's got Baby Yoda on it.
Oh my goodness!
So you got that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know if we can. I don't have access to do that. But there's a good comment in the chat that Vader did say that Bespin's facility was crude. That's true. He did say that.
They cobbled it together. Yeah, I mean that's not what it was intended for, but they took that tech and really put it out in the consumer.
Well, yeah, I mean Luke Skywalker got away from it with ease, so that means any functional 10-year-old without an army pointing guns at him could have gotten away from the.
I mean, I'm just saying this is like 7 years post Empire or so, right?
Right.
And that's, I mean, it's not inconceivable that they could miniaturize that tech by then.
Sure.
This is post.
It worked once word got out that it worked. Yeah.
Post Jedi. Yeah. Well, he means post Empire.
Post Empire, where we saw it.
Well,
this is some nitpicky stuff. So here, another thing I liked about season 1, and that I hope there is more of in season 2. We've talked a little bit about the casting, but I like the kind of the very minor casting that we got. I mean, we got Amy Sedaris out of the blue. Horatio Sands was the blue fish guy.
Brian Posehn.
There
that was a great one.
Jason
Sudeikis was one of the scout troopers that punched Baby Yoda. I like that. It seems like Favreau and those guys just kind of put people they're friends with in there.
When Favreau's voice was in it. I mean, also he was the heavy armored trooper guy. I mean, the one that sort of has more lines than any of the other, Mandalorians.
Mark Hamill was the droid bartender's voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At the in our old cantina
in the original Mos Eisley Space Cantina, Stan.
Yeah, Stan.
Okay. I'm just telling you, I don't know. They must change the lighting.
Which that was cool because that was I don't want to mess this up. I think that was EV-D9. It was the same droid from
99?
Droid from Return of the Jedi was now running the cantina.
Yeah. He was in the droid torture workshop at
right. He was the
Jabba's
one running
palace,
it.
Maybe is that right?
Yeah, you're soon one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it's another redeemed character from Star Wars.
Torturing the droids.
Torturing droids to selling drinks. Making people happy.
So anyway, I hope there's more of that kind of casting. I like seeing folks that I recognize briefly. I mean, Bill Burr, even what a weird place for him to show up. The guy that plays the Kurgan. I liked all that.
Yeah.
I liked having just in almost every episode there's somebody you recognize, and it didn't. Sometimes that I feel like that takes me out of it. They try not to do that with the mainline Star Wars movies, where they put a lot of very familiar faces in. I mean, they didn't do it originally, and then Poe and Finn and Rey were all kind of unknown. I mean, mostly unknown actors that not household names. I like that, but in this case, it didn't bother me as much as I thought it might.
Well, it's subtle. Like Sudeikis was in a stormtrooper costume. Daniel Craig was in a stormtrooper costume.
Yeah.
When they do their
Force
walk-ons and such, and everybody. I mean, it's a big thing to be cast in any part of Star Wars just for a cameo role like that. I mean, they fall over themselves to get in it. They really do.
I mean, especially with Brian Posehn. I mean, he even had a few lines. I mean, and he is a huge Star Wars fan, so I'm sure that was a big deal for him. Yeah.
Well, I hope we get more. Yeah, I hope we see.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
More of that kind of thing in season 2 because I did enjoy it.
Yeah, and I thought that the team of directors that they compiled. I mean, like Deborah Chow and Rick Fujimata. I mean, those guys,
Close
and
enough.
of course. Yeah, and of course Filoni, got to direct first live action, and I mean, I think he did 2 episodes. I think they were fantastic. Bryce Dallas Howard, doing sort of what I would consider like the monster episode because they thought that the ATST was a monster, so it was shot really well. I mean, and the technology they're using, just the stagecraft stuff.
What do they call that? I forget what they call that. The the screen tech that they use.
Yeah, stagecraft is the name of the tech. I don't remember.
Yeah, but they
what
call it something.
When
they're standing around it. I can't remember. It's not
the
envelope. It's not
the void. It's not the void either. It's something else. It's something.
Shoot.
It's something cool sounding though.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is. But anyway, what great tech. I mean, I guess I intellectually subconsciously understood that I was not looking at these otherworldly vistas in real life. But it looked great. It's really seamless.
It really did.
Well,
even
I mean,
the sand crawler was just a projection. And
yeah, I mean,
most
they built
it,
some
and it
of
looked
it.
fantastic. Yeah. They built a foot, I guess, but
Right,
the tread.
exactly.
Yeah. But that technology is fantastic.
You named all the directors and all that, but didn't Watiti? And I always
Taika Waititi. I missed him. Yeah, he was.
But I mean, I thought he did the last episode, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah,
The volume.
The volume. Yes.
The
Thank you very
chat.
much.
The chat is helping us a lot.
The
this
chat
morning.
comes through. The chat knows more than we do about Mandalorian.
I mean, to be fair, the
volume. What a great word.
Yeah, the void sounds better, but I'll take the volume.
Well.
The volume's fine.
Yeah. But I mean, all the references, and I know that the writing staff, but he worked closely with the writing staff on, but all the references like Across the River Styx, the end of the IG unit, all of that. I mean, I thought that was just outstanding because in the hands of somebody else, not necessarily anybody else working on The Mandalorian, but in the hands of a lesser director, say Jonathan Frakes, this could have been a horrific,
shot over the bow at Picard.
This could have been a horrific situation. I mean, because you've got a few moments there that it's all in the camera angle, all in and where you focus in order to maintain. Okay, we've got a lava river. All right, that's fine. That sort of thing. He did outstanding work in that.
He's like he's a real director, like a feature film director.
Well, I mean,
that's amazing.
Quickly, yeah, he's extraordinary. He really is quickly. Did y'all see Jojo Rabbit?
Oh yeah, it was good.
Who has been tapped to direct some season 2? I know there are a couple of names floating around.
Yeah,
right?
new. I mean, so Bryce Dallas Howard, I think, is back. I think Robert Rodriguez is doing an episode.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Deborah Chow is not back because she's doing the Obi-Wan show, so she's not back. Eventually, yeah. Well, I mean, heck, with this technology, I don't know why they can't just start the thing. I mean, they've got.
Well, they threw all the scripts out because they were garbage.
What are the odds?
Is that right?
Well, they did.
That's true.
Yeah.
They're reworking them. They're tinkering. It's okay.
What are the odds George Lucas does one? Not necessarily season 2, but
I don't know, Stan. That's a pipe dream.
Well,
I don't know.
Next year when he takes over Lucasfilm again, when Kennedy is fired.
Oh, here we go.
Sequel. He decanonizes the Disney sequel trilogy.
God, I can't wait until she signs a 10-year contract next year.
Oh, good.
I'm just.
She's moving to Bad Robot. Rumor is.
Look, you and your Mike Zero.
If it's on the internet, it is true.
Is that right? Yeah,
God.
you're so full of it.
I'll be right back. I got to go post some stuff.
So, all right. So, I like the world building, as I mentioned, kind of fleshing out this post Empire world.
Yep.
I like that the Empire wasn't just a cold stop at the end of Return of the Jedi.
No.
There's still these remnants. There are these warlords. This very local group that still causing trouble. I like that. I like how they're not as clean anymore. A lot of those on whatever planet. I don't know the name of the planet we start on.
Navarro.
Is that
it
it's
is
kind of the rugged desert one that we spent so much time on. Those guys were dirty and dingy, and then Moff Gideon's folks show up and they're pristine white. They're still
and the Death
Troopers.
He's got some Death Troopers with him, which is
Yeah.
awesome. Little Rogue One throwback.
Oh well, we got that flamethrower trooper. That's what is that, a Force Unleashed reference?
I think so.
Maybe that came from Force Unleashed.
Well, they were definitely in Force Unleashed.
Yeah. The Flame Trooper.
Marie, do we have an exact time period after the Battle of Endor that this? I remember at one time 5 years was floating around.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard as well.
Yeah. 5 years.
Yeah. So this is. So we're also past the Battle of Jakku at that point.
Wait.
Battle of Jakku takes place 2 years after Endor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's not really any big battles during this time period. It's all, I mean, because the Empire spread so thin, and you've got a few Moffs out there trying to get things back together. But a lot of them are in the
outer regions,
the unknown regions, or the whatever they call it. Yeah. Wild space. I think that term's used a lot.
They all went to, I hope they all went to Exegol to start building Star Destroyers.
That's episode 9, and just wait for it, Rhett.
They did.
No, I don't know. I'm a little.
The timeline.
Another panel though.
It's garbage, Marie. We'll discuss.
No. Just stop.
So,
I mean,
all right.
The things that I loved about it are just sort of like the weird, surprising things. So we mentioned the lava river. I loved the R2 unit with the arms and the legs. That was just so.
As the ferryman. I mean, that was an important visual.
Yeah, it's just so out there because by this time we think we have seen everything that we can see in Star Wars, right? I mean. And only Favreau can come up with something that is just so random that you're like, oh, because I had never seen, anything like that, where an R2 unit with arms and legs. I mean, just silliness like that. I mean,
the production design was fantastic.
Yeah,
all throughout. Look, and I love that ice cream maker. I love it.
Yeah,
I love, kind of canonizing that in a real way. To give it an in-world purpose. I love it. I love it. I mean, that was just that did it for me.
Everybody at Favreau put together, directors and all this. They had talked about growing up with Star Wars, the toys and all that. Let me tell you where you may have actually seen that R2 unit with the arms and the legs before. Do you remember, like in the right before Empire Strikes Back, Kenner released a droid factory toy where you could pop off their arms, and it was even cheaper than the normal action figure material. And I mean, you had an R2 unit that you could pop the arms and the legs on this thing. There were pictures of it out there from Kenner way back when. Not the exact droid that shows up in Mandalorian, but something that could definitely been the origination for the idea of that. It's like, the nice thing about this is that everybody involved in this are like the kids that are all grown up now, and now they get to play with the real toys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the troop transport that shows up was that was a Sears exclusive toy or something, right? I had that.
Well,
I had that stupid thing.
They did have that in Rebels also. I mean, that wasn't.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
yeah. They were the stormtroopers.
Oh gosh.
What do y'all want to see from season 2?
Well, I mean, I certainly want to see more. I kind of mentioned it already, but I want to see how Moff Gideon got the Darksaber. I definitely want to. Like, I'm almost more excited about that than the continued adventures of the child and Din Djarin. I mean,
Lone Wolf and Cub.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly going to be the focus of the show, but I really am excited about seeing more stuff about the Darksaber and more Moff Gideon, just because I love Giancarlo Esposito. I think he's a fantastic actor, and so give him more screen time, in my opinion. I mean, he's fantastic.
Yeah. So Mando says he's trying to find Yoda's people, right? Like he kind of made that his purpose there toward the end. So, is that a Chekhov's gun situation where, since you mentioned it, we ultimately have to have it, where we have to see the Yoda species, the Yoda homeworld?
I don't think
we
so.
ever get there?
I hope not. In all honesty, I hope not.
I like the mystery of it.
Exactly. I want that to continue. I don't want to know the name of the species. I don't want to know any of that. There's all kinds of rumors that the name of the species is going to be something that George Lucas came up with years ago. I'm sure Stan remembers it, but I don't want. It's like purged from my brain because I think it's dumb.
Well, the whole thing, like, they put Yaddle into episode 1.
Sure.
And then Lucas really took a long, hard look at Yaddle and thought, no, this ain't working. And so she completely disappears. And the only we get a what's no longer canon, but we get a comic book story about Yaddle, and then wasn't there something about Yaddle's death somewhere, Marie? I don't know if I'm not canon anymore, but it seems like there was some mention of the way Yaddle died.
That's legend stuff, but you're right. Yeah, there was. She did.
At the very least,
she did meet her end somewhere along the way.
It just because this is the quest, that's not ultimately where they have to end up.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason that Yoda is not recruiting from his own people, at least not past Yaddle, when the Republic's in its heydays and such. So yeah, this is more about the dynamic. You know, we may never see it. May end with the Mandalorian still with the child, just flying off into space in season 8, and you still don't know where you. I keep trying to work out. Yeah, has anybody worked out a timeline? If the child is 50 years old, how's the aging process work? Is what would be the equivalent in human years if the child is aging that slowly?
That's not something I usually think about, Stan.
I think about it all the time.
It is neat.
You think about it a lot?
This is a Mandalorian panel.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a good answer. I'm not sure that works.
The age of the child.
I'm not sure that worked as well as they thought it would.
Right.
50. Okay, so Yoda was elderly. Like, he was old at 900.
Yoda was almost 1,000. He was 900 and some odd years old.
Yeah. Well, closer to 900, I think.
I mean, maybe there's a growth spurt somewhere around.
Right. Yeah, but there's. I mean, cognitively, where does this? What's the development path of that species? I don't know that 50 years was necessary. I mean, it just gives you that little shock, but I don't know that from a timeline standpoint that works like they want it to. And does that restrict them into? And if it's 50 years and he's still basically a tiny baby. Let's say this show runs for 5 years. He's going to be a baby the whole time. That's he's not going to develop rapidly, suddenly, right? I mean, we don't think so.
And you mentioned like the cognitive development. I'm concerned that we have seen this child have almost too much force ability at his age.
A little Ray-like in his ability to do things.
Apparently. But I mean, think about it. If you're Yoda and you're 900 years old, like if you're already at 50 being able to heal people, lift a giant beast, do all kind, like stop some fire. I mean, at 900, you would think that Yoda could just think about your heart bursting and it burst. Yeah. I mean,
he couldn't tell the guy he was in the room with a Sith Lord.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, that's a fair point on the thing.
So they may have ramped him up a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Where it's almost a crutch, especially that last episode with the stopping the fire and
the
healing. The healing is a big one because that's a force ability that I feel like probably would have come in handy for several decades of Star Wars lore. But we just now see it. That one, I don't love that force ability at all.
The reason that they showed us the healing specifically is because we were going to see that in the Rise of Skywalker, and they didn't want people to be ticked off.
They could point to that and say, "Look, we established it already."
Look, if this 50-year, if this Yoda
this tiny baby can do it,
this tiny baby can do it. Of course, Rey can do it. I mean,
too bad Obi-Wan couldn't do it when his master was laying there with a hole in his gut.
Okay. I mean, to that's exactly what I was about to say. Marie, the novelizations of the movies, and in particular, where they do not contradict the movies, they're still canon, correct?
As far as I know, the novelizations of there have been novelizations of the original trilogy written since canon was redone. So the prequel trilogy novelizations are not canon because, from what I understand.
Well, I was going to bring up the fact there's this whole situation has Anakin's bringing down what's left of the malevolence. That you see from Mace Windu's perspective, and they talk about particular force abilities that some Jedi have that other Jedi do not.
And that's fine, and I get that.
So it's not like Obi-Wan is gifted with the healing ability and can save
right.
whereas the child and Rey may be.
Well,
Yeah.
Ray is specifically gifted with whatever it takes to move on to the next plot point.
A lot like that little blonde boy in the desert. I mean,
that little blonde boy in the desert didn't exist.
Except Ray doesn't whine and gripe as much. Have you noticed?
What does she have to whine and gripe about? Everything she wants, she gets.
All right.
He
Oh,
started.
Let's move on. It's supposed
Well,
to
I
be
wanted
the
to make a
Mandalorian.
point.
Yes, please do. Please do. Thank you for bringing us back, Marie.
So, one of the things that maybe the armorer was referring to was not necessarily taking the child back to their home world, but back to their people, which could be the Jedi, not their species.
That's a very good point. Yeah. That's a very good point. Right. And so that's an
issue. Like she had a lot of worldly knowledge, right? So yeah, that she could know.
That's an issue then, because in this time period, I mean, there's not many Jedi. I mean, so that's good. That's an interesting take on that. I really like that. Because
I don't know when Luke's going to have time to train anybody. He's off gallivanting around looking for a knife with Lando.
Yeah.
Again, just not, like every situation in your life does not span decades necessarily. It can be contained to like a couple of months.
Right.
There's still a lot of time to do other. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, everything in Star Wars happens with over a weekend. So,
yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the way it's always been. So,
yeah. There's nothing new there. Exactly.
Let's talk about how much time Leia and Han were on the Falcon before they got to Cloud City.
Yeah.
Well, I have some thoughts on that too, but we'll save those for the Rise of Skywalker.
For the Leia and Han panel.
Yeah, I know that's created some problems. The new approach to hyperspace.
Oh God! So with all the casting that's been announced, I mean, the only concern I have is that they're going to be trying to shoehorn too much in to do spin-off shows. I mean, I don't know how they're necessarily going to do that. I mean, because I hope not, and I'm sure Filoni and Favreau have a good plan for it. But it just seems like their goal at this point, and this is probably from above, figure out a way to get spinoff shows going. As I mentioned in the panel yesterday, you don't hire Rosario Dawson for a one-off shot in Mandalorian season 2. She's going to get a spin-off show. And kind of the same way, I mean, Timothy Olyphant a little bit lesser to that extent. I think he's willing to do a one-off here and there. But, I mean, he's a pretty big-name actor who if he's the sheriff of Tatooine, this Cobb Vanth, they'll probably do quite a bit of him with the helmet off. I mean, he's not a Mandalorian. I mean, and that was another cool thing that we haven't mentioned is how they really explain that the Mandalorian culture, it's a creed. It's not necessarily that you have to be born into it per se. It's more of a creed, because Din Djarin was not a Mandalorian. I mean, and even Jango Fett, not a Mandalorian. I mean, that type of stuff. So
you just triggered a memory for me. Those flashback scenes when Mando was a child, we got battle droids, right?
Yes.
Super battle droids. One of the very few Disney era references to the prequels. We had the pit droids.
You mean aside from the Clone Wars?
Well, no, that started. That didn't originate. That's not a Disney concoction, right? That's not a Disney concoction.
That's fair.
That's a continuation.
Right.
You didn't see a lot of prequel bits in the sequel trilogy, but you did see a lot of original trilogy stuff. I'm just saying it's nice that they acknowledge that and and they're bringing some of those things forward into the more modern canon, into the Disney canon. I appreciated that, and I hope we get a little bit more of that. I don't want to lean too heavily on. The doctor's patch was a Kaminoan cloning patch, or whatever. Just these small, subtle, little, not attention breaking things that they bring forward. I enjoyed that, and I hope we get some more of that. I don't know what exactly. I'd like to maybe see some of the background species, even see walk a Doug by the screen. You know, just some continuity. I would like to see more continuity from the prequel.
You'll definitely see it in Obi-Wan. Has for we're going to spin Ahsoka off of the Mandalorian. I think one of the things that Lucasfilm understands is that a spinoff does not necessarily have to be a spinoff like Happy Days begat, Laverne and Shirley. It's more like, look, we've got the Clone Wars set in this entirely different time. We've got the upcoming novelization comic book release. The Golden Age of the Republic.
The High Republic.
The High Republic.
That would be the High Republic, 200 years prior to the prequels.
Yeah, and while there's been no films announced, or TV shows, doesn't mean there won't eventually down the line be.
Look, you don't hire Doug Chang to do your art if there's not going to be something more than a few books. I mean, right? Come on.
Well, that's it. But that's
somebody's making a maquette right now.
But
dude, give me all the maquettes. I want all the maquettes.
Obi-Wan set in Obi-Wan's time period, and surely to God you'll see some Clone War references with Obi-Wan. I'm not talking every episode, but you're going to. It's a big part of Obi-Wan's life.
Yeah. Well, I hope they don't. I hope the powers that be above Favreau don't force too much of that. Obviously, I don't think it does your story well when you're forced to make those kind of tangential side trips to set something else up. If you look at the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the worst of those movies were the ones that were there mostly just to set up Avengers movies down the road, right? Thor, the Thor Dark World was just a lot of setup. Some of that Iron Man 2 was some setup. Those were not the best. So I don't think you want to hamper the creativity by forcing them down these tangents just to prop something up that you want to do down the road. As long as we keep that real limited and like honest, like it's an honest telling of the story they want to tell, where you get those things and they're not just shoehorned in.
Right. I mean, and I know we're going into the rumor mill, but I mean, if Hayden Christensen is going to be in the Obi-Wan series, it's going to be flashbacks. I mean, and that's the good thing that Mandalorian has done. It has set up the public to understand, look, it's okay to have flashbacks in Star Wars now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a storytelling tool that we are going to use, and we're going to see a lot of it. I mean, and even in the Lando series, there's so many strange rumors going around about that. I mean, if Donald Glover's going to be in it, and Billy D. Williams, maybe Donald Glover's stuff is just going to be flashbacks. I mean, so it's an interesting thing that they've done, but I think it's going to be a cool thing to be able to see, especially Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor on screen together again.
Yeah, is
going to be good. And Hayden Christensen has developed so much as an actor now than he was, and I think we're going to get some good stuff there.
Oh yeah. Awesome. And there's your Clone Wars right there. If Anakin is a part of Obi-Wan in flashbacks, well, there's only one time period that's going to take place in.
Sure. No, you're right. Yeah. I mean, we're going to get some of that stuff. And heck, you could even have Rosario Dawson hanging around in that series as well. I mean,
the only piece of art we've gotten from Mandalorian season 2, well, one of the only pieces, is of the Gamorrean. Now, is that or is the Gamorrean going to be like a sidekick? Because I kind of want him as a sidekick.
I mean, if he's a sidekick, maybe Bill Burr's character has gotten him up because, I don't know, the Twi'leks aren't hanging out with Bill Burr's guy anymore, so he has to get himself some muzzle.
Wouldn't you rather see him as a good guy, though? Since we've seen, the only capacity we've seen the Gamorrean guards in is Gamorrean guards for Jabba and lunch for the Rancor.
Right, right.
And they seem they're a little dull, right?
Right.
Well, that's it. Yeah, but they're the IG unit. I mean, something in the similar capacity as that. It's IG-12, isn't it?
11.
Yeah. I'm so embarrassed.
Do you do that just to hurt me?
That brings me to a really quick question.
Yeah.
So you've got the beginning of The Mandalorian season 1 was very serial. Like nothing was really all that connected.
Right.
And then at the very end of it, everything just came together and it all connected. So do you think season 2 is going to continue that connection, that connected storyline, or is it going to go back to being serial again? It kind of reminds me of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where you had like individual baddies and then you had the big bad and everything kind of connected.
Favreau's not in the habit of repeating himself. You can look at his birth of movies that he's done, and he really, he might come back for a sequel on Iron Man or whatever, but he moves on to a different format and a different. I mean, so long as he's showrunner, and he's smart and he does know storytelling. At that last episode, I've got to tell you the amount of talent that just went into the finale of season 1. I would believe that they move on to a different type of storytelling for season 2.
I think so too. I mean,
themselves the exact same way.
Yeah, I think they've got to continue that thread. I mean, and now there's going to be certainly different threads within the same story, but it's always going to be moving forward. I don't think we're going to have like the villain of the week thing, like you're saying. I mean, you're going to have a lot of people looking for Din Djarin in different ways, and it'll weave through. I don't think it's not going to be as individualized. I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's going to be described. I think we're going to continue that thread.
We assume 8 episodes.
Probably. Yeah. I mean,
that's look. I like Marie. I like that hybrid approach that you described. I like the hey, here's a villain of a week episode, kind of a bottle episode, and then there's also that arc that kind of carries through. I don't see why they would change that. I
it's
think
very X-Files, though. I mean,
when you get somebody, somebody kind of outside the main group writes an episode, it's kind of standalone, villain of the week style. I think we're bound to get some of those. I think you don't want this constant intensity of do not miss a minute of this. Or you'll miss some important plot point that we're building to. I think you can have those standalone episodes, have a conversation, have a bookend to that episode that furthers that overarching story without having to just bear down on it exclusively. I hope we get more of that hybrid approach like season 1 and not just all lore in season 2.
The only thing I agree with you in the sense that would be nice, but the luxury is not there if you're only having 8 episodes. That's the struggle there. I mean,
but if you throw it,
tough to do that.
They covered a lot of lore that in the last 2 episodes. Where they covered a lot. You had the kind of the underlying story of Mando going and getting Baby Yoda out. That took 3 episodes, I guess, right? And he was making pit stops along the way and developing that world. Running into this little side quest with the monster for the egg. Fighting Trandoshan bounty hunters that show up out of nowhere. You still get those moments. The planet with the monster episode with the chicken walker. Those are. I think you can see. I don't know why we wouldn't see more of that kind of stuff. Those are fun. Those are fun, lighter episodes, and it doesn't just have to bear down on you the entire time. So I hope we do it.
We're in the chase sequence of the storyline now. Nobody knows how many seasons this is going to run, and
you said 8,
but it's not. It's not going to be 8. It's not going to be 8 seasons.
No, it's going to be more like 15.
15.
And at the end, the narrative
like Gunsmoke. By the end, this thing will be longer than Gunsmoke.
The Simpsons.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing is, we're only 3 months away from when this thing's supposed to debut. It's crazy. I mean, we're getting in October. I mean, they got under the wire, and because of the technology, they're able to finish everything away from each other as far as all the post work that needed to be done. And I mean, we're getting in October. I mean, it's great. I mean, it's fantastic. I don't know why they can't do that with these MCU shows, but apparently they want to do all the location. Feige wants to do location shooting on a television series because he wants it to feel just like the movies. And I'm like, come on, man, it doesn't have to. Just use this stagecraft stuff. Yeah, it seems a little bit. When you've got stagecraft and you've got the volume, I mean, you don't have to go anywhere. Just shoot the series.
Yeah.
Well, we talked to, I forget which panel, we talked about that a little more last night. That seems to be the way you've got to lean right now.
Sure.
With COVID. I mean, it really does. If you want to get entertainment product along these lines out there, that's the solution at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's been pre-production on Doctor Strange too, but there's no shooting. Nothing's actually moving forward at the moment.
Look, Disney Plus made a mistake with only having Mandalorian ready at launch.
Right.
We should have done our 8 weeks of Mandalorian and then maybe a week off, or maybe immediately drop an MCU show. They should have had one in the can ready to go, like the HBO Sunday night time slot approach, where you've got their mainline series is on at 8 p.m. Central every Sunday night. And when one of those finishes up, they've got another one that starts, another season, a new IP, something that starts right there. And Disney should have been prepared for that, so that they've got a constant stream of this new content, this genre content that we want, Star Wars, MCU. So there's constant.
I think they're ramping.
There has been constant content, just not the Marvel stuff. Keep in mind, you were still close to Endgame. You were within months of that.
Well, you were 6 months. You were 6 months post Endgame when Mandalorian.
Nobody's going to skip WandaVision and all. I mean, you
Falcon and Winter Soldier should have been ready right after Mandalorian finished.
Well, that was out of their control. That was out of their control, though.
No, it wasn't. How?
they just
in January. They should have dropped it in January. It should have all been in the can and dropped.
This is the MCU panel, and that takes place later.
Right. I'm just saying. Well, Mandalorian too, because what it sounds like is we're going to get Mandalorian season 2 before we ever get any of these Marvel shows.
You're right. I mean, but again, I mean, some of that was because they weren't prepared and COVID and all that stuff. I mean, I think there's still a chance that we can get Falcon and Winter Soldier in December. I mean, they had originally said it was going to come out, in August, and obviously they've had to push that. I think there's still a chance. So right after Mandalorian season 2, we could get Falcon and Winter Soldier in December.
Well, I hope so. Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
And they should have had Obi-Wan ready to drop right after Falcon and Winter Soldier.
In a perfect world.
They should have had everything right there waiting on you.
Yeah, they should have.
Yeah.
As you activated
I'll take my $8 somewhere else. Get it together, Disney Plus.
Let me advise you: don't take it to HBO Max.
Things disappear from there rapidly.
Yes, they do.
I'm a Peacock guy now.
All right. Well, that's it. We're within 3 minutes of it.
Yeah.
Moff Michael, plug yourself.
Yeah. I'm a co-host of the Deucecast Movie Show. It's a weekly show just about movies in general. Myself and David Dollar and Dr. Earl and a bevy of guests come on weekly and talk about movies. And you can find that anywhere where finer podcasts are sold. I also occasionally do a podcast with that guy Bo Barrett called CTI that is an abomination that nobody should listen to.
Fever dream stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally offensive. All offensive content. not to any particular people group, just to one's reasonable sensibilities.
Right.
Go ahead, Marie. Tell them about you.
So I write reviews on every kind of Star Wars book, children's books, reference books, adult novels, comics, on the StarWarsReview.blogspot.com. And then I am a co-host monthly on the Tumbling Saber podcast, where we talk about books and comics. And then I'm on Twitter at Alia Morgaine.
Excellent. Rhett, get plugged.
I don't do anything. I got nothing in the pipeline.
This is it for you.
I may start a GoFundMe just to for steak. Steak and hot dogs. That's it. I got nothing going on.
I'm Stan Daniel. Albert and I host the Kingdom Casts podcast. Follow us on Facebook, Kingdom Comics, Kingdom Casts. And all of us would like to thank Hoover Library for putting on this. This is
so
wonderful.
fun.
Yeah,
Thank you
very,
all very
so.
much.
And thank you, Justin, for editing out all the bad words.
All of them.
On the fly, even.
Yeah,
Wow.
Now Justin put his headphones and said, "What?
I got dumped 3 times. I'm 2 minutes behind you guys.
All right. Well, I'll see y'all all in 30 minutes for
yeah,
Star Wars canon.
Canon Connections. All right. Talk to you guys later.
Thanks all.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey guys, I hope you like that panel. Just wanted to let you know, if you're looking for more hilarious commentary from Marie, Stan, Rhett, and Michael, head on over to hblscifi.com and check out our TV media track. They're coming up at 11:30. They've got another panel on Star Wars called Star Wars Canon Connections. And if this panel was anything, was any kind of barometer, it's going to be hilarious. Also, the super fight voting for round 2 is going to be up until 1 o'clock, so make sure you get your votes in. And check out all the other panels that are coming up. At 11:30, we've also got a writing panel called Show, Don't Tell. What does that even mean? And then at 1 o'clock, we'll be back here on the live stream with Unusual Libraries with Grady Hendrix. We'll also have Bingo with Botan, an anime bingo hosted on one of our Zoom panel rooms, and how to write a comic book script with Van Allen Plexico and Bobby Nash. All 3 of those are at 1 o'clock. So hope to see you there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another panel brought to you by the HPL's Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest 2020. My name is Anthony, and I am a librarian, and by extension, a voracious reader, and I am pleased to have here as a guest today, Grady Hendrix. Grady is the talent behind novels such as Horror Store, My Best Friend's Exorcism, We Sold Our Souls, and most recently, the Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. He is also the author of Paperbacks from Hell, a survey of the horror boom that lasted from the 70s to the 90s. At the time of publication, the book was a summation of his ongoing project to read many of those books and reevaluate them. The results are as funny as they are insightful. It is that thoughtful immersion into genre and its mechanics and themes that very well may be an impetus to today's panel, Lost Libraries and Notional Books. So Grady, why don't you let everybody who's tuning in know what Lost Libraries and Notional Books means to you?
Yeah, thank you. And can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Oh, great. Yeah, so I was sort of trying to think about where to start with imaginary books because my mouth sort of carved off this panel and I asked to do it before I knew where it was going. And I was thinking, what discovers truth? Like books are all made up anyways. They're all notional to some extent. And what sort of like the place where books and truth or facts intersect is detective fiction or detective books. I mean, you look at the Sherlock Holmes novels and they're all presented like the case files of Sherlock Holmes, all told to Watson as if they're found documents. And I thought, yeah, let's talk for a minute about detectives. Because in the wake of Sherlock Holmes's massive success, the world got completely overrun by lady detectives and French detectives and Canadian lumberjack detectives and sexy gypsy detectives and priest detectives and doctor detectives. And they started running out, like around the turn of the century, last century, 19th going in 20th, they started running out of things to detect. So then someone came up with the bright idea. Let's detect ghost. And so that's how we got the occult detective who detected ghost pigs, ghost monkeys, ghost ponies, ghost dogs, ghost cats, and mummies. A lot of mummies, like so many mummies. But besides sporting an interest in mummies and ostentatiously grown-up names that sound like they were randomly generated by small boys locked away in a boarding school, like Dr. Silence and Mr. Perseus and Morris Claw with a K, Simon If with 2 Fs, and Xavier Wycherley. The occult detectives all had one thing in common, which is that they were really, really terrible at detecting. So Sherlock Holmes appeared around 1887, and before him, there was a whole host of sort of proto-detective stories going back to like true crime family fun classics like the 1650 Gallery of Horrible Tales of Murder, or the fictionalized criminal biographies published as the Newgate novels by writers like Edward Dark and Stormy Night Bulwer Lytton. And Edgar Allan Poe had his Auguste Dupin, Murder in the Rue Morgue's Detective, 1841. And out of this sort of literary rubble, before Sherlock Holmes sort of really solidified the genre, the template, you got the first occult detective, Dr. Martin Hesselius. So physician, man of letters, and total malpractice enthusiast, Dr. Hesselius first appeared in Green Tea, which was published in 1869, which in All the Year Round, which was edited at the time by Charles Dickens. And he was created by Sheridan Le Fanu, who was known as the Invisible Prince, because he rarely left his house in Dublin after his mentally ill wife had killed herself. He was obsessive, he was neurotic, and he was haunted all his life by this recurring nightmare where he just stood transfixed before an ancient mansion that was about to collapse on him. And when he was finally found dead of a heart attack in 1873, his doctor remarked, "At last, the house has fallen," which is totally witty, but probably not what his family wanted to hear right at that moment. But anyways, so Green Tea, the first Dr. Hesselius story, immediately established sort of the same callous tone of professional disregard for human emotions that would come to characterize every occult detective. So it's recounted instead of by Watson, as told to by Dr. Hesselius's 8-fingered medical secretary. And Green Tea finds the Reverend Jennings approaching Dr. Hesselius for help with a phantom monkey that's driving him bananas. No pun intended. Hesselius determines that too much reading while swilling green tea has inadvertently opened the Reverend's third eye, and he commands Jennings to summon him the next time he sees the monkey. But the next time the monkey appears, Hecelius has taken a vacation and Jennings can't get in touch with him. So he slashes his own throat with a razor and dies. And when Hecelius comes back to town, he's like, sort of like gives this defensive humble brag where he's like, I have successfully treated 57 cases of opened third eyes, and I could have cured Jennings, but he was a stupid weakling, and he died of hereditary suicidal mania. And technically he's not even my patient anyways, because he never paid his bill. So defensive, condescending, full of made-up bullshit, and absolutely lethal to patients. Those are the hallmarks of the occult detective. You had Algernon Blackwood's Dr. Silence, who's probably the biggest jerk in all of weird fiction. He's sort of like Batman. He disappeared for 5 years of international training, only to return well-versed in being obnoxious and making things up. His first adventure was a psychical invasion in 1908, which in psychical, let's face it, it's just psychic with AL on the end. It's barely a real word. And it's about a humorist who overdoses on marijuana and loses his sense of humor. So Silence uses a magical collie to fight what he claims is an evil ghost lady, then relies on a bunch of pseudoscience as patronizingly as possible, and has the humor as his house torn down. And occult detectives love to tear down people's houses. They hated women, they hated foreigners, they hated Eastern mysticism, and about that order. Silence's The Nemesis of Fire is about an outbreak of spontaneous combustion caused by a selfish old lady who stole a scarab necklace from a mummy. And Silence demonstrates his bedside manner by tossing the spinster to the pissed off mummy, which burns her to death. And then he sneaks her charred cadaver upstairs and tucks it into her bed, presumably to be discovered by her horrified maid the next morning. Silence battles a lot of foreigners, Canadian werewolves, German Satanists, French cat witches, and he also battles math. And every one of his stories ends with this insufferable lecture tying it into real-life physics. And then he sort of gives a smug smirk. There's the only one of his adventures that doesn't want to make you hurl the book so hard it travels back in time and smacks Silence in the head is Ancient Sorceries, which is mostly this narrator who comes to Silence for help with a haunting. Returning to visit his old German boarding school and just recalling this sadistic catalog of deprivations very fondly about the daily sauerkraut, the watery chocolate on Sundays, the flavor of stringy meat served twice a week. He smiled to think of the half rations that were the punishment for speaking English. And it's this sort of weird sense of humor that William Hope Hodgson sails like a hang glider with his occult detective, Carnacki the Ghost Finder. Carnacki's cases revolve around men dressed in horse costumes just as often as they wind up being about disembodied demon hands chasing him around the room. And he uses a totally made-up system of vowel-heavy magic, like the incarnation of Ra or the Sama ritual. Carnacki spends most of his adventures crouched in the middle of an electric pentagram, taking flash photographs of weird monsters like a nightmare pig, a floor that becomes a puckered pair of whistling lips, and an indoor blood storm. And his trademark is just throwing out his guests at the end of the story, shouting, "Out you go, out you go." Sometimes his enemy's the ghost of a jester, sometimes it's Irish people, and sometimes he splits the difference and it turns out to be a crusty old sea captain hiding in a well, teaming up with a naked ghost baby. Carnacki finds as many frauds as he does phantasms. He loves stupid scientific inventions like an anti-vibrator and a dream helmet, and he also really loves these like laser light show magic battles. And he occasionally destroys a room or sinks a ship, but he doesn't have the taste for sort of unbridled mayhem that characterized the other occult detectives. Flaxman Lowe, on the other hand, loves mayhem. He combines the xenophobia of John Silence with the bogus science of Carnacki to produce this unbeatable package of super short stories that cannot be read with a straight face. They were written by a woman named Kate Pritchard and her son, who's improbably named Major Hesketh Pritchard. And the Flaxman Lowe stories move sort of with the violent efficiency of getting punched in the face. In the story of Balebrow, he's invited to investigate a manor house whose quaint British spook has turned totally violent, and he discovers that the household ghost has teamed up with a foreign mummy to form a super evil vampire ghost mummy. And so if you had Carnacki in this story, he'd take a photo. Dr. Silence would give a lecture about ancient vibratory emissions. Flaxman Lowe just shoots the mummy about 100 times in the face and beats its head into a pulp and then burns it. You only hire Flaxman Lowe to solve a crime if you're truly hardcore, because a cure is usually worse than the disease. If you're haunted by a dead leper from Trinidad, rip the house down. Bedeviled by a ghost cult of Greeks, punch them in the face and move out. Plagued by a haunted bladder, a phantom taste, or a family suicide, Flaxman Lowe is there to instantly pin the blame on a bunch of Dianists, dead relatives who meddled in Eastern mysticism, or an African tribesman hiding inside a cabinet and using bioluminescent mushrooms to kill off the family. Then he usually sets the house on fire. Later, you'd get Sax Rohmer's crusty old junk shop owner, Morris Claw, with his odically sterilized pillow. The lady occult detective Diana Marburg, who's a palmist whose adventures incur The Dead Hand, in which she tangles with a 6-foot-long electric eel imported for murder. There's the abnormally destructive Aylmer Vance, New Jersey's French occultist, Detective Jules de Grandin, who exclaims, "By the beard of the goldfish!" And the man of action, John Thunstone, whose silver sword cane frequently finds itself embedded in the breasts of a race of prehumans who originally inhabited North America. Vaguely racist, extremely violent, and totally unscientific, the legion of occult detectives all had one thing in common. Every single one of them presented their adventures as if they were true. In journal after journal, magazine after magazine, they were presented as the real-life, fact-based cases of true detectives. From the case files of... Arthur Conan Doyle could probably empathize with this. People wanted to believe detectives were true. No matter how many times he told people Sherlock Holmes didn't exist, he still got letters from potential clients asking for his help. But horror has it particularly badly because horror is the one genre that says it's true. From the very beginning, horror has insisted on its truth. From the very first Gothic novel, The Castle of Otranto in the 18th century, which features someone crushed by a massive armored helmet that falls out of a clear blue sky. It's supposed to be based on a clutch of family papers found in an ancient Italian archive, relating the true story of this cursed Italian family. The Turn of the Screw by Henry James is supposed to be the true story of a governess hired by a friend of a friend. Dracula is written in transcripts and diary entries and letters to buttress its authenticity. It's the original found footage film, except it's a book. The Amityville Horror for years claimed to be the real-life story of a haunting of the Lutz family, and even as the successive sequel paperback novels got wilder and wilder and involved flying pigs and karate fights with ancient entities, they were still marketed with the word nonfiction on the spine. Notice there is no such thing as a found footage rom-com. Found footage belongs to horror, thanks to the Blair Witch Project for starters, but even before that, there was the massively controversial British TV special Ghost Watch, aired on Halloween night in 1992, and before that, there was Orson Welles' 1938 radio broadcast of War of the Worlds, which, yes, it's about aliens from outer space, but the entire story is steeped in horror of people being disintegrated and melted, of a red fungus destroying our very air itself. The occult detectives kind of fit in nicely with this late 19th century confluence of an interest in parapsychology and spiritualism. Science wanted to investigate claims of spiritualism and mediums and all these things, but it also crossed over with a revival in romantic literature. The 1860s and 70s had been all about realist literature. Authors like Balzac and George Eliot writing about true things, or as one critic said, authors writing about characters which normal middle-class readers will want nothing to do with. Prostitutes, criminals, the insane, and many others, most of them poor. But then there came this backlash when people missed stories. They wanted heroes. And so this romantic fiction bloomed. Authors like H.G. Wells, books like Prisoner of Zenda, or stories like The King Solomon's Mine by H. Rider Haggard, or a bunch of British horror novels that appeared around the same time. Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in 1886, Oscar Wilde's Picture of Dorian Gray in 1891, Dracula in 1897, and Henry James' Turn of the Screw in 1898. It was romance meeting science, meeting reality, with a little bit of this interest in spiritualism as it spilled out into newspaper pages. One thing, and that's where we got the occult detectives. And one thing occult detectives loved to do was consult their libraries full of ancient books and manuscripts. And many of these ancient books and manuscripts sounded real, but were totally fake. These rare and rumored tomes they often consulted were completely artificial. They were made up to give this illusion of scholarship in academia. And horror has always loved its fake books. One of the earliest and most famous is The King in Yellow, which is a book of short stories by Robert W. Chambers from 1895. But the story The King in Yellow itself, or one of the stories, early on in The King in Yellow is about a play called The King in Yellow. It gets very meta here, which is a play which is supposed to, if you read it, it drives you mad. Act 1, characters read at will, and it's a pretty boring, ancient, like Castle of Otranto, it's an ancient Italian story, you know, about a royal family. But then you read Act 2, even from the first page, you're compelled to keep reading, and it drives you insane. It's written in verse, so it sounds like, along the shore, the cloud waves break, the twin suns sink behind the lake, the shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where black stars rise, and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is lost Carcosa, which you'll recognize if you saw True Detective, Carcosa, Carcosa, Carcosa. H.P. Lovecraft was a huge fan of A King in Yellow, and he used several of its names in his own fiction, sort of poaching them and giving them a life outside their original works. And in a way, this built this sort of fake mythos, this universe of works that referred to each other. August Derleth wrote plenty of he became H.P. Lovecraft's sort of kind of literary executor, even though we're not sure if this is exactly what Lovecraft wanted. He would write these mythos books where he expanded H.P. Lovecraft's books, and many other writers H.P. Lovecraft encouraged to use names of his creatures, names of his creations, and his characters to give them the feeling that there was a reality to them, that there was a world, that these weren't limited to one author and one story, but they were facts. They were singular objects being referenced by a lot of different people looking at them from the outside. One of the most famous is his imaginary book, The Necronomicon, a tome of forbidden knowledge that, like The King in Yellow, will probably drive you mad. It was written, supposedly, in the 8th century by the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, who you can find his bio pretty easily online. Abdul al-Hazred, a mad poet of Sana'a in Yemen, who is said to have flourished during the period of the Umayyad Caliph, circa 700 AD. He visited the ruins of Babylon and the subterranean secrets of Memphis, and spent 10 years alone in the great southern desert of Arabia and the crimson desert of the modern Arabs, which is held to be inhabited by protective evil spirits and monsters of death. Of this desert, many strange and unbelievable marvels are told by those who pretend to have penetrated it. In his last years, Al-Hazred dwelt in Damascus. Now, guy's got a bio. I mean, he's got his own Wikipedia page. He must be real. Well, actually, Al-Hazred isn't even a proper Arab name. It doesn't really exist. It's sort of just words, letters, and consonants stuck together with no actual authentic meaning. It's the name H.P. Lovecraft invented for himself when he was 5 years old and got caught up in the romance of reading the translation of 1001 Arabian Nights. The mad Arab Al-Hazred, Abdul al-Hazred, H.P. Lovecraft's imaginary identity for himself when he was a kid. But the Necronomicon took on this life of its own outside this kid's imagination. H.P. Lovecraft's friends published fake reviews of it as early as 1936. People wrote to the Vatican Library insisting that the Vatican had a copy of the Necronomicon somewhere on its shelves, and they demanded to read it. When the Vatican said it didn't exist, they simply took the denial as proof that it did exist. When a fake version of the Necronomicon was published around 1977 in paperback by Avon Books, sort of in mass market size to the general audience, it was a book of mostly plagiarized Assyrian spells with Lovecraftian names like Cthulhu and Shoggoth just sort of stuck in at random. The spells are actually Assyrian protective spells, and spells of exorcism, not spells designed to invoke evil. But, you know, who speaks ancient Akkadian anymore? People loved it. And the book actually, this fake paperback Necronomicon, started showing up everywhere in pop culture and became part of the trial of Rod Ferrell in 1998. Rod Ferrell was a gentleman who claimed to be a 500-year-old vampire named Vasagos, I believe was his name, who had killed a few people. He was sentenced to life without parole, originally capital crimes, but then commuted a life sentence for a couple of murders. And I don't know how I feel about living in a world where a guy was sentenced originally to death, and part of the evidence against him is an imaginary book. But imaginary books are everywhere. They're all over science fiction. Kurt Vonnegut invented Kilgore Trout for his books, and he alludes to him throughout his novels like Breakfast of Champions, writing Plague on Wheels, Maniacs in the Fourth Dimension, and even one of the fake Kilgore Trout books, Venus on the Half Shell, which was later turned into an actual book by Philip Jose Farmer about 9 years later. And Venus on the Half Shell is kind of interesting because its plot about cosmic bureaucrats who bungle their filed orders and accidentally destroy the planet Earth, sending some Earth creatures on a quest for the definitive answer to the ultimate question, sounds a lot like another famous fake science fiction book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is centered around a fake book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is a guide for hitchhikers of all knowledge throughout the galaxy. Stanislaw Lem wrote A Perfect Vacuum, which is a book which consists of nothing but 16 reviews of non-existent books like The Sexplosion, about the extinction of the human sex drive, a book called You Write It, which is a cut-up made up of fragments of a great novel that readers assemble themselves, and then my favorite, Gruppenführer Louis XVI, about an ex-Nazi recreating pre-revolutionary French courts in the Argentinian jungle after World War II. Fake books and fake authors, sometimes they're just a clever title, but it's something that gives the work you're writing more depth, more history. It makes it seem like it lives in a bigger world that we don't know about. It hints at arcane or lost knowledge. But they're also gags, just jokes. Literary novelties like those books you get at Christmas that say they're titled Everything Men Know About Women and then just consist of blank pages one after the other. Charles Dickens loved gag books. He had an entire library of them. At his house in Gad's Hill, he had a door in his library breaking up the line of his shelves. And so he had fake book spines constructed to hide the door into it. So when it was closed, you couldn't tell the difference between the fake door and the fake bookshelves and the real books. And then he invented imaginary gag titles for these books. He had Cats' Lives, which was a 9-volume set. He had a set of books called Wisdom of Our Ancestors, which was consisted of the volumes, Volume 1, Ignorance, Volume 2, Superstition, Volume 3, The Stake, Volume 4, The Rack, Volume 5, Dirt, Volume 6, Disease. And next to him was a very thin volume called The Virtues of Our Ancestors. These are actually lost now, but they're immortalized in a fake catalog of these fake books called The Dummy Library of Charles Dickens at Gad's Hill Place. So fake books, gag books, novelties, they're all over the place and they're fun. You invent a title and a fake author's name and you're off to the races. But then sometimes the fake books get stuck with real author names. I mean, there's plenty of fake Shakespeare out there. In 1790s, William Henry Ireland, who was 21 years old, produced a trove of forged Shakespearean documents and then got carried away and published a lost Shakespeare play called Vortigern and Rowena, which led to his exposure because it was really, really bad. It was sort of like King Lear plus Macbeth with extra cross-dressing. But then there was another fake Shakespeare play that people thought was real for many years called The Birth of Merlin, which eventually they were like, well, maybe Shakespeare co-wrote it before debunking it entirely. There was Locrine, and all these books were about the founding of England, the ancient English myths. They were invented to buttress legends about England's mythic past and give it this sort of rural Arcadian background. But it's hard with Shakespeare because sometimes the fake plays turn out to be real plays. Pericles, Prince of Tyre, and Two Noble Kinsmen were both thought to be forgeries and then thought to be co-authored before people realized that these were actual Shakespearean plays and entered them into the canon. On top of that, you have imaginary books. A lot of them are books that are unfinished. Charles Dickens' last novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, he died before he could finish it, leaving the mystery unsolved. And there's nothing people hate more than an unsolved mystery. So during the spiritualist boom of the 19th century, lots and lots of mediums actually had their spirit guides dictate to them the finished versions of The Mystery of Edwin Drood. I've seen at least 3 of these. And they're long. I mean, these spirit guides taught for a long, long time. Shirley Jackson died while working on her last novel, Come Along With Me, in 1965, which she said, for the Queen of Horror, was her funny, happy book. We only have about 75 pages of it. It's about a clairvoyant woman who stops seeing the future after her husband dies, and she suddenly discovers that life is worth living away from being under his thumb, and sets out on a road adventure and then holds spiritualist seances for people as she goes. All these virtual books, they have to live somewhere besides our imagination, and they do. They live in virtual libraries. Neil Gaiman's Sandman has one of the most popular modern made-up libraries in his graphic novel collection Season of Mists, in which the dream librarian Lucian explains to a raven why the library that lives in the land of dreams is special, because somewhere in it contains every story that's ever been dreamed, which far outnumber the ones that actually get written. There's The Conscience of Sherlock Holmes, of course, because Sherlock Holmes has no conscience. There's J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lost Road, which is a time travel adventure he began and never finished it. There's Lovecraft's Cthulhu's Springtime. And there's something so resonant about this imaginary library of unwritten, forgotten, and lost books. It just holds on to authors over the years. Richard Brautigan, the famous American author from the middle of the 20th century, wrote a novel called The Abortion in 1971 about a library that accepts any book someone wants to drop off, whether it's a kid's novel or story written in scrawled crayon, or an elderly person's memoirs, or a teenager's journals. And eventually, Brautigan's library became an actual Richard Brautigan library that accepts manuscripts that anyone can drop off. It was originally in Vermont. Now it's out in California. I think it has about 325 volumes. These libraries keep crossing between imagination and reality. Kilgore Trout's a fake author who wound up writing real books. Shakespeare's fake plays sometimes turn out to be real plays. Brautigan's imaginary library became a real library. But at the heart of all of these imaginary libraries, there's a Library of Babel by Jorge Luis Borges. Borges' library is an infinite series of hexagonal rooms that stretch on forever, and they contain an infinite number of books, all of them about 421 pages. And in them, they contain every single different order of the alphabet with, I think, 4 different punctuation marks, maybe 3. And if they're randomly generated, eventually, like monkeys banging on typewriters, these books will become the actual books we read. In this library, they contain every possible arrangement of letters. Eventually, they're going to arrange themselves into a Bible, a Talmud. They're going to arrange themselves into Don Quixote, Our Mutual Friend, a finished version of The Mystery of Edwin Drood. And then and this library is so infinite and ever branching that it evolves librarians who form religion, some of them destroying the books they think are nonsense, others searching for what they believe is an index to all these books that must exist somewhere, because this library keeps creating itself, and as every book that ever existed, well, certainly among every book that ever existed is an index to every book that's ever existed. So you tell them where to find the books they want of knowledge that's lost or forgotten. What is it about this idea of these infinite libraries that's so resonant? Beyond the fact that writers and readers spend way too much time in libraries and find them comforting and find books comforting and have too much imagination and wind up just speculating about it, there's a romance separate from our obsession with books and libraries somewhere in there. And I think it's because there's a real library at the heart of all these virtual libraries, a real library whose the idea of which has lasted for thousands and thousands of years beyond that library's existence. And that's the Library of Alexandria in the Western world, and not just the Western world, Eastern as well. I'm just not that as familiar with that as much. But in the Western world, the Library of Alexandria has a powerful hold on our imagination. The biggest library ever created that lasted for 900 years, from about 300 BC to 700 AD, that had this goal of gathering together every book, the sum total of all human knowledge. But Ptolemy got Demetrios of Phaleris to collect, if he could, all books known in the inhabited world. Ships passing through Alexandria, which was a huge port, would be stopped and searched, and every book found on them would be taken to the library, copied over, and then a copy would be returned to the ship, and the original would be kept by the librarians. Travelers passing through would have their books confiscated until they be copied and returned. They were constantly borrowing books anywhere they could and then returning copies and keeping the originals. 72 Jewish scholars produced the first translation of what we now know as the Old Testament there. And it was constantly competing with another library at Pergamum. People who were offered jobs at Pergamum's library were actually arrested by officials in Alexandria before they could go and take the position. Egypt stopped shipments of parchment to Pergamum because they didn't want it to get more volumes in its library than they had, which led to the refinement of printing on parchment or writing on parchment paper. And in fact, the word parchment is a Latin word from the Latin, which means from Pergamum. The Library of Alexandria is said to have burned, destroying hundreds of thousands of books, losing them forever. And that's just not true. One of the Caesars did at one point burn ships in the harbor of Alexandria to stop his outnumbered garrison from an invasion. And the fire spread to a storage facility on the docks of Alexandria where 40,000 scrolls or books were destroyed. But that is a drop in the bucket compared to the 700,000 volumes that existed in the Library of Alexandria. On top of that 700,000 volumes at that time, at a future point, Mark Antony would plunder 200,000 more volumes from Pergamum, poor Pergamum, to give as a gift to Cleopatra to try to woo her. Almost 1 million books in the ancient world under one roof. Where'd they go? We don't know. The destruction's a little hazy. There were invasions. Parts of the library were destroyed. Parts were stolen. There was war. There was conquest. Volumes were given as gifts or tributaries by invading forces. And slowly the library was just ground down and down and down until it became a forgotten shadow, just a rumor, a legend, far more powerful and permanent than the real facility. History shaped what survived from the Library of Alexandria. And our history's been shaped by lies. We believe that what we inherited, a lot of these volumes that came through the Library of Alexandria, the tutors and mentors that learned there and then went out to teach the classics throughout the world, that these are the books that we inherited from our classical tradition. But in the Library of Alexandria, what survived there were only 32 plays by 3 different playwrights from all of classical Greece. Classical Greece, from what we can tell, had close to a back catalog of about 1,000 plays written by 80 some odd different authors. We got 32. The 3 that remained in the Library of Alexandria were the 3 deemed by the 3 authors were deemed the 3 authors who were the great classical tragedians of Athens. Only Athens. And a lot of them made it into the Library of Alexandria because they were copied over and over again because they were considered good for teaching purposes. Not because they were the best, but because they were about edifying subjects and used classical composition and prose. What's missing? Reading between the cracks, reading other accounts of different plays that were seen. All these plays about weird sex and magic, which ran rampant through these other classical Greek plays. We're missing Agathon, whose lost play Anthos is the only tragedy ever written with a completely imagined plot, with completely imagined characters, not drawn from an existing historical tradition. There's Xenocles, who Aristophanes spent a lot of his career insulting, calling Xenocles a whole pot full of tragic crabs, and saying Xenocles, who is ugly and produces ugly plays, and that may be true, but Xenocles' trilogy of plays won the grand prize one year, beating out the far more famous Sophocles' Oedipus. 3 plays better than Oedipus in the ancient world? We'll never know what they were. Aeschylus wrote The Myrmidons, which is a love story between Achilles and Patroclus during the Trojan War, a love story between 2 men, a grand romance for the ages, lost. Euripides, his Protesilaus, which is about the first hero killed at Troy, brought back to life with magic due to the love of his wife for a single day. These aren't stories of tragedy or ridiculous comedies. These are romances, stories of resurrection, stories of gay love and weird sex. This is what we lost in the ancient world. Medea is seen as the play about a woman who's spurned by Jason, her lover, goes crazy and kills all her children before flying off in a magical chariot because she's an evil witch. Maybe, but there were 19 other different versions in play form and poetic form of the Medea story, a lot of them supposedly that took a far more sympathetic version of one of the most evil women in mythological history. the classical canon that we have that shaped us, that was taught throughout the ancient world, that formed the ground that the Renaissance grew out of, that's taught even today at Oxford and in America and Harvard. It's an accident of history. We're missing this entire world of lost books and forgotten books, plays that live as references in single titles, like the books of Kilgore Trout, like the made-up books on the spines in Charles Dickens' library at Gad's Hill. This imaginary phantasmal library is weirder and wilder than the one we actually have. And it's one that only exists in our imaginations. And it's one that maybe we have to, before we can do something, we have to imagine it. And maybe it's this more open, wilder, stranger library that'll free us from the tyrant of reality and let us imagine a world that's different and better and full of books that haven't been written yet, or were never finished, or purely fabricated in the first place, or been forgotten. Anyways, that's I just wanted to sort of start us there, because I just started thinking about this topic and got deeper and deeper and into it. And Anthony, I'm sorry, you're probably dead at this point.
Oh no, I think it's a fascinating topic, and one of the things that came to mind, a question I have is, when we were talking about the idea of it all going back to the library at Alexandria. This idea that, these authors who are, just in love with the idea of fictional works and fictional books and creating their own, in some way it's like, is this sort of a validation of one's own reading, that this is the library of the self, by showing, when you make up this stuff, you're adding, saying, I have read all these other books and have processed them and can create not just what you actually create, but can also create entire libraries of books.
Yeah, well, one of the big tricks of fiction writing, and Chuck Palahniuk, who did Fight Club and stuff, talks about it a lot, is you have to establish your authority. And that's why so many thrillers begin with, Washington, D.C., April 6, 2020, Saturday, 3:33 p.m. Why 3:30 p.m.? Why do we need to know it's 3 afternoon or something? But they want to establish this. I know this happened because I know the exact minute down to the second. And so it's establishing authority. I'm the person telling this story because I know the most about it. And I think, like you're saying, inventing all these made up volumes in fiction is a way that authors establish authority. I've read these books that you haven't. And not only have you not, you can't.
And it's fascinating. And also, just going off that idea, there's, I think, something about the idea of wish fulfillment, which is interesting when you take into the fact of all the occult detectives, because in some way the detectives are a version of themselves that they want to be to some degree, which is, the sociopathic tendencies of all those, are questionable. But, I think of Lovecraft in particular, he was someone who grew up wanting an education that he did not have. And most of his books are sort of trying to show, his prose style is to show off himself as this very learned person. And he was an intelligent person, but just not classically trained like his characters tend to be. Right. And so there is this, there is this sort of what he thinks as this worldly man of action who's very educated, that usually they just come off as sort of sorry, I escaped, lost for words. They just come off prissy is really what they are in some degrees, instead of these heroes.
Yeah, and it was really wish fulfillment for Lovecraft. I mean, all fiction's wish fulfillment, but how much easier is it to say, and I speak fluent Greek and Akkadian, and then you just look up a word or two in a concordance and, oh yeah, well, there's the translation of that word, rather than actually learning ancient Greek or Akkadian, It's so much easier to give a veneer of authority to these figures by just giving them these skills you wish you had. And there's another thing too, which is, the canon is, thinking about imaginary books, these are books that don't just exist outside reality. They exist outside the canon. And the canon is one of those things that we've suffered under this delusion, I think, that these books were saved throughout time because they are the best, when really they're just the ones that were saved. Like, I mean, we keep repeating these same Greek plays over and over and copying them again and again and preserving them because not they had any special merit, but because they're the ones that got copied again and again. It's just that random. And as we expand sort of the boundaries of what the canon is, we see these other works. I mean, what does it mean that there are 19 other versions of Medea? I mean, what does it mean that there's a play out there about this love affair between these two Greek heroes? That means that so much more is possible than we thought. But it also means that the canon and those who devote their lives to it don't enjoy the authority that they like to think they do. And it's you see this happening in a lot of places. It's happening a lot in visual art right now, which is really fascinating to me. I used to work for this group called the American Society for Psychical Research, which is a nonprofit that investigates parapsychology. And it was formed around 1885, I think, by William James and some other people in New York. It's an offshoot of the Society of Psychical Research in England. But they had this amazing library and archive that a lot of the time was spent sort of stabilizing and digitizing and preserving it. And slowly, while I was there in the late 90s, early 2000s, and we'd get more and more requests over time from museums and exhibits. They wanted to exhibit the spirit photography, which were largely faked photographs of spirits, but were some of the earliest special effects photography. And they wanted to show some of these examples of automatic writing or spirit writing, or examples of art created by spirits, where a medium would enter a trance state and draw these things. The Shakers had something similar. They had these women during this revival in the early 19th century in the Shaker community, usually teenage girls, would go into trances and they'd draw maps of heaven that were revealed to them, maps of an imaginary geography. And looking at this spirit art, and it ties in with these maps of heaven, and we started to get more and more requests for people who want to exhibit this stuff or study it, because it expanded the notions. If they left aside the issue of, well, is this really dictated by a spirit or not, and started looking at it as a product of an unconscious mind or a trance state, you started seeing the same forms recur. You started to see some of the same patterns. And it was really interesting to look at that. And it started feeding into the mainstream history of visual art. So instead of regarding these spirit drawings as some kind of weird offshoot or eccentric folk art, people started to say, this is the part of the body of human artistic representation. And you saw the culmination of that about a year ago when they had this massive exhibit of Hilma af Klint, who was, I believe, Norwegian, painter, who was doing these massive, beautiful spirit paintings that came to her in trances. And they were exhibited at the Guggenheim in New York, but in a show that traveled around the world. And they look like modern art. They look like the roots of modern art. And she was painting them before Kandinsky was staking out the territory of modern art. And so you start to say, well, wait a minute. Instead of viewing modern art as something that Kandinsky invented and then gave to the world as this gift from a great man, maybe it was a part of the human experience that just hadn't been expressed or embraced by people. It was outside the canon, and it took people a while to see it. And it's mediums and Hilma af Klint and people who were being dismissed as marginal were actually engaging with this part of the human experience in a way that visual artists weren't at the time. So it's really interesting to see this stuff that's outside the canon, that doesn't exist, suddenly being recognized as, wait a minute, 100 years later, this was a part of the canon. This stuff that was thought of as nothing more than scribblings is something real, is maybe gonna, this edge becomes the center. So, I mean, I know that's a little off topic from imaginary books, but this idea that as we find more libraries, as we find more artists, as we stretch our net and expand the definition of what a library is, what knowledge is, what a value is being saved, what an artist is. An artist is a medium, maybe someone who wasn't trained, maybe someone who didn't exhibit in galleries and say, I am an artist, but maybe a medium who produced work as personal, like as a spiritual expression of themselves and what they felt they were connected to is also art. And as we expand that definition, the canon mutates and changes. One of the great myths of sort of culture is that it's stable and never changes. I mean, even Shakespeare constantly in flux. Which plays are Shakespeare, which plays aren't, which are co-created and co-authored by Shakespeare and another writer. It's always shifting. Stability is the greatest myth we've ever taught ourselves.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, that is, I think, it really shows with the work of Shakespeare, because, you know, all in general, just the Jacobean tragedies, they're always constantly shifting who wrote what. I believe, you know, now I think Middleton wrote portions of Macbeth. He wrote the witch's verse. Yeah, and then I think they think Webster wrote the Revenger's tragedy. Now is what I heard last.
Yeah. And, you know, one of the things with this also is, I mean, there's two things this does. One is it destabilizes the idea of the great man version of history. Shakespeare is a great author and these things come from his brow. No, Shakespeare's a product of his times, working with other authors, existing within a network of other poets and playwrights who were stealing and copying and seeing each other's work and helping each other. And it also comes to, you and I were talking about earlier, because you're much more familiar with Italo Calvino than I am. But this idea of that imaginary books destabilize the canon, that Stanislaw Lem suddenly injects 16 imaginary books into the science fiction canon, or Calvino suddenly injects all these mythological and imaginary books into the canon. It destabilizes the idea of there being one truth, one reality.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, it just, you know, it goes to show that this, going back to sort of this ideal library, this canon of works that we believe in is in fact itself an imaginary library. It's which is, I think, it's a fascinating concept, because, you know, one, it represents sort of this idea that we say that there's a canon because we always tend to find what's coming out now not as good as what we think is before. So it's this idea of, you know, always the constant things were better in my lifetime than what's coming before me. So it's like a fear of what's to come in some way. And so I guess these people who do that in some way, it is a very bookish form of subversion of that.
Right. Yeah. Well, exactly. It's a subversion. And it's also kind of a testament. I mean, you know, one of the things about the little Calvino I've read, and I think you've read a lot more than I have, but that always takes my breath away, is the breadth, the scope of his imagination. That he feels like when he writes that you're hearing the tip of an iceberg, and beneath the water you see this massive, shadowy, undefined mountain of imaginary knowledge. And I think one of the interesting things that kind of subversion does is, like you just said, which I hadn't thought of before, is the canon itself is imaginary. This idea that there's this great building full of the great works of literature, it's made up. There's no building. There's no great works. They're the surviving works. And we assume that they're the great ones, but we don't know. We don't know what someone wrote that never got copied over again. We don't know that there was some woman or, you know, someone existing in Shakespeare's time who was as accomplished as a poet, if not better, but who simply kept their writings private. I mean, look at how many authors asked for their works to be burned after their death, especially women whose family would find it embarrassing that they wrote fiction. And how many of them, people said, nah, we're going to publish this. I mean, one of the great works, one of the foundational works of horror fiction, John Polidori's The Vampire, the first vampire book in modern time, he wanted it destroyed. It only got published because he accidentally left the manuscript behind in a villa when he left, and the owner hated Lord Byron and saw that there was a manuscript written by a friend of Byron, saw that it used the name Lord Ruthven, which was a name of a character who'd been sort of a satire of Byron in another book, and then published it just to under Byron's name, just to piss off Byron. I mean, it's an accident, but it's the cornerstone of modern horror. It is the original vampire novel. So this stuff is so accidental, but then that means the canon's accidental and imaginary. And I think that's kind of fabulous and really empowering in some ways.
Oh, no, I agree. And it's interesting about Calvino, too, is that he was a member of this group called the Oulipo, which was a group of French writers and also mathematicians who wanted to essentially just play games. And by like that, I mean, they would write write books based entirely off of prompts. Some of them are mathematical. I mean, there's so many, like, there are games that if you were just read it, you'd have no idea that there is anything happening. You'd have to like see the actual formula of how they constructed. Like there is a book, Alphabetical Africa, which every chapter is written with only certain letters. So the first chapter is only words that start with the letter A, and then the second chapter is only A, B, and then it goes A, B, C, and all the way to Z, and then it goes back to A. So, it's an absolutely bizarre book, but it's great that it exists. And I think in some degree, that's what I feel must be the impetus behind authors wanting to do this, because I often find myself imagining, what if certain books existed, things that you would never write yourself and you would never want to devote the time to make, but you just kind of wish they existed because they'd be so appalling or just audacious. And, I just think that is sort of a fascinating aspect of the imagination, is just this wanting to create these things that cannot be and should not be. And without any sort of harm that happens from it. So it is play, and I think that is a fascinating and cathartic thing to do creatively.
Right. And also, I mean, and it's funny, right? When you're talking about the Ulipo, is that what they're?
Yes.
Yeah, and you're talking about these games they played and this sense of play and creativity. I feel like that's sometimes looked down on by people as, that can't possibly be of value because it's fun, because it's a game. But games can be serious, and things that come out of this kind of play can become so important. I think a lot about Hong Kong film is one of my sort of great loves, and Hong Kong, especially a director named Choi Hark, who became really, really famous in the 80s and 90s. And a lot of these movies they were making were set in the past. And they're martial arts movies and they're romances, things like that. But they're set in the past. But it's not really the past. They're set in this imagined past that's slightly more real, slightly more mythological, slightly grander than what the past was. I mean, the Chinese history is always sort of up for debate because so much of what survives of original documents in Chinese history, some were destroyed in purges and some were rewritten. So at a certain point, Chinese history becomes a matter of debate. Like, maybe this emperor was a really great guy, but maybe this emperor was also a terrible tyrant. There's two different ways of looking at them. But Choi Hark and these other filmmakers in Hong Kong created this sort of imagined Chinese past full of these heroes and these virtues. And you looked at the audience they were making it for, and this was a diasporic Chinese audience. They were people, many of whom had fled mainland China, fleeing the Cultural Revolution in the 70s, fleeing the communist takeover in the 40s, who were now living in Hong Kong, who are now living in Taiwan, who are now living in America, in England, in Canada. And these audiences around the world were given this imagined Chinese past, which they could all share without the politics of communism. And they could say, this is our past. This is us. This is our culture. We can all belong to and agree on this mythology, this imaginary China. It became tremendously important. And I mean, it's one of the reasons that in communism, both in the Soviet Union and in China and later on in Cambodia and places, that one of the first things they do is control the media. You control radio, you control literature, you control books, you control film, you control these ways of communication, these ways of shared imagination, because it's powerful. It can give people an alternate. It can unify people in this belief in this imaginary object they create and buy into together.
No, yeah, that is fascinating, especially because you can see that resonating today within our own culture here in the United States without going into too many things. Just something like Hamilton, for example. It is a reimagination of history. I mean, it's a hip hop history lesson, which is, it's very, whatever merits might have or opinions about it, it is very different than your civics classroom approach to what you think of history. So I find that fascinating. Yeah.
And, it's one of those things that one of the reasons I love Hamilton is, I mean, flaws, benefits, all that stuff. But for a lot of kids seeing that, in their mind, their George Washington is going to be a black guy now. In their mind, in their imagination, their Thomas Jefferson is going to be Daveed Diggs, a black guy. Like, I mean, yes, they know in reality these are white guys, but the one they see in their head, the one that's vibrant, the one that resonates with them is going to maybe look like them. And that's hugely powerful, because as much as George Washington and Thomas Jefferson are real people, they're far more powerful as icons that can be reimagined and remixed. They can have different meanings applied to them and mean different things as we develop as a country. I mean, one of the strangest things to me is I'm from South Carolina, and in Charleston. And Charleston's one of those places that has so many mythologies laid on top of it that you wind up having all these different debates, these historical debates, and in dialogue with all these different versions of history in dialogue with each other, just looking at the landscape. And one of the things that's always boggled my mind is, as a kid, you want badasses. You want cool dudes to be your heroes, right? You want to find historical figures, Richard the Lionheart, these Teddy Roosevelt, these people who look like men of action. And the Civil War is full of great ones. I mean, in Charleston, there's a guy named Robert Smalls, who was a slave, who was a harbor pilot in Charleston Harbor, which has a lot of, it's a very hard harbor to navigate. And mostly, even today, when a ship comes into Charleston Harbor, a little tug piles up beside of it, and a harbor pilot gets on and will pilot the ship in for the rest of the journey, because the harbor is so shifting and so treacherous, and you have to have this map that these guys treasure and study for decades to navigate the harbor. Robert Smalls was a harbor pilot, and he got sick of being a slave, and so he rounded up some friends, also black slaves, his family, and they tiptoed past the docks, past where a party was going on from all these officers in the Confederate Army who commanded these boats, stole a boat, sailed out to Union lines, got there. And then Robert Smalls was like, you know what? Yeah, sure. I'll be a harbor pilot for the Union. He wound up leading, I think it's 114 raids across Confederate lines. And I'm very shortly into it, the captain of one of them, the gunfire was so intense on one of these raids because they were going up a creek surrounded by Confederate forces that the captain had a breakdown, and Robert Smalls took over as captain. He was made captain. He led these amazing, daring raids. And then when the Civil War was over, he became a legislator. He became a state senator. He invented a system of public education that formed the model for the American public education system. The guy's amazing. But as a kid, I never knew about him because he was on the wrong side. You know, I grew up in the 70s and the early 80s, and there was still that idea that there were our people, Confederates, and Yankees, and they weren't our people. But dude, the war's been over for a long time. Robert Smalls is one of history's great badasses. Surely we can embrace him as a hero, if anyone else. And that to me is an example of the canon shift. There's this, I think, a statue or a plaque to him now in Charleston, finally. But it's like, finally, the canon shifts. And as we leave aside these prejudices, and I don't mean just racial prejudice, but just these notions we cling to growing up, that I certainly did. You know, I was probably 15 or 16 before I started thinking, wait a minute, why are my heroes on one side of a conflict that was over before my great grandparents were even born? Like, what is my allegiance here? This is weird. But you know, this one set of imaginary boundaries that I adhered to, once I dropped them, I was like, oh, my mental canon entirely shifted. So it's one of those really interesting things, I think, you know, that the canon is constantly changing, that what's inside and outside shifts depending on who you are and where you are and where we are as a culture.
You know, I'm tempted to tell the moderators that, you know, we're just going to be taking over now and continue talking. I mean, no, this is a great conversation. I think it's important. I think the idea of, you know, starting off from occult detectives to what we're talking about now just shows the power of shifting narratives and how fluid that is and how important that is for us to remember it. So there we go, a nice summation. Thank you, Grady, for having this discussion with me. And for everybody tuning in, we will be continuing a conversation at 7 p.m. tonight, where we'll be doing a discussion with Q&A. So if you have questions for Grady, that's a good time to come in and shoot them into our comments, and we will address them there. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And yes, please.
One quick thing is at 7 p.m. Central. So if you're on the East Coast, it's 8. And what time is it if you're on the West Coast?
9?
No, wait.
Don't ask me
6.
time zones.
Yeah. 6. But just it's 7 p.m. Central.
Right. Well, thank you, Grady, and thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Thanks, y'all.
Hey guys, Justin back here again, just to let you know, that was a great panel. Coming up at 2:30 though, we've got a few more great panels coming up. Right here on the live stream, we've got Geek Chat with members of the Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest team. On our Zoom panel rooms, we've got Why So Serious? Pulp versus Literature in Genre Fiction. And also The Rise of the Skywalker, an Epic Conclusion or Epic Mess. Also wanted to remind you guys that voting for the Super Fight Bracket Round 3 starts at 2 o'clock and goes until 4 o'clock. And then we'll have the championship match between the two winners there. And then at 6 o'clock, you'll have time from now until 6 o'clock to vote for your favorite costume contest contestant. And at 6 o'clock, we'll name who the winner of the online costume contest is. So I hope you keep tuning in, and we'll see you in the next panel.
Hey,
Hello.
how's it going upstairs?
It's going pretty well. There was some bingo. It's looking kind of gray outside, but I am safe in the air conditioning and away from potential rain. How's it going downstairs?
Oh, fine. This is I didn't have any other costume I could throw on costume.
Well, I still have my paddle. Photon let me borrow it for the rest of the day. So if I get caught in rainy weather, I'll be able to paddle upstream.
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared, especially during the Sci-Fi Fest.
Where anything can and will happen. All right, so welcome to Geek Chat, everybody. This is just a chance for, if anybody happens to come in, you can ask us questions that we're going to make up answers to. We've got, we're kind of, Aubrey and I are kind of, I guess we're kind of like Imagineers in a way, like we do a lot of the really weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, we've got access to things. I brought down my deck of the Once Upon a Time, so we can actually play around with that if we like.
Yeah, I got some of mine as well. Might borrow some of yours. Before we start, I want to give a shout out to all the programs going on right now. If you are tuning into this chat, we have a Why So Serious? Pulp versus Literature in Genre Fiction. It starts at 2:30 and you'll find it in the writing track. And if you want, it starts also at 2:30, The Rise of Skywalker, Epic Conclusion or Epic Mess. And that will be in the TV media track. And as well, I need to give a shout out to the wonderful Melanie and I believe Sean as well and Joseph. They host the Anime Movie Discussion Club. And they have a lovely discussion coming up about the Millennium Actress. You can find the movie on Hoopla, which is our digital streaming, or Canopy. And they both should be for you to access with your Hoover Public Library card. The movie looks like a lot of fun, and it's just a cool way to chat about movies that you enjoy, like, and especially this one called Millennium Actress. And this will be Friday, August 14th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. Central Time. And going on with the science fiction fantasy element, next Friday is Harry Potter's birthday. On Thursday night, there will be an online trivia night celebrating Harry Potter and his 40th birthday. Where does the time go? If you enjoy Harry Potter, check out the Harry Potter trivia at the trivia night, and it'll be on July 30th. At 7 p.m. and it'll go to about 8:30 p.m. and that you can find on the Hoover Public Library website. Thank you, Sean.
I missed all that. Can you say it again? I'll just play it back later on.
Yeah.
Oh, and one quick correction. I know in some areas the program says that the Geek Chat was yesterday. We just want to make the correction now. It wasn't yesterday, it's now.
I got a very concerned text from my family members saying, "We missed your chat yesterday." I'm like, where was I supposed to be yesterday? But we are here today, so we're going to talk about all things wonderful, geeky, and fun.
All of them.
All of them. Every single possibility. And if you have any questions in the chat or comments, leave it for us and we'll try to help. I see a couple one. We have a hi from D. Martin Barnes. Hello.
Hi.
And I love Jonathan Frakes. Cool. Helena, Alabama here. Hello, Huey Woodman. Great panel. And Rhett should be a part of every panel. Cool. Yeah. If we can get him, we will try. And we will keep an eye on that. And we're glad that you guys could join us.
Oh, over to me now.
Hey, sure.
Well, why don't we do a warm-up? Why don't we play a round of Once Upon a Time?
Sure.
If you're not familiar with it, it's this great card game. It has like all these different elements that you might find in a Once Upon a Time set. Where's the camera? Let me see if it'll show up. Like this one is Old Woman. So like you draw a card that says Old Woman and you have to work that into the story. And we're all leading up to a surprise finale. And there's like proper ways you can play this, which we don't play.
I don't think I've ever played it in the way that the rules described. I've always played it the way that you taught me the first time. And when I bought my own deck, I have never read the rules because it's just more fun to play it as an improv game.
I ruined it for you, and now we're going to ruin it for all of you. All right, so how do you want to play through this? How many cards do you want to do?
I have 5. Well, I have multiple.
All right. I will deal out 5 cards. And usually the way that we do this is we don't even look at the cards until we flip them over. So, want to go first or I'll go first?
Okay. I will go first. All right. We have a card that says chasing. So, once upon a time, there was a dragon, and he was chased out of his home.
It wasn't a very good dragon. Is that over to me now?
Yeah, over to you.
Oh, okay. All right, so
you know me. I'm either a very long tangent or...
All right, what does that say? That says murderer. Well, this got dark fast. Okay, he got chased out of his home because he was accused of a murder that he did not commit. But nobody knew that except obviously the real murderer. And dragons are an easy target. So the dragon was looking for somebody who could clear his name. So he went to...
He went to the local tavern where he found the amazing singing bard who had told tales all around the countryside. He was a big fan of Yasker. And he just enjoyed singing. He knew all the tales, lies, truths about the entire area. So he had heard about this mysterious tale about a dragon and a murder. But he was suspicious because he remembers seeing a one-armed man talking to the person that was murdered the day before.
All right. See that? A well. Yeah, they were at the well. The one-armed person was wishing for a new arm, and the well had stopped being really generous. They said, look, there's always a price for magic because of the show Once Upon a Time, which this card game is not based on. So I can give you an arm, but you're going to have to murder this count who is very powerful, and he's kind of a jerk, so you don't have to feel bad about it. But it's going to upset the political system and everything and create chaos, and then I, the wishing well, can rule all.
So after hearing about this wish and listening to the tale of the bard, and the dragon starts to put things together of the count being murdered by this one-armed man and how the well is silently taking over the land. So the dragon, knowing that all old persons know magic, they know all sorts of magic and everything about the land. He goes to a witch down the lane who could possibly tell him the mythos of this wishing well and what it wants from the land. Why does it want to rule, and why is the dragon being framed for murder?
The witch in this story is played by Felicia Day. And she was actually in the middle of a podcast when this happened, and some of the other people on her podcast says, "Oh, I know all about this." It's this wishing well. It wasn't always a wishing well. It used to just be a regular well, but then it got old and it got magical abilities. And because it was stuck in this one place all the time, it became bitter. and another synonym for bitter. And what it really wants is mobility. And the dragon's like, oh, okay, well, that explains a little. But how do I clear my name of this murder?
So he the witch said, all right, well, before you can be cleared of this murder, you have to learn to tame the well. You have to learn that it cannot take advantage of the weak-minded, the one-armed man, who, although could have been an amazing instrumentalist, even with his one arm, but in order to clear his name, he has to tame the well to confess that he was not the murderer, and so he goes back to the well.
Okay. He goes back to the well and says, I have been into town. I have talked to Felicia Day the Witch and some of her other podcasters, and I have learned a truth that you are not aware of. You are my real father. And the dragon made his charisma check, and the well believed him. And the well was like, I've done something terrible by having you framed for this murder. What was I thinking? I will put this right.
He will. Sorry, I'm so sorry. So, the well, trying to put things right. Let me see if I can get this in frame. It says very strong. The well, with his very powerful magic of water, wisps up a beautiful spirit figure that commands the attention of the entire town. And he said, and the well says through the spirit figure that it is not the dragon you need to be worried about. I persuaded and made the one-armed man believe that he would get his arm back if he killed this count. And so the people were understandable, but because, you know, the count wasn't really well liked, but it did disrupt the political era. So the people of the town were very much like, I can respect that. We didn't like the count anyways. And
okay, it's a horse. But we also understand that the real culprit is the well. So we're afraid that you have to be punished. We are going to get our strongest horse to come to the well and just empty you out. And that will be your punishment, because we obviously can't hang a well. So that was what they decided, and the horse came, and now we have our ending to the story. Why don't we both do one and see which one fits better? Hey, I got a good one. I'll go first since yours is talking funny. The monster was destroyed, and the farm, which we never mentioned before now, was safe once more. Alternately.
It seems that all my ending cards are in a different location. Can you pick 5 and then I can pick one for you?
So it's either that or no ending at all.
Which ending did you like? Tell us in the comments.
Here's an alternate ending.
And when
when they died, they passed it on to their children.
It's a good story to pass on to anyone.
That's what stories do.
And get weirder and weirder. So, speaking of fun and weird games, Sean, you created a fantastic game called Spire, and it is located on our website. Could you please tell us about your creative thoughts how the programming went for it, how you were able to do this process, and if you could give any clues or hints or ideas for the people who are trying to get through the Spire, the Enchanted Grotto, and that is located on the homepage of the HPL Sci-Fi website.
Okay, I'm going to share a screen real quick if I can. Let's see if it will share. Does it look like it's saying textadventure.co.uk?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is the site that I went to, and I found, like, I'm not a computer programmer. I don't speak the language, but I found that this was incredibly intuitive at first, and then you have to kind of do a little bit of research, but it's supposed to get hard as you go. But this is an online free site that you can use to create text games like the old Zork series. You can also do choose your own adventures, although we can't call it. Did they call it that here? Yes, they do. You guys are going to get a letter.
Desist. Cease.
We'll get into that story a little later on. But we
got Inception here.
Hello. Let me stop sharing. Yay. I'm back. But at this site, you can go in, you just kind of create the map of like the rooms, where you're going to start, what are the exits, and what I do is I created most of the map, and then I went in and started figuring out some of the variables, like what are the puzzles that I want you to kind of figure out? How do you interact with the bear to make him happier?
I'm grumpy.
That was in case anybody's interested in this, I've always secretly wanted to write for the Muppets, and so that was a sketch that if I ever had the chance, I would have written with the character of Bobo. Just because I was just sitting there going, I'm grumpy. And somebody else comes in and keeps trying to cheer him up. And, I'm grumpy.
So if any of you have played or are playing Spire the Enchanted Grotto, you will run into a bear that continually repeats saying, I'm grumpy. And when I played it, kissing or hugging him did not help. He looked quite offended and then said he was grumpy.
Because he is. Some people just want to feel what they feel. And that's a little bit of a spoiler. But yeah, this it was a really exciting experience for me because I was out of my element. And when you accomplish something that you know you're not good at, it feels really good. So I put a lot into it. I am really happy with the way it came out. And I hope you guys will give it a shot and let me know what you think.
Yeah.
And speaking of, you created a game yourself.
I did, and I'm very proud. I'm going to share where you can find it. So it's on the main home page of the SciFi website. Let's see if I can bring that up. Let's see, this one. Oh, there. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of an inception here. I'll bring it over here. So you'll go to the main website, and it'll be online breakout room, and you are tracking down the elusive thief, the wonderful Cameron San Francisco.
A completely original character.
A completely original character.
Not lawsuit worthy.
Not Carmen San Diego. This is Cameron San Francisco. And I had so much fun with it. Surprisingly, I used Google Sites and Google Forms, both for free, both very easily understandable. There are a lot of YouTube videos as well teaching you how to do things. I use the classic Google Sites. I looked at a couple examples of digital breakout rooms, and that helped a lot. And it was so much fun creating. I contacted a couple. So the synopsis, I guess the plot of the breakout room is you have to track down the elusive art thief, Cameron San Francisco, from around the world. And I contacted galleries from Japan, Scotland, some back in Virginia and Arkansas, and they were just so excited to be a part of it and allow me to put their website on our website and credit some of the paintings they have. And it was just so much fun reaching out to global institutions and hearing back from them. When I got the email back from the curator in the Shimane Art Museum in Japan, it made my day of just being able to say, I heard back from the curator in Japan. But I had so much fun. I used Sean and my husband as soundboards for the creative part, and I am so thankful that they were able to bounce ideas back. And that was probably the hardest part. The design was easy. The hardest part was figuring out, all right, how can I say this? What can I say this? And there's one of the witness statements, I needed the letter O, and my husband was like, orthopedic shoes. I'm like, all right, I'll work it in. So that's a little clue as to look at the witness statements. They might help.
But it's awesome that all the museums were into it. I'm not surprised because I don't think you work in a museum unless you're a nerd. And anytime a project like this comes, oh yeah, I'm all for that. It's like one of the things that I've been thinking about as this festival's been going on is what is the nature of a nerd? And it has to do, I think, with the fact that, you know, when you're a kid and you play very seriously. Mm-hmm. And I think nerds tend to be people who grow up still holding on to that aspect of themselves. And so when a festival like this comes around, you're like, okay, well, I'm going to go out, I'm going to spend about $70 on costume materials and I'm going to put something. Because I was thinking about, you know, you didn't have to contact all these museums, but it's such a wonderful element to the breakout room.
It just made me just being able to contact someone across the world was just like, I'm going to do it. I may not hear back from them, but if I do, I will feel happy. But yeah, being a nerd, it's probably one of the best compliments that you can get. I mean, I was raised by nerds. I know I could probably recite the entire Princess Bride movie right here. Sean and I both were a part of a panel along with Jared in the Monty Python. And I think it was either you or Jared that said, if you quote Monty Python, if you say anything like, is it African or European, and you hear someone say back to you, or what is the speed velocity of a fully laden swallow, and if someone says African or European, you know that person will be your friend.
Yeah, I've got like a t-shirt at home. It's just Mario with the 3 pipes, and I wear it around. People are like, awesome shirt, man. Yeah, it starts up conversations with complete strangers.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also wearing my more adorable shirt, which always gets people to be like, because there's a little picture below of, I'll go Smeagol, because he's the other side of the personality of Gollum. He's being very happy. He's got the bright eyes. He's not looking vicious. And he's just holding the ring up, and it's just adorable. And whenever I wear it, I'm just going, delicious! He's just so happy. And then you have the Nazgul rider, who's just kind of so happy, not killing anyone today.
When you were doing the breakout room, what was the whole experience? Was it fun for you nonstop, or was there a point where you're like, I would really rather not be doing this? Or
so with working at home and then working at the library and back and forth for a while due to everything going on, I was working on 3 different computers at one time at once. And because they all had different versions of Word, the formatting would change from computer to computer. And when I realized that, I had to go back to one central computer and do all the witness statements at once. And that was probably it's so just a little thing, but that probably made me the maddest at the entire process. But everything else was just, I had a fun writing. It was so much fun just writing and making little pictures and bouncing off ideas and saying, oh, this will be perfect. And what can I put in this continent and what can go over here? And that was so much fun, but it's just formatting was just so annoying. What about you?
Kind of the same. It's like the first thing I did was I took out a sketchbook and I just kind of mapped out the way the old Zork maps looked, where squares connected to other squares, and say, okay, well, I want you to go here and then have to do something that's on a timing issue here. And if I could have just stopped at that, this would have been a completely happy experience. But then I had to actually make it work mathematically in the context of the game. And I mentioned in the walkthrough, like, if you'd asked me a month ago, like, would I ever do another game like this, I would have said definitively no. But you struggle with it and you get better at it. And then you're like, okay, well, I think I could do that better this way. And it's a lot of problem solving. So it's not smooth sailing, but it feels very satisfying once you know that it works.
And looking at the end product and seeing it polished. And I remember I got to try the beta, and I remember at that point it was still a circle. I'm like, keep going north? Question mark. But it was still a lot of fun because I remember putting in Excel and little arrows of pointing out, where am I gonna go next? Am I gonna go northeast, south, west, and just figuring out, where am I? And that was a lot of fun playing it through and figuring out, all right, the bear is here. Where do I need to go? And just writing down catch fairies. You can't catch fairies. They're not contagious. They're not contagious. And that's probably one of the funniest lines. I mean, every reaction that you have programmed and written in was hilarious. And I hope that we have a lot of people who play it. And I'm sure nerds like us will also enjoy the puns and everything that you put into it.
Well, let's see. We've been going about half an hour. Why don't we try and show one of our videos? Do you have a favorite one that we've done in the past?
Well, I'm always going to be biased. Question. Do you have the Batman with Anthony?
The original one?
Yes.
I've got YouTube pulled up, so let me see if I can share that real quick. All right. I am StreamYard. I don't want to share that. That's okay. Do you see the Batman logo?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, is the sound for the video on?
I hear it. Do you not hear it?
I cannot hear it.
Well.
We might be able to post it in our...
I'm going to stop sharing that then. How'd it look?
So if you were able to watch it, what year is that? What year did that come out, Sean?
What year was that? That was our second year. So I think that was 2016.
So I think you were there when they filmed it. I remember being there, but the person playing Batman, who is wonderful. He's a fantastic person, wonderful librarian, I believe. Is he at Mountain Brook?
He is now.
Fantastic all-around person. He's in a couple of our panels this year as well. He one of the bloopers for that video and just seeing it unfold were some of the funniest times, because I think a sign fell over. Vishal, the person at the desk, kept laughing every time, and Batman was just very well straight-faced throughout the entire each take, and it was just hilarious to watch and not to laugh hard out loud, so that way people could keep the take.
Well, I mean, I feel like we learned who Anthony was because of that shoot. It's like sometimes you don't really know, like, you know, does somebody have a performer streak in them until you just put them in a costume and turn them loose. And Anthony, like, something in him came alive with it. And so that was why we used him the next 3 years, reprising the role of Batman. And we were going to do that forever, but, you know, he got tired of the role, and then he went over to Mountain Brook because he really didn't want to play the character anymore.
Oh, thank you, moderator, for putting the link in the chat for our listeners and watchers. Thank you. So if you are interested in watching one of our previous advertisements for the Sci-Fi Fest, click on the link below in the chat. And like I said, like Sean said, Anthony did fantastic as the role of Batman. As a biased, I enjoyed last year's video as you wrote the song for the Sci-Fi Fest, and I got to play Aurora and sing a version of I Know You to a lyrics about the Sci-Fi Fest, and I had a lot of fun prancing around the library in a princess outfit. And I remember going through my house singing the lyrics over and over and over again.
It's stuck in your head.
Yeah.
Do you want to try and share that one from your side and see if we can hear it?
Let me see if I can. And let's see. While I'm doing that, just as a general reminder, it is 3 o'clock and we have a couple panels coming up. The post-COVID comics panel starts at 3, and you will find it in the comic track. And also, if you haven't been to the Facebook page for the Hoover Sci-Fi Fest, oh, thank you for posting the link in the chat for last year's video. There is the, see if I can find it. The Sci-Fi Fest battle, the super fight bracket this year is villains. If you haven't cast your vote, please cast your vote soon. This is round 3, and it looks like we are having Asajj Ventress versus Bill Cipher, and Maleficent, who is at 100% versus Ronan the Accuser. So if you prefer Ronan, you might want to cast your vote soon. The poll ends in about 23 hours, and that is at facebook.com/HPL Sci-Fi, SCIFI. All right, let me see if I can pull this up.
He's fine, but he's not Maleficent.
This is true. I not to sway anyone's vote, but I voted for the lovely Fairy Queen because she is amazing. Oh, error found. All right, it looks like I may not be able to pull it up because it does not want to be pulled up. But like I said before, our moderator has posted the link in the chat. This is probably one of my favorites, but I'm very, very biased because I am in it. But it was a lot of fun to prance around the library while we were closed and sing songs about the Sci-Fi Fest.
I was amazed that Disney didn't have a shut that one down. I mean, the song is Tchaikovsky, so it's a public domain, but you just never know when
when they might take offense.
Because there's this, I used to do these choose your own adventure that we can't call those anymore. There were choose your own adventure styled programs based on some of the old TSR D&D modules. And I understand they were very nice about it, but they're trying to re-release the books, and they don't want a confusion about which is their product and which isn't. That's completely understandable. But.
What did you call it after that happened?
We called it the former program. It was the last time we did it. I think it was still in the program as that, and we're like, look, can we just do it, and then we won't ever advertise it again. I mean, I guess we could call it like select your personal journey or something to that effect.
All the synonyms for it, but that's a bit. I'm very glad that they were nice about wanting to it, and it makes sense since they were releasing new versions of their own. So if you don't mind, Sean, I would like to talk about some of the pop culture stuff that I've been watching recently.
Absolutely.
So so this is an older show. If you haven't seen it and you love cartoons and anime, currently on Netflix, Avatar: The Last Airbender has been released to Netflix. I have watched it at least 5 times, again, all the way through, and it's something that I grew up with and loved. Again, that's Avatar: The Last Airbender. If you haven't watched it and you enjoy cartoons and anime, it's definitely a good watch. It has strong female characters, both good and evil. It has questions about morality. It's just an all-around good show, and one of the main cast characters has some of the best witty, sarcastic, hilarious lines, and his name is Sokka, and he's probably one of my top 3 characters, but it's definitely Uncle Iroh. And if you don't know who Uncle Iroh is, you need to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. So the second show that I watched was called Russian Doll. It's on a Netflix original. It's, if you've ever seen Groundhog's Day or Edge of Tomorrow, it has that same theme. And it left me with what I consider a good ending of a sci-fi. A little sad, but overall happy and slightly confused. So I enjoyed it a lot. Something else that I watched intermittently was Altered Carbon. I believe it's based off of anime slightly. It's also really good. And then there was one more that I forgot. I don't know. Is there anything that you have seen recently, Sean, that you enjoyed?
Not really anything I think that qualifies for the festival. I've mostly been watching Netflix. Yeah, that's yeah, I got nothing. I have read the Scooby-Doo YA novels that have come out recently, and those were very well written.
That's good. Like with how would you rate them amongst the TV shows that have come out in the recent years?
Well, they're YA novels first, which is there's The Vanishing Girl #1, and then The Dark Deception book 2, and there's apparently going to be a third one coming out next year. So it's a trilogy, and it focuses on Daphne and Velma. These are the stories that I wanted the live-action movie of Daphne and Velma to be, where they focus on the difference in the characters, but how do they manage to get along and solve a mystery. So that's yeah. There are a lot of nods to things like the Hex Girls, and of course the Shaggy and Fred and Scooby make small appearances in it, even though it's not really spotlit on them.
It looks like we do have the Vanishing Girl, Daphne and Velma YA novel #1. It's currently checked out, but the Hoover Public Library does have it. And what was the other title?
It's called The Dark Deception. I don't think that one is in the database.
No. But if you want to read the first one, we have it. But that's really cool that it focuses on the Daphne and Velma and the majority of the story, since you don't really get to see them. You just hear the cliches. You see Fred being the leader of the group, splitting the group up, and then of course the main character, Scooby-Doo, and Shaggy.
And of course, throughout the history of the show, Velma is pretty well defined. So they leave her about like you'd expect her to be a few years before we meet the characters. Daphne has always been a blank slate. Like has a completely different personality depending on what show it is. And so the authors take more creative risks with who is she in this universe. And they start her off as a mean girl and have her trying to come to terms with, why did I become this way? Is it too late for me to go back to being kind? And there's a lot of focus just on the character dynamics, which is what I love out of stories.
That's I know what you mean by her always being a blank slate, because if you go from What's New Scooby-Doo to Mystery Incorporated, Daphne in What's New is very smart. She's always thinking of new ideas, how to get out of situations. Even some of the movies, she's the first person to say, all right, use a little bit of makeup, a touch-up strip. All right, we're out, we're safe. Or we put a battery in water and magnets. All right, we have a fuel source. And of course, that wouldn't work with those proportions in the real world. But she's the first person to do that before Velma. And it's always interesting to see Velma as she's the book smart girl, but Daphne has the solutions in her purse. She always has something in that. And then Mystery Incorporated, she's the I love Fred. And that's pretty much it for the first season. But I love that in the books that they are taking risks with that character, because she could be so much, but she's always considered the pretty girl who gets captured.
It's always nice when the showrunners remember that she's a valuable member of the team.
Mm-hmm.
But let me see. If you like, since we have not advertised this, I could try to bring up a select your personal journey round, and you can see what the first year of that looked like.
Sure. Oh, and while you're doing that, I remembered the show that I intermittently watched. When I was little, I saw Dark Crystal, and it's a very good puppet movie. It's, I think, the first Jim Henson movie with puppetry and no humans. Like, you don't get Tim Curry and whatnot. So, and then I watched the parts of the Netflix prequel. And if you were a fan of the movie, I would check out the prequel and how it was made. And those are two separate things on Netflix. All right. You ready, Sean?
I am. Do you see the screenshot?
S2 White Plume Mountain.
Yeah, these are the really old school D&D modules that I grew up playing and loving them. I'm sure you can track them down at like secondhand stores now, but did you hear that, or did I just hear it?
I think you just heard it.
Okay, that was loud. So just real quick, there's this Australian comedian named John Robertson who does this YouTube game. It's called The Dark Room. And you go in and he's like this crazed dungeon master where it's like, you awake to find yourself in a dark room. And then the options pull up. And why am I in the dark room? Is it why? Because it's dark and it's a room and you're in it. So I saw that, and for this year, the Sci-Fi Festival, I was like, I could do something like that with PowerPoint. So I went back to the old module, and here is Aubrey's run through this. You descend a rusty spiral staircase 100 feet down into a gloomy cavern. The air is warm, humid, and rather foul. The floor is covered in a foot of water with mud underneath. Algae floats on the surface and drapes down from the walls. You can tell this was my first year because I put so much writing into it. Ahead of you, a bedraggled gynosphinx, whatever that is, squats in the water. Before you pass, it says in a booming voice, you must first answer this riddle. Round she is, yet I'm not going to keep. Round she is, yet flat as a board. Altar of the Lupin Lords, jewel on black velvet, pearl in the sea, unchanged but air changing eternally. And this, of course, is a spoiler for the module if you ever get around to it. Is it the moon, the cycle of life, your mom, or my internet provider's terms and conditions?
All right. So I would go with. So obviously, the answer that I want to continue would be B, but I really want to choose D.
Okay. What I did for the first option, it was to get people used to the game where all four of them are going to get you through it. Mm-hmm. So D, oh, you and me both, pal. They lure you in with that first month's free jazz, and then they hit you with the upgrade fees and 2-year contracts. Why don't I cut you a break? You know, fun fact, there's an underground river in this place made entirely from the waters of Lake Bacada. It runs in a perpetual loop. You should check it out.
I remembered why I wanted to pick this one.
The path ahead is open. You've arrived at a sort of pitchfork in the road. There's a path that goes straight ahead, one that veers off to the right, and another one to the left. Which way do you go? To the left, to the right, to the front, to the back?
B.
B, to the right. haven't seen this in years, so I don't know what's it. You follow the corridor to the northeast, where you find a large patch of green slime filling the entire floor of the cavern and stretching back at least 20 feet. Knowing full well that this amorphous creature feeds off flesh, dissolving any that it comes into contact with, how do you proceed? Burn it with oil and a torch, which you happen to have. Fireball it, which you happen to have the spell. Be nice to it, or I don't know.
So my D&D rogue character would probably burn it with oil and torch, or fireball with it. I love all these answers, but I definitely want to go with A.
A, burn it with oil and a torch. You toss a hefty amount of oil at the slime and lob a torch at it. The oil catches fire immediately. Unfortunately, it floats harmlessly on the surface. The slime seeps around your ankles. You waste your final breath on an overused Wizard of Oz reference that only you find amusing. You have died horribly. You got that reference.
Did you know? Okay, sorry, tangent. It didn't do well in theaters, The Wizard of Oz, but it's one of the most known movies ever, I would say. And then the same thing, if you haven't listened to it, listen to As You Wish by Carrie Ells. He talks about how the director said, because Princess Bride also had the same problem where it didn't do well in theaters, but once video stores had it and rented, it became huge. And the director's like, I don't want to be the Wizard of Oz. And someone said, don't ever let anyone hear you say that. It is great to be the Wizard of Oz because everyone can quote the Wizard of Oz. And I would say most people can quote Princess Bride.
Yeah.
I died. I thought I knew the answer because of what the Sphinx told me.
Well, I noticed the second year that I kept making C the correct answer. Because I would do okay, these are the two obviously incorrect ones, and then this is the really sarcastic one that I'm, well, if I take that one, that should be. So then I'd had to consciously break it up some.
Be nice to the slime. Ooh, sorry, another tangent. Video games. If you like playing co-op video games, Lost Castle is a co-op video game. You can play up to about, I think, 4 characters. It's very much if you are the type of person who likes to farm and build up your character. It's an RPG. It is the game for you. It's a lot of fun, and there are these slime creatures that will attack you, and if you get certain weapons, you can summon a slime that protects you from the enemies. Sorry. On that note, have you played any fun video games lately, Sean, besides creating your own?
What more do you want from me? I played through the entire Batman Arkham series over and over because I just think it's so well done. And it's I was reading a recent article on why they are so good, because they get to capture Batman's character and the fact that he is a detective, and the characters do have arcs. So yeah, I never get tired of those. The most recent game that I think I've played was still a few years old. It was Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, how was that?
That was amazing. It was incredibly well written. And there's a sequel coming out, I think, either late this year or next year.
Okay.
But it's set in the future where, I guess I'm giving a couple of mild spoilers here, where humanity was all but wiped out. So it kind of has to get rebooted. Mm-hmm. So you have these people that come up and they live in tribes, but they keep encountering machines from things that we would have been familiar with, and how their philosophy about what these machines are evolves. Mm-hmm. And they're like, okay, well, these are the ancient creators, and technically they're right, but it's not as mystical as they want to make it. Mm-hmm.
Also, the main character, she has like a lot of cool tech going mm-hmm. on, and just I remember seeing like the footpaths of the creatures and how you have to follow them and wait and hide and see what kind of pattern they're making. And see, I've seen a couple playthroughs, but I never actually played it, so it's cool to actually know someone who enjoyed it.
Yeah, Melanie got me hooked on it. And of course, I'm also a huge fan of voice acting, and Ashley Birch is the voice actress for the character Aloy, the lead character in the game, and she is so spot on for what I imagine was hours and hours of recording dialogue.
I believe it. There, with so many games coming out, especially like the new Assassin's Creed, which is very much it has a lot of talk-based games. It has a lot of different small challenges where there's a drinking contest. You have to fight a dog spirit, and the fact that multiple characters have to read so many different lines in reaction to what the person says, and just I can't imagine what the voice actors have to go through with video games.
I know Kevin Conroy loves doing it for the Arkham games because he plays Batman, but he says it's it takes about 1,000 times as long to record all the grunts and the alternate takes and everything for a video game than it does for an episode of the animated series.
That's interesting. Like the fact that it takes so much more than the show. There's a documentary that we have at the library called "I Know That Voice," and it shows a lot of different voice actors. And one of my favorite is the voice actor for SpongeBob's grandmother shows up, and she's so happy because she called up her grandchildren saying, "I got to be SpongeBob's grandmother." I'm like, this is the most wholesome thing. Can you imagine like being able to say, "I am SpongeBob's grandmother"? That is awesome. But being able to say that, I am Batman, or I am the Joker. I mean, Mark Hamill is in so much that besides Star Wars, that you've probably heard him if you've seen Batman, the animated series, or Avatar, or just he's also in regular show, I believe. And it's just these people, they go unseen, but you hear them everywhere. And that's something that pops up on anime where there'll be this character, I'm like, I know this voice.
It was funny back in the 90s, right around the time that Batman the Animated Series came out, Mark Hamill was kind of thought of as, oh yeah, we remember him from, way back 7 years ago when Star Wars was still a thing. And then the animated series came out, and you'd see in the credits Mark Hamill as the Joker, and you're like, the Luke Skywalker guy? Now Mark Hamill has become, he's back in the spotlight as being the nerd that we all wish we were.
Mm-hmm. And he just always, whenever you see him in like posing with fans or going out into the paparazzi or signing something, it looks like he's having a blast, that he's enjoying it and just having fun with life. And I'm happy if that is the case.
Well, he obviously wouldn't be doing it if he didn't love it.
I would hope so. Which brings me to another point. If you haven't listened to The Princess Diarist, which is read by the late Carrie Fisher as her autobiography, it's really good. The best description I can give for it is raw, because it's funny, it's sad, you can hear the emotion and the sarcasm coming out, and it's absolutely wonderful. We do have a copy here at the library. I'm just plugging all the things. But besides the new YA Scooby-Doos, have you read anything fun?
No. How about you? Let me just turn that around on you so I can get out of this.
See, I started reading, so as a failure nerd, when I was really, 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 really little, my dad read The Hobbit. I don't remember it. I never actually read it as I grew up. I was very much a TV kid. Didn't read any books until I got into college. And then I'm finally reading The Hobbit. And it's just like after I remember all the scenes from the movies, and I'm just like, why did they do that in the movie?
Better yet, why did they do the movie?
Yeah, I mean, with the Lord of the Rings movies, they're so fun, they're so fantastical. There's this, like, I mean, yeah, there are differences. There are a lot of differences, but I think one of the biggest parts that I like about the Lord of the Rings movies is the orcs. They're all different, or the Uruk-hai. They're all different. They have different face things going on. They have different kind of styles of armor, different looks. And then when you go into the Hobbit, I think the Battle of the Five Armies, all the CGI elves look all the same. And it's like no prosthetics, no differences. I mean, yeah, they're elves, but can we have a little bit of differences? But that's all to say that I'm finally reading The Hobbit, and I started listening to Howl's.
It is about time because we do have another.
Yeah, that one was really good.
I love the movie and the listening to the audiobook. It's read by an elder woman, so don't listen to it if you are sleepy, because it feels like you're being read a bedtime story by your grandmother. And it's very sweet, and it's such a good listen. But again, listen to it while you're awake, or have something to keep you awake as well. But the movie does it justice, I think.
Again for participating.
Sorry, my mic was muted for a bit. It can pick up everything going on in the room, but for some reason it can't play the YouTube videos.
I can keep going if you want. I can start talking about Ghibli, which we did talk about yesterday with the anime panel. If you haven't seen any of the Ghibli movies, I definitely recommend them. Of course, the top 3 that they're known for are My Neighbor Totoro, which is cute, but there's not a lot going on. It's definitely, I would consider it a kid's movie. Then on the opposite side of the spectrum, Princess Mononoke, which is beautiful, but it's definitely not a kid's movie. And then you have Spirited Away, which kind of crosses the boundaries because it's got a couple of jarring incidences, but it's beautiful. It's a coming-of-age story. And any of the movies, my favorite, again, is Howl's Moving Castle, and it's beautiful, and it's got curses. It's very Disney-like. It's just wonderful.
And if you are an anime fan, we have an anime discussion group.
That's true.
I can probably look up real quick when our next meeting is, but
Friday, August 14th at 7 p.m.
No, I don't have to.
I got you.
But yeah, we go through either Hoopla or Canopy or both if they're on both sources, and you watch the movie on your own time, and then you join us on a Friday night, and we just have a casual conversation about what'd you like, when did this crush your soul, as some of them tend to do.
It was the movie, not Lou Over the Wall, but the one before. A lot of people put it in the same area as Grave of the Fireflies.
Yep, for some reason I am not placing the title, but it was because it was set in Hiroshima during the bombings, so you knew that this was going to be a kick in the gut at some point in the entire movie. I'm like bracing myself for it. Fine, it's like I'm almost to the end of it, and then it got me. I'm like, okay, that ruined my. But it should though, because it's important to go on these journeys and experience these things.
Mm-hmm. I mean, those movies that can do that, especially just make something that you know happened, but actually bring it, I guess, not necessarily relevant to you, but show you, yeah, this happened. And especially in those movies, they do it in a very artistical way, and you get absorbed in the movie so much that you don't want anything to happen to the characters, but like you said, is going to happen.
That was one of the things that we hit on in our panel earlier this week, when cartoons grew up.
Oh, what cartoon? Do you want to talk about any of the cartoons that you mentioned in that panel? No.
No, we were talking about the 2010s and moving forward, and obviously there's been a strong anime influence on a lot of what Americans put out now. But one of the things that we touched on was the fact that mental health has become such a well-discussed topic that naturally works its way into our cartoons. Mm-hmm. And I mentioned the remake of The Grinch, where he clearly has some undefined sort of or undiagnosed disorder that's part of why he is the way he is. And it makes his story so gripping because you see yourself in it and you're like he needs a hug, but I know that's not going to cure everything. Mm-hmm.
You just want to be there for that character.
You want to see that he's going to need a process to get out of this. And mm-hmm. the movie knows how to, I don't want to say push those buttons, but it knows how to tap into that wellspring.
Mm-hmm. As one of, I guess, a cartoon that I need to finish, I absolutely adore it, is Steven Universe. And there's a couple episodes of just figuring out identity. And there's one episode that does tap into the depression of who am I, what has my, I guess, kind of past life / mother did in life that I must now fix. Am I who I really am? Am I someone else? What, I have this so much power, but I don't know how to use it. How do I help my friends? How do I help my family? And it's a really hard episode, but it's one of the most beautiful. And there are one song in it, and it just kind of shows like you don't have to go through this alone. Like someone can be there for you and help you breathe, and then you can also help the other person.
The stories are getting a lot more interesting, I think, where there is so much of an internal struggle. Mm-hmm. The longest time our stories were good versus evil. You knew who the hero was when they defeated the bad guy, then the story ended and everybody threw confetti. And I imagine we're going to get into this some. We've got a panel at 4:00 on female comic book characters in movies called The Feminine Mystique. I think that title was my idea. But yeah, but I mentioned that's we're gonna hit on the topic of the way that it's no longer just point A, point B. There's this whole gray area on a spectrum of you can be good and have something that's really gnawing at you. So you can be partially a hero, partially a villain. You can be both at the same time.
You can be human.
Mm-hmm. And the possibilities are endless once you incorporate that element into it.
Yeah. There's again, I'm going back to Avatar, and one of my favorite characters. She's a very powerful female bender, and you can tell that she is a perfectionist. She is, something's definitely eking at her, and you just see her just go off the rails at the end. Like in one of the last episodes, you just see her have a complete breakdown, and it's just watching it over and over and realizing, yeah, she's not doing well in the entire series. Like she's actually holding together because of a single thread, and once that thread is severed, she just falls apart. And knowing that came out in like the early 2000s, and just rewatching it as an adult and realizing this is pretty dark for Nickelodeon back then. But
I just got the indication from the other staff they want us to shut up. So.
Thanks.
Apparently, they've got to use StreamYard for something else infinitely more important.
Well, we hope you guys had a lot of fun out there listening. And as Sean said, Feminine Mystique starts at 4. You can find that at the TV Media channel. There's also an hour with John Anderson that's also on the TV Media track. Star Trek Picard, also TV Media track. And then the Writers Group, which you'll find in the writing track. But check out Feminine Mystique because Sean is very good at talking about all nerd things.
Except books. And also, we want to say thank you to everybody who's joined us for their virtual festival or who will continue to join us after these videos are posted. We love doing this. We miss you guys. It's one of the highlights of being able to work at a library, is seeing all the costumes wandering around the hallways. So we hope to see you again next year. But in the meantime, thank you for supporting us and joining us and joining with us, and just
thank you for being a nerd and a geek with us.
And thank you for finishing that sentence that I couldn't get out.
And make sure to check out our Facebook page to vote on the sci-fi bracket. This year is villains. And also check out the website, the HPL Sci-Fi website, and check out all the different tracks, Spire, Crystal Grotto, and the Breakout Room. And let us know if you had fun. Because maybe we can see if we can survive doing it again next year.
Or if you didn't have fun and you have a better idea of something that we could do, we'd love to hear that too.
Yeah. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey.
Well, isn't that special?
We're live. How is it? How's it going, John?
Duke, I live and breathe. How are you, man?
Doing well. Well, I'd like to say, for those of you joining us, watching, thank you. Welcome to the Hoover Public Library's Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest virtual. This is our discussion with John Anderson. I don't know about anyone else, but one of my favorite things at a convention is going around through the guest area and the artist area and stopping at the booths and talking with the different people. And one of the ones that I never miss, always have to drop in on, is John.
We've been friends for a long time, man. And, how's Allie doing, by the way?
Doing well. Thank you very much for asking. Yeah.
Your background is far cooler than my background because it looks like you've got some... I'm just sitting in my garage, but my toy area is such a mess. I was ashamed to actually pan that around and show everybody.
See, that's what I was looking forward to seeing.
Is that Sideshows behind you?
Yeah, those are Hot Toys.
It looks like a Quicksilver back there.
Yeah.
Your disgusting amount of Sideshows and my disgusting amount of G.I. Joe stuff.
Yep. Though, to be fair, this is my wife's collection, not mine. So.
Sure it is. Your stuff is her stuff. You should know that by now.
Yay. So, John, you've been doing well. What you been up to lately?
Actually, with Hollywood shut down due to Corona, not a whole lot of anything. But I have been doing audiobook work, so that's pretty cool. We're staying busy.
Awesome.
You can do that at home.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah. So how's the audiobook, the voice work stuff been going for you?
We just had one come out, Lauren Blakely's new book of the What If guy. I had a small role in that as Mr. Measure. That was pretty fun. If you get audiobooks, check that out online. Look for the blooper reel at the end. We did a series of bad pickup lines. Just riffing there after the book was done. So that was a lot of fun. We got Frankenstein coming out with WordPress here in the next couple of months. We'll get that on.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Kyle Hanna and Gene Riley. There's guys working very hard over at WordPress, trying to get it all out there. Shameless plug for WordPress.
Hey, that's
everybody loves the
nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I mean, plus, we this is being hosted by a library, so nothing wrong with that. Books and audiobooks are awesome.
Books. Those things we used to have way back in the day before everybody got the shiny glowy boxes.
Yep.
And most folks would much rather have a actual book than a Kindle or something of that nature.
Oh yeah, there's just something about the tactile feel of the page and turning it and all that. It's that book smell too.
It's kind of comic books. I can't never get behind the digital comic book. That just seems bogus to me.
Yeah.
I want to, or digital movies. I want DVDs. I want to have a big giant rack over there of DVDs and Blu-rays. The kids laugh at me because they're like, "Oh, wow, you still buy those?" I'm like, "Yes." And then the cable goes out, and I'm like, "Now who's laughing?" I have a whole rack I have 2,000 hours of Star Trek down here in this basement. I'm fine.
Yeah. I remember the internet going out a couple months back and my nephew being like, "Oh, well, I'll just watch a movie." It's like, not through streaming. You can come check out the DVD collection.
Not through Netflix, you aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There was always something cool about the DVD collection or the VHS, whatever it was when you were growing up. I guess now it's Blu-rays, but just having a giant mountain wall of movies and films. It's just like, I'm not starving for entertainment by any means.
That's a good thing. That is. I see you're rocking the beard as well now.
Oh yeah. I'm doing the Will Riker for the wedding, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, oddly enough, that was the exact same thing that went through my head. I watched Picard, which I saw last night on our Picard versus the Mandalorian stream. You've seen it as well.
Stan's a hater. Picard is awesome. It was not Berber carpeting. That was shag carpeting. Thank you. He's just hating.
I have to admit, I wasn't sure what side of that debate you were going to be on. I was like, because I know you're very big on both, but I wasn't quite.
No, I mean, yeah. I mean, I love them both. The Trek is way better.
I mean, anything to see Patrick Stewart.
Comments going past of like, how dare you say Star Trek is better?
Well, I'm not saying it's better. That's you. That's
yeah.
you.
You know what always wins the argument for me, or we used to be back in the day before J.J. Abrams and all this new stuff took off, is I didn't have to wait another 30 years to get new Star Trek. Good or bad, I at least had new stuff to watch on TV. I didn't have to wait for George Lucas to come out of the woodwork and tell everybody he had this grand opus he'd been working on for 25 years, and then you go to the theater and it kind of went out like a wet fart. But
or a made-for-TV Ewok movie.
Right. No, I like Star Wars. I think they're both great. But if I had to choose, it's kind of like Bammer and Auburn. I don't care until the Iron Bowl. Watch them both till Iron Bowl weekend, and then the hate flag comes out, and it's all about Roll Tide, and then it gets tucked back away until next November. And then but my daughter just got a full ride scholarship to Auburn, so now I'm all about the War Eagle. War Eagle.
So you're saying your allegiance can be bought? Is that it?
Yeah. Well, yes. If it's tuition for an entire year, yeah, I'm all about it.
No, yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough, man.
You want to be a nurse and go to Auburn? More power to you. War Eagle.
All right. So, aside from the movies and acting stuff, you're also pretty well known. You mentioned earlier talking about collectibles and your toy room. Yeah, you've got a pretty well known GI Joe collection. If I'm not mistaken.
It's gotten past disturbing at this point. It's I'm actually on the other side of this camera. There's actually an aircraft carrier and a bunch of jets hanging from the ceiling, and I'm watching them kind of dangling and going back and forth. I'm like, okay, I wish there was a way I could turn this camera around. I would actually show you that. Hang on a second. Let me see if I turn this around. Okay. Can you see this? Is there GI Joes over there?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see some GI Joes.
Okay.
Okay. That's where you set it up.
Right. There we go. There's some toys over there.
Oh wow, that is impressively displayed, my friend.
There we go. We're going around the room there. Star Trek, more Joes. It's terrible.
I'm envious. This is the extent of it. Kind of this little corner right here.
There's just piles of toys on the table. I haven't even gotten to this stuff yet.
Yeah, I see some Tron.
The Tiger Force. Oh yeah, there he is. There's Flynn. So yeah, there's Joes everywhere. It's kind of, I need help. That's no bueno. I'm getting married. I gotta stop this.
Yeah. Though, speaking of needing help, I heard there was a Snake Eyes issue that occurred.
With the movie or with the toys? Kelly must have been telling you about Target and my disdain for Target. With new GI Joes coming, they did a pre-order that sold out in literally 30 seconds. I did get a Snake Eyes though. Here we go.
Oh, okay, you did get him. Nice.
I have a Snake Eyes. This is not the rare one. Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Here's a Snake Eyes out of the box. Very cool toys. Yes. So Target boned us on the pre-orders on their exclusive figures. So now the hunt is on. So if you're out there in Facebook land and you have access to a Target, call me. I need Joe. I'm not a weirdo. I don't need like 50 of them. I just want one.
How many Cobra soldiers is it that you have?
Stop counting after I don't know. I think I have over 2,000 Joes.
I'm talking about the little Cobra foot soldiers.
Right. Yeah. I've lost count. It's just I haven't really had. I need to get them out. They're actually all sitting here in boxes because there's just so many of them. I had to pull the car back in the garage at one point. So
okay.
They're in
That's
here,
fine.
but
So-
yeah, I stopped when you get hit like 1,000 plus. You just stop counting, and I still buy them. If I'm at a Comic-Con or something and I'm rolling past, they got a bin of them. Like, okay, yeah, it's on. Nail Lobra.
So because they're in the boxes, no little battlefield recreations.
No, not currently. If people go to my Facebook page or Instagram, I'm sure there's plenty of pictures on there. I do take pictures of my Joes. And what I've been buying here lately, these are cool. I've been buying these. These are Dime Novel Legends. I don't know if you guys have ever seen these, but these are little Cowboy Joes.
Oh wow, I hadn't even heard of those. Wow.
Here you go. Here's another one. Here's like the Vigilante.
Let's say, is that like the Lone Ranger there? Or?
He's not the Lone Ranger.
Okay.
He's a vigilante.
Okay.
But I'm really digging these. Here's a sheriff.
So you've got that looks like Kurt Russell from Tombstone and Lone Ranger, but just changed enough to not be.
Right. They're not. They're Dime Novel Legends.
Okay.
Those are what I'm playing with right now. Those are from Chicken Fried Toys. You should check out their website. They got a lot of cool stuff.
Oh, okay.
Gee, now that there's
out.
no Little Joes to be bought right now, I'm going to buy Cowboys and Indians instead.
Oh, so have they? Now I had heard that they were doing like a new like re-release.
They're retro figures, but not really. They're re-releasing figures from about 3 years ago in retro packaging, and those are cool too. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna buy all that crap too. It's like, wait a minute, that's the same Hiss tank that I bought like 6-7 years ago, but I have 6 of them sitting right there on the shelf. I need another one. They have another Hiss tank.
Another aircraft carrier. Make them fight.
Don't say that. I'm probably going to get another aircraft carrier. Kelly doesn't know it yet, but someday. I need a Cobra carrier. For the other side.
There you go.
All right. What else do we buy? We buy He-Mans. Gotta love the He-Man figures.
Okay, is that the old school ones or the re-releases that they did?
No, these are the redos. These are cool as heck.
Okay.
Though. These are Super 7, I guess, or Mattel Matty Collector.
Oh, wow.
I mean, how can you not like those? Yeah, it's not just Joe stuff. We'll buy a little everything. Here we go. And you got to have some Hulkamania.
Yeah. Hulk out.
All right. All right, man. Way cooler wrestler. We'll do Ric Flair instead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is just stuff laying around the desk. And of course, the Tron figure you saw laying there.
Yeah, I have to say, getting.
Go ahead.
Do what? I was gonna say that spread that we got of the whole room definitely gives I think a sense of it. Because last night watching the Picard versus Mandalorian, I'm like, wow, is he just in like a tiny little garage room? No, it's like a big area you're in. Okay.
Right. It's like one of those unfinished basements with a garage. And this is where I get exiled every day. Kids don't want to watch that. The kids don't want to see Star Trek. They don't care about Mandalorian. Just go to the basement and be a nerd.
But I mean, Mandalorian's got Baby Yoda. That's good for all ages.
That is true. The kid does love my stepson does love Baby Yoda. He's awesome. I actually stole one from him just because I wanted to have one down here for when we were talking.
Nice.
Make sure I wasn't biased and didn't have any Star Wars stuff. Because, Picard was so much better than the Mandalorian.
But Picard doesn't have toys.
I'm hoping Stan is watching me.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he might be knee deep in a Picard discussion right now. I can't remember. It might be a comic one, maybe. Avengers Assembled. I can't remember.
I was going to say, he expressed his love for the series so much last night that he probably had to go do a second panel today to tell us how great it was.
Yeah, no, I knew immediately what side he was going to be on in that conversation.
There's a little Picard for you right there.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's about Joe size, isn't it?
Yeah, there's the old
A
Duluth
little smaller,
stuff.
maybe. Yeah.
He's toys.
Like first
Toys
couple
are cool.
seasons. Yeah.
Right.
So question for you with your setup and when you do the voice recording, is that something you do like in-house, or is there like a recording area like isolated or something somewhere that you go and do that?
No, I've been going to a studio and doing it. I'm sure there are ways.
Okay.
As I do more of it, I will probably invest in that stuff to make it faster and cheaper. But right now, I've been going to like Boutwell or down to Alabaster, Gene Raleigh's place, and WordPress has a little place down there. So
okay, cool. I didn't know that was down there. I
I
know there's a few. Yeah, I know there's a few recording areas in the Birmingham Metro, but yeah, I didn't know there was one in Alabaster. That's
sure. One right here in Homewood called Boutwell. It's pretty good.
Oh, so that's where you are now.
What's that?
I was just saying, Homewood, that's where you are now.
Right. No, I don't live here. Great.
Sorry about that.
No.
All right. So, let's see. Anything else you've been up to? Interesting encounters. So there's always, I don't know. I feel like there's always a good John story somewhere that I haven't heard or that people haven't heard.
Well, yeah, it's usually there is, but I'm trying not to leave my house. I just, this is where I keep all my stuff. I'm just not interested. There should be a horror movie I did coming out soon, like a direct-to-DVD horror movie called Deadlines. That'll be kind of fun. I did that last year. I need to actually call and check on that. Most of this stuff right now is just dealing with wedding stuff. We're getting ready to get married. And,
congratulations, by the way. I don't think I've said that officially on the broadcast.
Right. Well, there you go. Well, I was going to try and guilt you on the broadcast and ask you why you haven't responded to that yet, because he was invited, kids. I don't know what he's.
I actually was speaking to Kelly last night, and I have the reminder card right when I walk in the door and go to put my keys down, so it's always there every day, yelling at me,
staring you in the face,
that I need to take care of it. So I and there was part of me that was like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait till the stream. I want to see if he'll bring it up.
Yeah, I did. I am. I'm goading you.
Did. I should not have doubted that.
No, that's fine. What have you been up to, man? What are you watching? What was your take on the big Picard Mandalorian debate? Are you a Star Wars guy? I guess. I mean, that was my whole thing yesterday. I was trying to explain that I love them both. And I could nitpick the heck out of both of them for different reasons. But, I mean, it's kind of, again, Alabama or Auburn. It's all good until you come right down to it, till that one weekend. But I enjoyed them both.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they both had their ups and downs. A slow episode here or there or something in the story that made me go. But honestly, I enjoyed Picard. I hung on to my CBS All Access so I could watch Twilight Zone. I started growing this because I was like, you know what? I've always wanted a Riker beard, so let's go for it.
Right. My thought is that when this blows over and I return to doing Comic-Cons, I can sell strands of my stud beard, like John Frakes, for money at the show.
Does he really do that?
I don't know. There was just an old joke. I can't remember if it was might have been Mad Magazine, like years ago, had a joke about Frakes selling strands of his beard at cons, just like Riker's beard. The worst story I'd ever heard. The worst one I'd ever heard was John Delancey was doing a Comic-Con and he had a head cold and he was blowing into a Kleenex and some fan ran up to the table and grabbed it and ran off screaming he had the Q virus now. And I was like, that's a little too far.
Just a little bit. Yeah,
it's kind of entertaining for us, but it's gross for him. I mean, that's
yeah. I actually met him though. He's a nice guy.
Yeah. Delancey's a really good dude. But
that's a little too far.
Yeah. I don't know if Jonathan Frakes has ever done that, but it seems funny to me. Like, and there's probably like people out there that would buy it.
Well, I'm sure there's a counterfeit one out there on eBay somewhere. If not,
I hope
the genuine article.
I hope I'm never famous enough to you know, these are his shaving cream mess after he left the hotel room.
Yeah, no.
Ren and Stimpy had an episode on it. Do we remember? Was Ren and Stimpy dated? Is that, remember the yak that would come at Christmas and take your filthy shaving scum out of the thing?
They had a brief comeback, I believe.
Yeah,
briefly.
Right. Yeah, it's like,
and,
like
you know,
a lot of those 90s cartoons.
Oh yeah, yeah, and most things are on streaming now, and people are watching The Simpsons, and The Simpsons has like a couple Ren and Stimpy jokes thrown in there. So,
right. Well, the mouse has them up on Disney Plus now, right? Isn't Simpsons part of the Disney family now?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Didn't they add that? They had to cut a couple of episodes off, but yeah, essentially the entire run of like what is it, 30 seasons of The Simpsons?
Yeah,
and still
I've made it to season 8 or 9, I think. Pretty much every day I've had it running. So,
are you just binging through every episode of The Simpsons?
Yep. I'm finding that yes, Simpsons did it.
Yeah, right. Simpsons did it. South Park, Simpsons did it. But yeah.
Well, for anyone just joining us, if you have any questions for John, feel free to leave them in the comments. We'll be getting around to those. Yeah, John. Let's see, I've got a list of James Lipton-esque questions for you if we need it. Sure. If we need them.
Do it.
Okay. What is your favorite word?
No comment. We're trying to keep this.
That's a good phrase. Right? It's a good phrase.
Right.
Okay. What about your least favorite word?
Also, couldn't be said over the.
Okay. Good to know.
It's filthy.
What's your favorite sound?
I'm sorry, but every time somebody farts, I have to laugh. That's you know, I know it's gross, but it's like you did it, not me. Yeah, right.
Fair point. What about you? A sound that you hate?
Chalkboard. The fingers on the chalkboard.
Nails on a chalkboard. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Where would you like to live?
Right now, Tokyo. And my fiance thinks I'm nuts, but I've always wanted to go to Japan. I think I'd be like a giant among men there.
I mean, you're
pretty
like tall anyway.
So like, yeah, I'm like 6'8", so I think I would just tower over the entire country like Godzilla. It'd be awesome.
Any like anything in Tokyo that you're like, that's what I would want to hang around? Or
not really. I always want to see Gundam Mall. That'd be pretty rad. And I'm sure the countryside's awesome.
Yeah.
I just want to go to Japan. Or New Zealand. That'd be the next second runner-up. I actually had a job almost in New Zealand.
Really?
Before Corona hit, I had a movie part come up in New Zealand, but it got furloughed because, yes, nobody's traveling there right now. That's all right. We'll get them on the next one. It's horror. Yeah. There's always room for a mutant in horror.
Okay, here's an either easy or hard one. Your favorite heroes in fiction?
Magneto.
Magneto. Okay, Magneto.
Some
was
people
right.
would debate that he's the villain. I disagree. I think he's the hero. You know what though? That's the funny thing is most of the villains that I love are like the hero to me. Like Roddy Piper. He was the bad guy supposedly, but he was the anti-hero. But yes, Magneto's one of those guys that I would say yes, because he's a hero because he wasn't bad because he was just trying to kill everybody on the planet. He just thought he was right, and he had a different way of going about it from Xavier. And probably a more violent way, sure. Sure. But that being said, I think Magneto was a good guy.
All about perspective.
And I guess in comic books he has been. Yeah, right. It depends on which side of the coin you're standing on, I guess. If you're a mutant, you're probably like, heck yeah, Magneto in the house all day. But Magneto's always been my favorite anti-hero villain in fiction, I think.
Oh, that's
always like I said, even Like, I've always had a thing for the bad guys. I mean, it's just like even
I mean,
in the
I like
80s,
the
at
bad
the height
guys
of
too, so-
Hulkamania. At the height of Hulkamania, I knew he sucked. Rowdy Piper was the man. Or if you were watching the Four Horsemen, the bad guys, Ric Flair. Woo,
Oh
you know?
yeah.
Ric Flair was the man.
God, man, I remember that. That was. I feel old now.
We're all old. Like I remember watching Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan on a WrestleMania 3 with my granddad years and years and years ago. And it still holds up. Still fun. Wrestling.
Yeah. Let's see. What is your favorite color?
Red.
Red?
Red all the way.
Any particular reason or just red? Just red.
I don't know why. Purple's probably second.
Okay.
No, I don't know one.
What profession other than your own would you like to attempt?
Astronaut.
Astronaut?
Sure.
I mean, they're privatizing space travel, so
That's it. That's, you know, and I think that's my bucket list dream is to see the Earth from space once in my lifetime. I want to see like
the
that,
final
the
frontier,
curvature
right?
of the planet. Right. Nothing more complex than perception.
Okay. What profession would you not like to do?
School teacher. Those people.
Really?
No, I don't know. I'd probably like to be a teacher. That'd be fun. That's a hard job, though, man. So I give it up to those guys and gals.
Yeah, they are the front lines of everything. I
know how I was in grade school, so I wouldn't want to be that.
You know, I was either a really good student or that kid that I'm sure every teacher hated to see walk into the room. So my hat off to every teacher.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I had some really great ones too, but I was real terror. So I feel bad now, but then it was kind of funny. This is funnier now looking back.
Yeah, I actually ran into an old teacher from high school, and I got to apologize to her for being such a terrible student.
Well, luckily I moved around a lot, so there's no way I'm ever gonna. Well, look at that eBay notice. Did that come across on the?
Oh.
Like I had an eBay sound go off. I'm like, I really hope that didn't go off on the video here.
I mean, I didn't hear it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Was it an alert saying the snake eyes? Someone selling the snake eyes or Riker?
That's actually probably exactly what it was. It's just like you've been outbid again.
Oh,
I need to go make some more money, so make some more movies, so I can start bidding on more stuff. No, I've actually kind of curbed the collecting quite a bit over the last few years. So you got to be more selective.
Yeah. Well, the last in the 10 was one I just kind of off the cuff because there's always that one like weird question. If time travel were viable, do you think you could have pre-ordered that Snake Eyes?
Yeah, if I sat there and watched it for a year and I didn't do it, so now I'm just mad at myself. That was my fault. Don't get me wrong.
No, I mean, stuff like that sells out real quick. I get it. I've been there plenty of times.
If you had time travel, would you go forward or backward?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. If you went backward, where would you go?
I don't know that I'd want to go backward. Probably want to go forward.
Yeah, I think I'd definitely go forward. As long as I could come back to now, I'd totally be all about it.
Well, I figure if you're going forward, you would eventually reach a time where there was time travel that could go backwards.
Right. Yeah, one would think. I mean, you're going to take the Enterprise around the sun or whatever, like there was a bird of prey or something in Star Trek. But
yeah, exactly.
Am I the only other person alive am I the only other person here that is excited about Bill and Ted 3? I mean, is this not the greatest thing that's happened in cinema in like 10 years?
Oh no, I'm excited. As a matter of fact, I believe at 5 p.m. our time, shortly after we've wrapped on this, is the Comic-Con Bill and Ted panel. Though you shouldn't do that. You should watch that on the replay.
And watch the Hoover Sci-Fi Fest.
Exactly.
panel instead.
Exactly.
Bill and Ted's still going to be there tomorrow. Trust me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's one of the worst things about COVID this year is there's so many great movies coming out. You had Ghostbusters coming back. You had Bill and Ted 3 coming back. Doesn't look like we're going to go to theaters back in time for that either. This would be the time to me that if I was like a drive-in theater owner, like you should be banking and cleaning up right now, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm actually like I know there's been talk about more drive-in theaters as a I guess way of trying to keep the movie theater thing going. But I'm surprised I haven't seen more traction on that.
Right. You would think that, well, I guess a lot of these business owners are probably waiting to see how long this thing's going to last. And then, make sure it's not like a fad where 100 million drive-ins pop up and then they're all out of business in a year because everybody went back to the air conditioning.
Well, I don't know. I grew up with the drive-ins. I miss the drive-ins. That was the thing to do in Tucson.
That's it.
That was the only thing to do in Tucson.
You lived in Tucson?
Yeah, we have this conversation pretty regularly. Yeah, we actually I think lived there at the same time.
Right. I think we have mentioned that before, oddly enough. But yeah, man, that's I remember going to the double features, man. I think the first one I went and saw was like Police Academy and like what was the other? I can't remember. Maybe then it was like The Rocketeer or something.
Oh,
that's how old I am.
Yeah. That was I guess the test.
Hello? Did I lose you? Hello?
Footage for
Yeah, there you are. Kind of.
Oh, can you see me?
Hey. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That was weird. They'll give me a connection alert, so I don't know. Maybe my internet decided to get spotty for a second.
It did.
Oh,
it's
okay.
about to rain and the sky's about to fall out here. So.
Oh yeah, I kind of see it out the window here. Yeah. But yeah, no, Rocketeer, that was kind of the test footage almost for the Captain America First Avenger movie.
Oh, really?
With, it was the same director did it.
Really?
So
I had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, when I saw him listed as, leading that film, I was like, oh, this is going to be great. I love the Rocketeer. And he's going to have, like, money and backing to actually kind of push that feel.
It's kind of strange too because it's one of those franchises that you would have thought would have taken off, or they would have done more of them, but it was kind of a one-off and gone.
Oh yeah, especially back then. That was kind of the I guess Indiana Jones lull.
Well, it's kind of funny because I just think of like Disney Plus was smart. They would start going retroactive with these older franchises and start putting them on the channel as a mini series or a TV series.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I know. Was it Jordan Peele wanting to do Gargoyles?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised to see
another animated series.
Oh, I think he was talking like live action.
Oh, that'd be even cooler.
Yeah, right.
You get Marina Sirtis to come back and play Demona.
Oh yeah,
Keith David just to do the voices for the thing. You just get stop motion actors to play this stuff.
Oh yeah. If you could be a gargoyle, which one would you be?
Oh, Goliath, man, he was the cool one.
Goliath? Oh yeah, he was the cool one.
I can't really.
I would like to think.
I just remember those two.
I would like to think Goliath, but I'm sure I would just end up being like what was it? Bronx, the little one.
That's
Right.
Lexington. I got corrected. Lexington.
Okay, yeah, I can hear. Yeah, my gargoyles knowledge is not as such as that I could be commenting on. I remember those two specifically, but there's a lot of obscure. That one really didn't kind of get into that top 10 of old cartoons of the 80s. I think it's really kind of a, He-Man, Thundercats, G.I. Joe, Transformers. I don't know, Sectar's on that list. Those were cool. Super Friends would be in there, I guess.
Oh yeah, well, okay. I don't know that I would include it in that list. I was never a big Super Friends.
Super Friends, that was more like 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a little bit older. I think that was around the time of the Spider-Man one.
Right, and it's Amazing Friends.
Not the good 90 ones. That one. The Spidey Copter and all that craziness.
Yeah, Firestorm. Was it Firestorm or Firestar and then Iceman or something like that?
Yeah.
Actually, I thought the 90s Spider-Man cartoons probably one of the best representation they ever did. It was a great cartoon series.
Yeah. No,
it got a little funky with Madam Web stuff toward the end, but it was all in all a really great series.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, with the comics that came out around that time, that was kind of the thing. So it was like they were trying to tie more into the comics with it.
Right.
As far as like lining up storylines and stuff.
The other show I thought they should bring back now that Disney Plus owns is the original X-Men animated series. I thought that was probably about as awesome as it's going to get.
I think it's on there.
Yeah, it is on there, actually.
Yeah, in fact, you can even your little profile pictures. You can pick out the '90s X-Men characters. I've got Gambit as mine because of course. But yeah, I honestly would not be surprised to see a revival on that.
So that's there's a lot of controversy behind that cartoon series. But if you have a chance, in an Amazon account, look for Eric Lewald, who was one of the writer and producers on that show, and he wrote a book called Previously on X-Men.
Really?
And it's all the behind-the-scenes stuff with Fox Kids and Marvel, and like how hard it was to get that show to production and get it on the air, and all the little secrets and characters they weren't allowed to use, but they would slip them in there anyway, just to see censors or anybody would notice. Just like it's great stuff.
Nice. Yeah, I want to say
you'd have that one little cameo of Strong Guy or something from the X-Force. Like, hey, wait a minute, why is he in there?
Yeah, just hiding in the background.
Right, they'd have like 30 mutants, and there's random guys hanging out in the background there.
Yeah, I want to say there was what was it? Netflix did a shows that made us.
Yes.
And I think they had a bit on the X-Men cartoon series, didn't they?
It might have been on the Toys That Made Us. They talked about it, I think, because they were talking about Marvel figure. Did they do a Marvel figure episode? I can't
remember.
The Movies That Made Us came on there. They did the Die Hard. I think it was like Christmas, Home Alone, and Dirty Dancing or something. Yeah, I can't remember. Great show, though.
I remember, and I could be remembering a book, and just it was that vivid in my head. But I remember reading or seeing a thing that was like the behind the scenes of all that. And I don't think I was reading previously on X-Men, but maybe I was.
You know what it was? It was probably Ben Saban, the Power Ranger episode, because Saban Entertainment was, I think, handling all that. That's right. Yes. Them trying to produce the X-Men cartoons.
Yeah, but I think you're right. That sounds Yeah,
that's a show and series that I can't believe is still around after all these years. The Power Rangers are still hanging in there and making a huge comeback here lately.
Oh yeah.
Were you a '90s kid? Were you a Power Rangers guy?
Oh yeah. When they re-released the Dragon Dagger, that was like a childhood. That was the toy that got away. So yeah, when they re-released it, I snagged that up so fast.
I think a lot of these toy companies like Mattel or Hasbro or, who are Super 7 remaking a lot of this stuff, it's like they realize we've all grown up and gotten jobs and we can afford this stuff now. So let's crank it back out again and triple price it.
Yeah.
Like, $30 He-Man guys again, it's just come on, man. I remember when you were like $2 back in the day, bro. Like, what happened?
Just
inflation.
Really, really fancy Barbie-sized action figures.
They're not dolls. They're action figures.
No, they're not. That's right. In fact, there was a panel last year, I believe, with a title to that effect, wasn't there?
Mm-hmm.
What, at Hoover? Yeah, I think there was. It's not a doll. Yeah. It's an action figure.
That's right.
We don't play with dolls. I'm a big advocate too for opening up all the toys and playing with them.
Oh yeah. If you want to keep it in the package, get a second one for that.
Yeah, they haven't quite made it out yet. Not all of them. I'm working on it. I have so many toys that I've bought over the last 6 months. You think I would have time already to go through all this stuff, but I didn't.
Been too busy rewatching Star Trek.
No, it's actually on in the background there.
Oh, okay. Here
you go. These I thought were pretty cool. Hang on a second. Like when Walmart redid these, man, the original Ghostbusters figures. I had
wow.
all over these guys too.
Wow,
These were fantastic.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Again, still just haven't gotten around to messing with it yet. One of these days, here in the next hour or two, maybe I'll do that this afternoon. Kind of sitting here in the basement, looking at all this mess. Like I need to really probably put this stuff away somewhere.
Let's see. If I remember right, you've got a Stump the Trekkie thing coming up later today.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to be embarrassed on that one. I think Mark Adam Miller's on that, or is Joe? Yeah, is he coming back again? Joe Crow.
I think he is. I can definitely double check and see what he's if that's where he's landed.
It's one of those things. If we were just standing here in my basement watching Star Trek, I could tell you anything, the episode, when it aired, what day it aired back in 1987, but once you get it, it's like that millionaire game show thing. It's like once you get put on the spot, you get that brain fart. It's like I can't remember what it was. So hopefully I won't embarrass myself too badly.
Okay, well, actually, if you don't mind, I wanna hit you up with one.
Sure.
Because it would probably solve a debate that's been going on in the household, and neither one of us is really that level. How many two-part, or were there any two-part episodes in the original series?
Oof. I can't remember. I don't know. I'm more of an X-Gen guy, so.
Okay.
I want to say there was at least one.
Yeah, that's where the debate rolls in as to whether or not there was more than one.
It's like City on the Edge of Forever. Was that a two-parter? Can't remember.
See,
now I'm gonna have to go back on.
That's where we get fuzzy.
It's on CBS All Access now. I guess you could just go cycle through the chapters of all the seasons and find out.
Yeah.
Where it's 1 and part 2.
Oddly enough,
was the Cage in two-parter? Yeah, it isn't like it was like 30 years ago. Everybody's again got the glowy box. You can get on Google and find out anything in a matter of seconds. It's
yeah. Well, there actually have been studies.
81 points in a game. No, he didn't.
There actually have been studies that show that being able to web search things, our brains have kind of rewired how we remember things. So now we remember how to find the answer.
If I asked you right now to call Allie on her cell phone without looking it up, could you tell me the number? Your own wife.
I believe I could.
Do you really? Okay, well, hey, kudos to you. I couldn't tell you I couldn't tell you my mom's phone number. I could.
It does stare me in the face every now and then.
Half the time.
Well, I did have
really
to
write some down.
Well, yeah, no, you got the phone, you program it in, and that's it.
Yeah, then you just forget about it, man.
Yeah. Then you have to argue with your phone when you're trying to find someone in your contact list. That actually happened to me last night, trying to text you that link. I was like, well, where is he? I forgot I had you under a code name. So
yeah, I usually do that on my phone too, especially if it's somebody of any act. I don't want somebody find my phone and be like prank calling my mother or something with it. But yeah, everybody's got kind of a bogus nickname, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I called him this thing or that.
All right. Well, as it's the time is a ticking. Is there anything you got coming? Anything you wanna share, plug, or?
Like I said, it's been kind of a dry 3 months here. I just want everybody to be safe, man. Wear your masks, wear your gloves, and we'll get over it, and we'll get back to normal. Next year, we'll rejoice and come back to Hoover Sci-Fi Fest at the actual library.
Oh yeah,
and see things in person, actual books. You know, it's funny. I have a bizarre, strange. How long have you been working at the Hoover Library? It's been a hot minute, hasn't it? Why are you running the place by now?
No, that's other people. I couldn't handle that much responsibility.
You're like, I don't want that. You don't need that action in your life, right?
No. I greatly respect the amount of things that they go through and do. They are fantastic. But I'm getting close to 15 years now, which definitely beats my my Blockbuster record. So that's, you know.
I've been going in there for forever and a day. When I lived by myself in Trust Vegas and I had no money, that was where I pretty much survived, by going to the Hoover Library and bumming movies and borrowing videos and books and comic books. Y'all had graphic novels too, which was super cool.
Oh yeah, we got a huge collection now.
Yeah, and I was like a national. I didn't have cable or internet, so like I'm like a National Geographic, like Nova junkie, like PBS documentary junkie. So yeah, you guys had this like massive spread. I remember going in there like at least twice a week to rent movies or rent a book or something.
Oh yeah, I love going through our documentaries every now and then. We got some good ones.
And in the kids department, you had all the cartoons we were talking about today, like on DVD. So there you go.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, what's my show this weekend?
It's pretty much, if it's one of those older cartoons, it's there.
That should be its own section now, the nostalgia cartoon section.
You know what? Every now and then we do a little the spinning rack display of like the old school, the retro cartoons and stuff like that.
Right. No Turbo Teen on there though, huh? Do you remember Turbo Teen?
I don't think so.
Wow. Okay.
I have a vague. That sounds familiar, and I'm
the guy who would eat like a hot pepper and turn into a red Corvette. I mean,
that's right. Oh wow.
Yeah.
I don't remember the pepper part, but I remember turning into a car. Wow.
Right. Yeah. He would turn into like a red Corvette. And they'd have to douse him with like a fire hose or something, or a bucket of ice water to get him to turn back into a human again. But
yeah,
as Stan Lee told me once, ask not these questions. So don't try and figure out the why part. Just enjoy the fact that it is. That's not
fair enough.
Questions.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, it's, I mean, like Inspector Gadget, if you put too much thought into, you know, the helicopter blade coming out of his head, that's a bit maddening, so.
Well, it did fold up. I mean, it wasn't nearly as bad as like Wolverine's claws. Like, how does he bend his wrists, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Well, if the claws are sheathed, then how does he bend his wrist, yeah? That's not these. How does Batman keep all the bat guano off of his stuff? That's not these questions. He lives in a cave full of bats. One old man in a dustpan is not going to cut it, man. That would be like a full-time gig for somebody.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Yeah. I think that. I mean, unless you've got anything else.
No,
definitely.
It's just fun talking about a chat.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully we'll do it again if he shows up to the wedding, guys.
I'll be there. I will be there.
Yeah, I know. I'm teasing you, man. I know you got stuff going on.
But yeah. And I have to say, my hope is that this would be like like someone stepping up to the booth and getting to hang with you. And this, I think definitely felt like that.
I'm one of the more approachable cats at a con. You could come up to a booth at any given moment. We're talking about something random, Star Trek or a toy or a comic book, something like stupid Turbo Teen cartoon from like 1980 that nobody remembers. That's kind of my whole bag. Uber nerd.
Definitely.
So I guess, man, live long and prosper. I've adopted the Vulcanitic instead of shaking hands. That just makes more sense to me.
Yeah, that's and what's there's peace and long
Peace and
life.
long life.
Yeah,
yeah. Live long and prosper,
and also with you.
That's right. Was that
Right. Well, yeah, I think that about gets us. I'm not. Let's see, Justin.
Woohoo!
Dramatic.
There you go. Avengers Assembled panel. Who are we waiting on?
Hello.
Is this everybody?
Can you hear us okay, David?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. I think you got a little bit of feedback going.
Headphones are good, David.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, we got it going now. I heard it again.
All right,
Are you getting feedback from me as well? I can go get some headphones.
I don't think we're getting feedback from you, Scott.
You sound fine, Scott.
Yeah.
Well, all right then.
What's up, Joe?
Hello.
Yo, Crow. Hadn't seen you in a while, Joe.
I know. What's it been? 20 minutes?
I feel this is the entirety of our relationship now.
Yeah, agreed.
Entirety of a lot of relationships now.
Okay, so we're waiting on David and who else? Oh, okay. That may have been it. For some reason, I thought there was a couple of people. More.
Stan, I got to say, I just now watched about the first 10 minutes of Picard versus Mandalorian. And I was watching it, and this was how I was looking while I was watching it. And I'm like, Joe is like this.
Yeah.
And Stan's got a folding chair just beating all the other panelists.
Look, in context, the context of it is, here's John Anderson, and I already know Mark Adam has a problem.
Right.
So I just wanted, I didn't want this to be a contested election. I wanted people to walk away knowing what had happened.
It was a beatdown. It wasn't pretty. I loved it. That's exciting.
Yeah, that was more show. We just had a Picard panel, and that was a discussion. I never once went to yeah. When is the two-gun kid going to be an Avenger?
1977.
That's Alan Pinion asking that in the comments.
Okay, well, yeah, I posted on my American Sci-Fi Classics track page that the first person to mention the two-gun kid would get a prize. And I said the prize does not involve two guns or kids.
That's safe. Safe.
Even in lockdown, you still got it, Joe.
I still got it, baby.
Okay, we're all here, right?
Sure.
Well, okay. Well, let's start. Joe, you tell them who you are.
All right. Well, I, along with most of the awesome people on this panel, we love the Avengers, and we together wrote a couple of books a few years ago, detailing how much we love the Avengers and how awesome the Avengers are, and also Mr. Van Plexico and Scott and Dave before me ran. It's still out there. AvengersAssembled.net is the biggest fan page about the Avengers on the interwebs.
The book.
And yeah, right there. And but we dig this stuff. We love talking about it. We wrote books about it, and the Avengers are cool. So there you go.
And Mr. Van Allen Plexico?
Yes. I guess, who am I? Who am I? Why am I? I was the founder back in the fall of 1995 of AvengersAssembled.net, which is in its 25th anniversary year right now, and how I met three of these other ne'er-do-wells, and we made an Avengers mailing list out of it, and as Joe said, we've done books, and we've all just kind of been hanging out together online or in person for 25 years now, talking about the Avengers.
Mr. Scott King, Scott Harris King. There you go.
That's me, Scott Harris King. As Van mentioned, I'm a big Avengers fan from way back in the day.
We met on the Avengers Assemble net and the Avengers mailing list. My first issue was 256, and I immediately fell in love with the team and put together a full run of Avengers by the time I finished high school, which I think is probably a lot harder to do now than it was in the 80s.
Wow.
And these days, you can find me on YouTube as the Classic Comic Collector. I also do a podcast about classic comics called the Classic Comic Forum Podcast. And I'm also a comic creator. I write and draw a self-published title, The Crime Busters, which you can find online. So that's me.
And Mr. David Wright.
Uh-oh.
Whose microphone is
There's
out.
David.
David?
I'm having crazy audio problems. I'm hearing everybody twice, like on a 10-second delay.
That's not good.
Okay. So I'm trying to sort through the chaos in my ears. But anyway, I've been an Avengers fan since issue 211, which is around 1981 or 82, something like that. I was about 10 years old, and I fell in love with the series then, and I've been able to buy the entire run, Volume 1. I basically have everything from issue 1, September 1963, up to about Avengers JLA in 2004. And I've known these guys for about 20 years now. We're all in the same kind of Avengers Online club there, and just have a passion for the history of the Avengers.
And I'm Stan Daniel, and I did not participate in either of those books, and I at one time saw a movie that had the Avengers in it.
Yes.
I heard about that.
Guys, y'all take it. I'm largely just going to sit over here and kind of maybe nudge with a question or something, but you four are the authority, so please.
Oh, here was my first. I didn't mention that was my first issue right there. How could you not fall in love with something that looks like this when you're 9 years old?
Exactly.
I mean, that was it for me. Boom, done.
My first Avengers issue, I think, was, I know that y'all are going to correct me if I'm incorrect, 178, when Hawkeye returned, and there was the little heads of all the other Avengers going, what? And
That was 172, I think, yes.
okay, good. I knew it. But Agent Gyrich yelled at them, and then they fought Korvac. That's the one right there. That's exactly it. But the Avengers, I was not an X-Men kid or a Spider-Man kid, like I would say probably most everybody else, or a Punisher kid. I liked the Avengers, and the Avengers to me was everything else that was cool about the Marvel Universe. And now the entire world likes the Avengers, so we were here first.
Hey, as an Iron Man fan since 1977, I've felt that way for a while now.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
David, man, right?
David, can you hear us?
I'm having a lot of trouble. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Yes, I think I can. I'm having a lot of trouble.
Okay.
All right. So what are we talking about?
Was the question. That was the question. Well, but you had a structure in mind of how we were going to do this.
I'm sorry. I'm having a lot of trouble hearing everybody, but
we're getting this.
Yeah. So my thought for this panel was. Okay. See, I'm hearing an echo from Van of what he said 10 seconds ago. Okay. I'm going to ignore what I'm hearing. So my idea for this panel was to give people, maybe, there's a lot of fans out there of the Avengers who have come to know the Avengers only since the movie started coming out in 2008. And I know, the four of us, have been fans of the Avengers for a lot longer than that. So I thought it'd be a good opportunity to kind of explore some of the best stories in the history of the Avengers comic, maybe going by decade. Kind of 40 years of the best stories before the movies, and giving everybody some ideas of maybe some old stories they can go track down, whether the Hoover Library's got copies or if they can find them online, to track down some of these old stories because they're still awesome. So I had a suggestion for how we could do it. If y'all want to go with that, then I would. I would say each of us take a decade to kind of lead the discussion of the top stories of that decade, and then we can all kind of chime in and weigh in and disagree and everything else. So, and what's funny is the four of us, we kind of pretty much all know, we all know what everybody's opinion is already, but knowing that Scott is probably the biggest Roy Thomas champion, and I believe, Scott, didn't you write about the Roy Thomas era in the first volume of the Avengers?
Yeah, that's right.
I wanted to take maybe some time and kind of go through what you think were the best or your favorite stories from the 60s.
And I'm ready, Scott. I'm ready.
Well, so we're aware that Van has very little taste when it comes to some of the back issues. So now the entire world gets to see that. But yeah, so I can go over real quick. In the 1960s, I think the highlights that you would want to read if you're just getting into things are actually the first 5 issues. Is early sort of Silver Age stuff. So it's 1963. It's got a very old school style to it, but it's actually an arc. They didn't note them as such at the time. But in issue 1, the Avengers come together to stop the Hulk, and he ends up joining the team when they're formed. But then in issue 2, he leaves the team. In issue 3, they decide to track down the Hulk, and Submariner comes in, and they're still looking for the Hulk in issue 4 and the Submariner. They cross over into Fantastic Four 25 and 26, still chasing the Hulk, and that all culminates in Avengers 5. So this sort of original arc at the beginning of the series is a great foundational storyline with the Avengers and the Hulk, and sort of sets up everything. And it's really kind of underrated. I think for Stan Lee, other issues from his run, he wrote up until issue 35, and other issues from his run they would want to read. 16, of course, is a key issue. It's very unusual in comics where the whole team quits, basically, except Captain America, and they bring in supervillains to replace them. Now it's become an established tradition, but it was just revolutionary at the time, and it's an interesting issue to read. Issues 23 and 24 have a great 2-part Kang storyline that I think I'm a huge Kang fan. He's my favorite supervillain in comics, and it really, he had appeared a couple times before, but there wasn't much character to him. But in 23 and 24, we get to see him rounded out as a character, and there's a lot of cool time travel, and the Avengers end up having to team up with Kang to fight off a bigger threat. So that's a good one. And then the Sons of the Serpent storyline in issues 32 and 33 is really underrated. It's Stan tackling racism head on at the heart of the civil rights movement, where we get one of if not, well, other than Gabe Jones and Sergeant Fury, it's like the first African American character in the Marvel Universe, which is Bill Foster. And then you get the Sons of the Serpent, who are Stan's analog for the Ku Klux Klan. That's a really, really good storyline. Then Roy Thomas takes over and is not very good for quite a while. There's some interesting issues, but it's just not very good until you get to around issue 51. That's also when the art really takes off, with John Buscema being inked by George Klein. And starting with issue 52, it's just one classic story after another. You get the introduction of the Grim Reaper, and Black Panther joins the team in 52. There's an X-Men crossover in 53. A great storyline in 54 and 55 that introduces Ultron for the first time. And then 56 leads into Annual 2, which is an awesome alternate universe story with a Scarlet Centurion, where the original Avengers fight the new Avengers team. Then right after that, you get a 2-parter introducing the Vision, which is one of the all-time classic storylines. Then a 2-parter introducing Yellow Jacket with the wedding of Hank and Jan, as weird as that is. And then he has a bunch of issues that spotlight individual characters. 62 as a Black Panther spotlight, but I really love 63, 64, and 65. They're all focusing on Hawkeye, Clinton Barton. That's where he finally gets his name, Clinton Barton, in 64. Up until that point, everyone just called him Hawkeye. No one actually knew what his name was.
I did not know that.
I didn't either. Yeah. Wow.
And then in There's another awesome Ultron storyline in 66 through 68, which introduces adamantium to the Marvel Universe. And that's followed by a great storyline in 69 to 71, which introduces, I just blanked on his name, the Grandmaster, and it's got Kang, and Black Knight joins the team, and there's time travel, and that eventually leads it, is retconned to be the first appearance of the Invaders, first appearance of Squadron Sinister. So that run there from 52 to 71, I think it stands with any run in superhero comics ever. I think it's great. Of course, there's a lot of great stuff later, but by the time you get to the Kree-Skrull War, it's actually in the 1970s. So, I can leave that to whoever's going to be talking about the 1970s. Although, since that might be Van, maybe I should just say, regardless of what Van tells you about the Kree-Skrull War, it's actually pretty good, and it's got great art, and it's really important. So,
yeah, you want me to take the 70s?
So, yeah,
a little bit.
So, Scott, what was your favorite? Or what are some of your highlights, your personal favorite stories? What do you think, maybe your top 3 or 4 from the 60s that you really like the best?
I'd say my favorites are the Ultron storyline in 66 to 68 and the Kang story in 69 to 71 were probably my favorites. And you just can't go wrong with that whole era. I mean, eventually John Buscema was replaced by Sal Buscema, who's not as good, let's say, but is still a good storyteller. And what? That's okay. We're going to ignore that. I'm going to have to make some signs here to hold up for Van. Yeah, and actually I really love 64 and just those 3 issues of Clint Barton, particularly 64, where we learn his name and we get introduced to his brother Barney Barton, who gets killed. So, yeah, I think those would probably be my favorites from that era. I can keep talking. But yeah.
Okay. Well, so guys, I don't know what you want to say, but to me, I think a couple of issues that are worth from the Stan Lee era that are worth slowing down and spotting are, first of all, I really like the Wonder Man story in issue 9. His introduction, self-contained story, and I just find it. I think it's a little bit underrated. It's a little bit overlooked because there in the first 10 issues, you got the first appearance of Kang, first appearance of Immortus, first appearance of Masters of Evil, first appearance, Silver Age appearance of Captain America. I think that Wonder Man story is a little overlooked. 16 is kind of significant because at the time in comics, all the team rosters and lineups stayed the same. There was no fluidity to the roster. So to have a wholesale change in the roster was a big deal. And it's a significant landmark issue for a reason. But we have to understand, to me, we have to also look at issue 28 because with the change in the roster, it was just a change. It was not really established yet that there would be a revolving door to the membership until issue 28, still written by Stan Lee, where Hank and Jan actually returned to the team. And I think it's only with their return to the team that we begin to really establish the groundwork of what the team is going to be. So I think in terms of what the series is going to be and what the team is going to be in universe, I think 28 is just as important as 16 because it kind of establishes that whole concept. As far as my guys, Van, Joe, whatever y'all want to say here, but personally, my favorite from the 60s is going to be that whole run of issues that Van and I talked about, I guess was a year ago, on his White Rocket podcast, where we just kind of talked about the Roy Thomas run. Scott mentioned he started getting real good around 51. I'll go back a little bit further than that to the Red Guardian story, which is around, what is it, issue 43, 44, 42, something like that. And then, of course, you get Black Knight introduced in 47. But right around from there, all the way through issue 90, there's about a 3-year run where there's so many characters introduced that Scott mentioned, so many concepts introduced, including Squadron Supreme and the Kree Skrull War itself. Van and I also did an episode on the Kree Skrull War. So to me, those are the highlights of the 60s.
If I could just jump back in, there were a couple stories that the Squadron Supreme issue 85 and 86 is a personal favorite of mine, where the Avengers travel to the Squadron Supreme universe. I also really like issues 19 and 20, where they introduce the Swordsman, and there's some art by Wally Wood doing the inking in those issues. Those are really cool. And anytime anyone mentions issue 9, I have to mention, that was a big influence on George R.R. Martin. There's a video you can look up on YouTube where he talks about how that sort of put him on the path to Game of Thrones, is reading Avengers 9. And there's a letter from him in issue 12 talking about how great issue 9 is. Oh, wow. So yeah, you can just look at it on YouTube, of course, after you're done watching this. But then you can look that up and find that it's really, really cool video with George R. R. Martin talking about the Avengers and how important they are to him personally.
I like it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember that scene in season 3 of Game of Thrones where Simon Williams beats the hell out of the Ice Walker people. That was cool.
Surely.
Am I remembering that right?
I feel like you are. Yeah. My favorite thing about the 60s was, I think the first Avengers story I read from that era was when the Avengers and the FF sort of stood back and they had to watch the Hulk and the Thing fight. And it was amazing. I absolutely love the idea that everything stops when the Hulk and the Thing are fighting, and we're just like, now what? Oh my God, you guys, this sucks, and we might all die. And I think that was the first time the Jack Kirby art. I think it was Kirby in the early Avengers issues, where buildings were falling down, things were exploding, the Hulk and the Thing were throwing each other all through landmarks and all that stuff. And that to me said, these are things I want to read. And that's what got me into the, now I read them in reprints or in collections, but good stuff, very good stuff.
Are we up to the 70s or?
I think we're up to the 70s.
Okay. Yeah, if we move along. So, all right. Well, here's how I break down the 1970s in terms of the Avengers. I guess when it started, you had the Kree Skrull War. We talked about that a little bit already. That's the importance of the Kree Skrull War is what it meant for comics, what it meant for Marvel, and what it meant for comics. As a story itself, you can tell that Roy was kind of making it up as he went along, and you can kind of see where he's going with the ending, but the ending still, well, the ending is kind of, but it's still a landmark story, and it's super important because it's the first. Now, in some ways, you could think of it as kind of a bad thing because it kind of is the great grandfather of the you must buy every issue, massive, multi-month crossover type thing. But this is back when they weren't numbering them and saying you have to go buy this, you have to go buy that. You just read the Avengers and it was unfolding. I'm going to mention the Korvac saga in a minute. It was the same way. You didn't know how long it was going to last. It didn't say, part 1 of 12 of this. It was just what was going on in the comic, and you read it and you're like, man, this could go on forever and that'd be fine. So you had that for a while, and then I'm sure there were some other things I'm going to miss here, but I'm going to zip right along. You have a big long period in the early mid 70s where Steve Englehart was writing, and Englehart did a lot of stuff that to me was kind of, not so great, but he also did some really cool things. He did a lot with the Vision and the Scarlet Witch, which I approve of. He did a lot with Kang, which is almost more than we needed, right? I mean, Englehart pretty much took Kang right up to the edge of, good God, Steve, more Kang, ? Can we just have somebody besides Kang, Steve? No, he's coming back. But you had the Celestial Madonna, which involved Kang, but it was still a whole big thing involving the Swordsman and Mantis and all that. And it kind of also continued that tradition where the writer gets to bring a couple of pet characters in and make them kind of the Mary Sue of the story for a while. You know, Kurt did it with Silverclaw and Firestar and Justice and all them. You know, and Triathlete or whatever his name was, Triathlon.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they had that tradition. He had the Swordsman and the Mantis and all that. And they were okay, but let's get past all that to the good stuff. With 158, Jim Shooter took over writing, and you had Sal Buscema drawing, which was awesome. Go back and look at those 2 Graviton issues and tell me that's not awesome. And then after that, of course, you get George Perez with a little bit of John Byrne mixed in and so forth. And Lord, 158, in fact, I wrote down, 158 through 202. That's a lot of issues, but it's a lot of good. Because you go Graviton 2-parter which starts out with the throwdown between Wonder Man and the Vision. It's like as soon as Shooter takes over, he's like, let's just clear the air here, right? We've had like 5 years of the Vision. Is he tight with Wanda? Is he not? Is Wonder Man his brain, and all that? And all of a sudden in 158, they just throw down on each other. They just beat the snot out of each other, and it's great. It's fantastic. And here's Iron Man. You know that Iron Man is a great leader of the Avengers. He was the great chairman of the Avengers because when Wonder Man and the Vision start just beating the crap out of each other and trashing the mansion, everybody looks at Iron Man like, what are we going to do? And Iron Man goes, we should let them fight it out. Like, yes, because he knows what the people want to see. And that's what we got. So they beat the crap out of each other. So then you get the great Bride of Ultron story that's broken up, spread across throughout both sides of the Korvac saga. 160, a great one-shot story, the Grim Reaper and the Trial, where the Grim Reaper wants to decide which one of them is really his brother now. And we really kind of find out neither one of them are, because the Vision's the Vision, and Wonder Man is now a bunch of energy pretending to be a big dude with muscles. And let's see. Then we got the Korvac saga, which is one of the greatest Avengers stories ever. And then where basically a D-list villain taps into Galactus's power and becomes basically even more powerful than Galactus. And but yet he's masquerading as a suburban homeowner in Forest Hills, New Jersey. And the Avengers take the bus to his house, a classic moment of Avengers history. And that's a great, great story. And then David Michelinie comes in right after that, kind of as the main scripter. And so throughout the rest of the 180s, 190s, up to 200, you get the thing that Michelinie was so good at was that character dialogue and character interaction and humor. And the thing that I probably most fondly remember from Michelinie's run is Wonder Man and the Beast becoming buddies and hanging out, and they were so entertaining together. And that gets us up to 200, where you had a case of too many cooks in the kitchen trying to write a Kang story. They couldn't do a Kang story. It turns out bad then and worse by far now in retrospect. This is where they basically ruined Ms. Marvel for many years to come in 200. And if anybody wants to go into detail on that, you can. I don't really feel like it. And then that takes us out of the 200s, and we get one more little. We get really. I got to say, the weird thing about 201, 202 is that was a comics adaptation of a novella that I actually have down here on my bookcase.
Nice.
And they adapted it. Hold on. And here's the one I actually have signed. I got David to sign that for me at the Birmingham convention a few years ago when I first met him. So there's David. But this is the book that has that Avengers story in it. And they just Jim Shooter wrote it as a novella, and they adapted it as 201, 202, which was yet another Ultron story. Shooter with Ultron is like Englehart with Kang, And one last thing. The weird thing about it was there had been so much Kang leading up to 143, I think, when they finally killed him for good. I started reading with 162. I went back to 158, but that's when I started reading. And Shooter apparently just didn't want to use Kang anymore. I understand, and he didn't want anybody else. And so for all the years up to high school that I was reading as a kid, I never saw Kang once. The only Kang story I ever read before college, the only one, was this. And this is a weird Kang story. So I like Kang mainly because I had many, many years of childhood just imagining what he must be like because I really didn't know. So that's the 70s. Do you have any questions?
My first issue of the Avengers was in the 70s, and as I mentioned earlier, but that novella that you held up made me have weird thoughts that I didn't understand because, as I recall, there's which they didn't adapt this part of the novella, but they discuss the Wasp waking up in the middle of the night, and they describe how butt naked she was. And look, I'm 11. I don't need to know this. I don't need to have that mental image. So, no, it's in there. I'm not. I feel like I'm not making it up. but they describe her nudity and then I was like, oh, okay, fine, let's get back to the Avengers. What's going on? But that's not really what I thought.
Okay.
No. If it had been Scarlet Witch, we would have really had some problems.
Thank you. But yeah, and then the issue 200, which you mentioned, I was so wigged out by that episode. I quit reading the Avengers for a long time after that. I said, I'm done.
Well, can I say this? Can y'all hear me fine?
Yeah.
All right. I think I've solved my issues here. Well, as much as a hard time I give Van for his predictable answers, just because we know him so well after 20 years, we also can't really argue. It's hard to argue the fact that perhaps the Avengers reached its peak in the late 70s. The whole run from around issue, 158, all the way through 200, unless you just want to say 199 just because. Just stellar. Just absolutely stellar. The whole thing, the Bride of Ultron kind of wove through multiple issues over a long period of time. The Korvac saga, the Nefaria trilogy, all of it just kind of all happening at once. Bam, bam, bam. You only had people like George Perez and John Byrne doing the art, You had Jim Shooter at the top of his game, David Michelinie, and then Shooter coming back. And in the middle of that, Van, I'm sorry, did you even mention the Avengers Annual number 7 story? That's
no. I was going nearly, so I didn't do a little detour to the annual. All right, hold on. All right.
We're time out on the field.
Even as we were all enjoying 162, 163, 64, although, while that was happening, and by the way, this was happening in the summer of 1977. I think we all know what the summer of 1977 means in pop culture, right? Yes. Stan has pointing at it. That's right. So even as we were all, in Silicaga, I wasn't seeing Star Wars, but I was eventually going to, right? Even as that was happening and this epic Avengers run was getting going, we also got Jim Starlin doing Avengers Annual number 7, Marvel 2-in-1 Annual number 2, which is my all-time favorite comic story, period. And that is it's not the first Thanos story, and it's not the last Thanos story, but I would argue it is the best Thanos story because it was compact. It didn't spill all out everywhere. The one before it with the Cosmic Cube was, in Marvel was good, but it wasn't fantastic. But those two with Starlin in complete control of the writing and the art and everything, he just told his story. And it was the story he had been setting up in Warlock, really more than Captain Marvel, for years, where Warlock and Gamora and Pip were kind of like hanging out with Thanos as allies for a while, but they didn't know Thanos was up to. Imagine not suspecting Thanos is up to something. They didn't really know he was up to something. Thanos, really? But yeah. And so that story was just amazing. And what was cool was the Avengers Annual was like the Avengers, Warlock, and Captain Marvel all against Thanos, and Thanos wins. And so that goes to Marvel 2-1 Annual number 2. This sounds familiar. A two-parter where at the end of the first part, Thanos wins. Seems, I don't know. But anyway, so in Marvel 2-1 Annual number 2 Endgame, Death Watch, they have to recruit. Moondragon, I believe, has to recruit the Thing and Spider-Man to come in and save the day. So you get an epic Thanos with the Thing on one side and Thor on the other beating on him. Come on. And then, of course, at the end of the story, you find out that the only reason Spider-Man is Spider-Man is so he can break open the crystal that lets Warlock out. I approve.
I would say for anybody that perhaps is a relatively new fan to the Avengers and has come to know them and love them through the movies, that you could probably do a lot worse than to pick up the trade paperback that they've titled Avengers versus Thanos, I think, which collects a lot more than just Avengers books. But it does collect that story that you were just talking about, Van, but also a lot of the earlier appearances of Thanos, and all, going back to, I think it even starts with an issue of Iron Man. It goes through Warlock issues, and it leads up to this story that you're talking about. But if you like the cosmic aspect of the MCU story and getting all those characters involved, and of course Thanos and everything, that story, that and particularly the trade paperback Avengers versus Thanos, which will give you a lot more than just those two, but gives you the whole story that Starlin was weaving throughout the 70s. I'd highly recommend it. You'll see a lot of that will resonate with the movies that we've seen. And if you just want to see the Avengers in cosmic action, you can also add Korvac Saga to that because it's also a highlight for a reason. I would say the 70s really shaped. You got to give credit to Steve Englehart and Jim Shooter as the primary architects for the decade. But you've got you really shaped the team and the traditions of the team. And I would say that even though Kane and Ultron were both introduced in the 60s, I would say they really were kind of established as the two primary antagonists during the 70s, because we got some great Kane stories from Steve Englehart, and we got some great Ultron stories from Jim Shooter. And I think we come out of that decade with a firm sense of the Avengers and how they work and who the bad guys are and what type of stories are possible. So I think the 60s got it started, but the 70s really kind of expanded the scope of what could be done with the whole concept. Thoughts? Arguments?
Yeah. So the 80s.
Hey, do we want to talk about the Celestial Madonna saga at all? I mean, that's kind of a major one for the 70s.
I mentioned it briefly, but I don't know it well enough to kind of go through it.
Okay, it's worth tracking down. You know, it was a major story that Steve Englehart told in the early part of the 70s, and it led to the death of Swordsman. It also included the marriage of Vision and Scarlet Witch. So there's a lot there.
And Mantis, who everybody knows from Guardians of the Galaxy, debuted back then.
Yep.
And also, I mean, just part of that, there was also the Avengers Defenders War, which Steve Englehart wrote, and is also a popular story.
There's that.
Worth tracking.
There it is.
That's what I was looking for. Sorry.
Yeah, and just to jump in, the Avengers Defenders War is another important to comics development, because it's the first real ongoing crossover storyline, because it was each issue would go Avengers and then Defenders and then Avengers. You had to buy both titles for a period of 4 months to get the entire story because it was going back and forth. That was something that was pretty new to comics. It was really the first time it had been done on that scale, because the distribution at the time, they were worried people wouldn't be able to find the next issue, so they didn't want to do that sort of thing. And that sort of showed that they could do it successfully. So that was kind of important. I also wanted to mention, I'm not sure we mentioned this about the Korvac saga, for people who are, getting into Avengers from the movies. the Guardians of the Galaxy are also a very major part of the whole Korvac saga.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Avengers Defenders War. Help me out, Scott. I believe that was like incorporated Avengers 109 through 111, 108 through 111.
It was 116 to 118.
Really?
And then it was Defenders 8 to 10, but there was an epilogue, I think, in 11.
Okay.
Something
Yeah.
like that.
Defenders 10 had the Hulk versus Thor fight on the cover. That's always been high priced collector's item.
And it was like, it's a story. If they did it today, it would be, a huge company-wide thing. But there's a great part in Avengers 118, right at the climax, where there's a page where you have the 16 or so little tiny panels, and you see how the war is affecting Earth, and it has all the heroes in the Marvel universe at the time. It's got even including new people. It's got Luke Cage and Ghost Rider and everybody in the Marvel universe is reacting to what's happening in the Avengers Defenders War because it's spilling out onto Earth. And so it's it's brief, but it's sort of like a cool whole Marvel universe crossover in that storyline.
And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but both sides of that crossover, it was all written by Steve Englehart. Right?
That's right. Yeah.
Avengers and Defenders. He was doing both books at the same time, so he just told one story.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of Doctor Strange stuff and Loki stuff is in that crossover for movie people.
There you go.
To go back and dig up.
All right. Joe, you want to take us through the 80s, unless we got more on the 70s?
Just want to show there's that Captain Marvel Thanos, the Cosmic Cube story with Rick Jones.
Ah, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the 80s sort of cemented everything that the 60s and 70s had been doing. The 80s just sort of dug into the characters a lot and split the team apart, brought them back together, that kind of thing. But really just kind of took everything that the previous 200 issues had laid and said, let's blow it up. And the first thing really that happened in the 80s was Henry Pym, which the four of us, and really I'm sure Stan too, as and Steve, we've watching it there, Steve, we've all argued about the destruction of Henry Pym in those first few issues, but now he's played by Michael Douglas, so all is well. But one of my favorite things about the 80s comics was the debut of the West Coast Avengers, because as much as I love the Avengers and I love 6 or 7 that amount of superheroes, why not have 20? And so with the Avengers and the West Coast Avengers, that's 2 books with at least 6 or 7 guys in each one. We're talking more than a dozen superheroes. And so the West Coast Avengers split apart from the main group, but it carried over a lot of the classic Avengers from the previous 200 issues. And they went off to do their other thing. And really, West Coast Avengers is a very solid book. It only ran 100 issues. And the first, I'd say 5 years of it are really pretty good. And there's a lot of good stuff from previous Avengers writers like Steve Englehart in there. And
who wrote probably, I would say the best, certainly my favorite time travel story in that first year or two of West Coast Avengers.
That's right, because he went back in time and picked up on threads from the entirety of Marvel history. He tied in Hawkeye and Moon Knight, of all people. He got one panel out of a Fantastic Four comic and made a whole issue out of that by tying in Kang, which Van mentioned earlier, and also in that group there is also a group of supervillains from the desert, and one of them's name is Butte, and so So the guy's name is Butte, and that's
Butte, Big Butte.
It's Big Butte, and they fought a guy named Butte and a dude who was a human cactus. It's solid gold. And later on in the 80s, the Avengers Mansion Siege, which I think, in my opinion, is the best one, the best Avengers storyline. That's when the Avengers, who were not really at they were not at full strength, let's say. They didn't have their main event guys in the mix at this time, but the Masters of Evil lived up to their name, and they said, you know what? Let's, instead of 3 or 4 or 5 of us jumping in at one time, let's have like 20 of us. So they got a crap ton of supervillains who invaded Avengers Mansion, and they nearly killed Jarvis, which, come on, guys, leave the butler alone. But that was gut-wrenching. And then there was, I'm pretty sure that was, they in that storyline, they also tore up, they found Captain America's footlocker from World War II, and they tore up the only photo he had of him and Bucky. And come on, guys, not cool.
Joe?
Yes.
That might have been the only picture he had of him and his mother.
Okay, well, Bucky, his mother. I think you're right. It is his mom.
I want to say this because this is cool. All right, so that story was written by Roger Stern. He had earlier written a run of Captain America that was famously drawn by John Byrne.
Yes.
In that run of issues, he established this footlocker.
That's right.
It had a baseball autograph by Babe Ruth. It had a picture of his mother and all this stuff. And then a couple years later, in this Mansion Siege story in Avengers, the Wrecking Crew, whoever it is, busts into this same footlocker, tears apart the Babe Ruth baseball, rips up the picture of his mom, and
it is wrong,
and beats up Jarvis.
Not
you don't beat up Jarvis.
Tied up doing nothing. So
you don't beat up Jarvis if you're the supervillains. You make him serve you. Where's my soup, Jarvis?
Gentlemen,
where's my soup?
Make me some hot tea, you British jerk.
Gentlemen, we're coming in on the last 10 minutes of the panel, and none of you have brought up Dr. Druid. Can we please get to the Dr. Druid stuff?
Yes, I can get to Dr. Druid. He was involved with Nebula, who now is also famous in the movies, and he was an obscure 1970s subpar Doctor Strange guy. And
I was just kidding, really.
And there's one scene where they're all playing on the beach, and Dr. Druid wears a tidy man panty swimsuit, and it's distressing.
The oddest things stick out to you, Joe.
So,
they really do.
So just so I make sure we get this in, I'll talk about the 90s real quick. Somehow, I always end up talking about the Bob Harris run of the Avengers. I am more fond of it than most people, and these guys know that. But I do not pretend that it's better than the 70s. I do not pretend that it's better than all the awesome Roger Stern stories in the 80s. I don't pretend it's better than that cool run of the Roy Thomas things that we talked about in the podcast last year. But if I'm talking about the 90s, I have to talk about Bob Harris. Operation Galactic Storm, I loved it. 19-part crossover like only the early 90s can do. Wonder Man and Quasar, but also served as a pretty strong thematic sequel, at least, to the Kree Skrull War. Almost at the same time as that, you have the Proctor and Gatherer story. That is a story that maybe new fans want to track that down, because with the Eternals movie that's coming out, Black Knight, we know, is going to be involved in that movie. Cersei's involved in that movie. There's only one story ever in comics that had Black Knight and Cersei in it, and it's this Bob Harris run in the Avengers. I don't want to give too much away about who Proctor is or what that's all about, but this was a strong run, I say, drawn by Steve Epting. Everybody knows how awesome Steve Epting is. Inked by Hall of Famer Tom Palmer. Bob Harris is writing most of it. Roy Thomas is involved in it. It's got things blowing up. It's got Black Knight in a starring role. You can't go wrong. Now, it's got some early '90s indulgences, especially with Bob Harris, who was also more famous at the time as being the editor of the X-Men group. There's a redesign to almost all the characters. They're wearing leather jackets like they think they're the X-Men. There's a lot aesthetically that we don't like, and I'm with you on that. But I'm telling you, the story is a lot of fun. It's worth checking out, especially if there's going to be any type of callback to it from the new movies coming out with Eternals and everything.
Can't wait for the Eternals.
Okay? Then the 90s get really bad. It gets really bad. I wanted time to kind of talk about The Crossing because The Crossing, I didn't mind it while it was happening except for the way it ended, which is to say it did not end. And so because of that, it was a total disaster. Then it got worse. And then just when it was getting worse, they ended Volume 1, brought in Rob Liefeld to have complete creative control over the Avengers, starting with a whole new number 1. So the tradition of Stan Lee and Roy Thomas and Steve Englehart and Roger Stern, Jim Shooter. And we're going to give Rob Liefeld his own number 1.
We refer to that as the second golden age.
Okay. However, in the midst of those dark days, there was a spark of hope on the horizon. It was twin sparks, Kurt Busiek and George Perez. And so Volume 3 comes in at the very end, I think, of 1997. And Kurt and George have about a 3-year run together, and Kurt would stay on the book for another couple years after that. I know we're running short on time. I'll leave other time for discussion, but real quick, I think there's 4 all-time Avenger stories that everybody needs to be familiar with, and they're all written by Kurt Busiek, all from 1998 or more recent than that. You got the 4-part Ultron story, which is probably the best Ultron story ever. Volume 3, issues 19 through 22. My goodness, what's that called? Ultimate Ultron? Ultron Unlimited? One of those.
Ultron Unlimited.
Okay. Please, track that down. All right, number 2 is going to be Avengers Forever, in my opinion.
Definitely, yeah.
But that really rewards long-term fans that are familiar with the trivia and the history of the team. It's a standalone 12-part maxi series that is excellently done. Definitely worth checking out. Then you have one of the strongest Kane stories ever in the Kane Dynasty, which ended Kurt Busiek's run on the book. I think it's 41 through 55. My goodness. The two main antagonists, right? Van's going to back me up for the Avengers. Number 1 and 2, Kang and Ultron. Unless you want to say Ultron and Kang. Okay, Kurt Busiek, strongest story on both of those characters. The 4-issue arc on Ultron was so good, it's like you could drop the mic, I don't ever need another Ultron story. The Kang Dynasty was a story so good that all you want is more Kang. Just give me more Kang. Because it is Kang being the conqueror. And it is awesome. And then, after, as a little coda, after his run on the book, Kurt and George come back, and they give us this little thing called Avengers JLA. And, 4 oversized issues over the course of about 6 months, 2003 to 2004. A love letter to lifelong fans of both teams and both universes. I couldn't ask for anything more. I read that story about once a year. It's my favorite. And to me, personally, as a fan, I kept reading the series a few years after that. But in retrospect, that's the closing I need.
You should have stopped.
Yeah, I should have. Okay.
Craig Ashley.
You've got you've got Bendis blowing everything up in issue 503 or 4, and then we get the finale one shot, and you get Avengers JLA, and that's all I need.
Yeah.
So Ultron Unlimited, Avengers Forever, the Kang Dynasty, and Avengers JLA. And if you want to go back to the early 90s, the Procter and Gatherer story and Operation Galactic Storm. Those are your 90s stories.
Craig Isley has a question.
Kang of Dynasty was after the year 2000.
Okay, let's go to Craig's question. Yeah.
Yeah. Should they reboot the Avengers with a new movie series using a classic storyline? And if so, which one?
Ooh. Take it, man.
They need to do Kang. They got to do Kang. Now that they have the Fantastic Four, they can. There's just one problem. They just did a giant time travel movie. You can't do Kang.
Can I jump in? I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
I actually think that introducing the time travel at the end of in Endgame sets up Kang. I think now you can do Kang because you've introduced him. And I actually think the end game for Kang would be the Kang Dynasty. That's the storyline I would want them to build to. I love Kang and Kang Dynasty. I also just want to mention real quick, Avengers Forever, which is great, is also basically a Kang story. Avengers Forever #9 is the origin of Kang. Kang is just awesome in that series. So, to me, Kurt writes the best Kang ever. And they're two totally different Kangs because one's the young Kang in his prime, and then in Kang Dynasty, he's much older, middle-aged Kang who's dealing with very different things. So they're almost completely different characters. And Kurt just does both of them just perfectly. That's what I would love to see in a movie.
And really, in game, like you said, I did not think about this until you said that, Scott. But really, Kang should show up now and say, "What are you guys doing in time?" That's my thing. And yeah, it's not going to be good.
He should, but I just don't think that they'll want to go there twice. The movie type people. But here's the other question that comes out of that. Do we want them to continue on with newer Avengers like the ones that were left, or would we like at some point them to just reboot and start over with on the new Iron Man, Captain America, Thor? At what point do they do that?
That question gets continued into the MC Universe panel in 30 minutes. How's that? All right, guys, advertise yourself. Joe?
I'm on Facebook.com/group/American Sci-Fi Classics, right there on the back wall. We talk about this kind of stuff all the time. Van.
www.plexico.net, plexico.net, and whiterocketbooks.com for everything we do.
Crimebusters.com, you can get my comic there. Also, Classic Comics Forum podcast on Podbean and on the Classic Comics Collector here on YouTube.
David?
Okay, I am the author of the Galahad's Doom fantasy series, Sword and Sorcery, in the tradition of Chronicles of Narnia and Lord of the Rings. It is published by Van's company, White Rocket Books. You can find links on his website, or you can search Galahad's Doom on Amazon. The first 2 books of the trilogy are out, and the 3rd book is the draft is done, and we're in revision stage now.
It's being edited by me right now.
Yes.
All right,
I need to work on it.
Joe's my proofreader. Where is he?
I'm Stan Daniel of Kingdom Casts podcast with Albert Marsh. Look us up wherever podcasts are sold. Guys, I will see you shortly. 30 minutes in the MCU panel.
Awesome.
Thank you all so very. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Hoover Library. Y'all are doing a great job. We love this. Thank you.
Drive safely.
Thank you. Drive safely.
Hey guys, Justin again here from the Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest headquarters in what kind of looks like a bunker, but is definitely not a bunker. It's just the library. Thanks for sticking with us for so long and for so far. We've had a lot of great panels today, and we've got 3 more coming at you to end our Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest 2020. Coming up, we've got in our Zoom panel rooms, we've got MCU Far From Home, featuring a few of the guys that you've probably seen in this last panel if you've been watching live. We also have Stump a Trekkie coming up in another Zoom panel room. You can find links to both of those in the TV media track section of our website. That's hplscifi.com. And coming up on this live stream, you've got a Q&A with Grady Hendrix coming up. So Grady Hendrix is coming back to answer some questions and talk a little bit more about his body of works and just whatever you got for him. Another quick announcement, our voting for the costume contest is over now, and we've got a winner. It's Terry, who dressed as Carol from The Walking Dead. She got the most votes, and I mean, she looks the part. It's great. So congratulations, Terry. Also, at 7 o'clock, voting for the winner of the Super Fight bracket ends. Right now, it's a pretty close match between Maleficent and Asajj Ventress. So give that a look. Check out our Facebook page for that and more posts. And check out our website for all the links to the last few panels of 2020. So thanks for being here so far. We've got 3 more great panels for you, and hope to see you in one of them.
Hello again.
And hello. And welcome to our second panel here with Grady Hendrix at the HPL's Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest 2020. I'm Anthony, and I am a librarian and voracious reader by trade. And I'm happy to have here as a guest Grady Hendrix, who is the author of Horror Store, My Best Friend's Exorcism, We Sold Our Souls, and most recently, The Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. But beyond writing in the genre, Grady has read and reviewed a lot of horror fiction, in particular those published from the 1970s through the 90s. The summation of this work can be found in Paperbacks from Hell, but this book goes beyond being a pithy survey and instead offers useful critiques that place these works into the shifting contexts of class, race, gender, and sexual identity. What is remarkable about this work is that it stands as such a spirited defense of horror fiction, which, at its best, can take our collective fears and insecurities and present them as into monsters that we can recognize and even reckon with. It's this level of reflection which has increasingly informed his fiction over the past decade, and is what makes his books so satisfying to read beyond the delights offered by Gru alone. So, Grady, I would ask you if you wouldn't mind reading a little bit out of your latest for people tuning in, just so they can get a flavor.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is, I don't know how representative it is, but this is the prologue, because every horror novel has to have a prologue from Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. Something I learned writing Paperbacks from Hell. If you don't have a prologue, you're not a horror novel. This story ends in blood. Every story begins in blood, a squalling baby yanked from the womb, bathed in mucus and half a quart of their mother's blood, but not many stories end in blood these days. Usually it's a return to the hospital and a dry, quiet death surrounded by machines after a heart attack in the driveway, a stroke on the back porch, or a slow fade from lung cancer. This story begins with 5 little girls, each born in a splash of her mother's blood, cleaned up, patted dry, then turned into proper young ladies, instructed in the wifely arts to become perfect partners and responsible parents, mothers who help with homework and do the laundry, who belong to church flower societies and bunco clubs, who send their children to cotillion and private schools. You've seen these women. They meet for lunch and laugh loudly enough for everyone in the restaurant to hear. They get silly after a single glass of wine. Their idea of living on the edge is to buy a pair of Christmas earrings that light up and then light them up. They agonize far too long over whether or not to order dessert. As respectable individuals, their names will appear in the paper only 3 times: when they're born, when they get married, and when they die. They are gracious hostesses. They are generous to those less fortunate. They honor their husbands and nurture their children. They understand the importance of everyday china, the responsibility of inheriting great-grandmother's silver, the value of good linen. And by the time this story is over, they will be covered in blood. Some of it will be theirs, some of it will belong to others, but they will drip with it. They will swim in it. They will drown in it. And I always felt like it needed another clause there. I don't know. That always left me. I kind of like that it feels unfinished, but it feels really unfinished to me. I don't know why. Leaves me irritated and edgy.
Well, it's one of those things. I guess it could go on forever. But
yeah. Well, hey, can't everything to some extent.
You know, this question actually just came to me right before you read this excerpt when you mentioned that about prologues. And in relation to our previous conversation about the idea of sort of the passing heritage of fiction writing, you know, why is that the prologue is such an important aspect of horror fiction? Is it in some ways go back to, you know, the idea of, it acts as validifying validating the story itself, such as, like, say, the beginning of Moby Dick, you have Ishmael, you know, telling you, I am Ishmael, I survived, so I can tell you this happened because I was there.
Yeah. Well, I think a few things. I think it's a bit of, I think it's a little bit of an appendix, in the sense that it was a once useful organ that people have sort of forgotten what it does. I mean, I think in the past, horror fiction had prologues that would say, we were sitting around the fireplace when a friend brought up a story that happened to a close relation. And then they sort of launch into this story as if it was told to them. And the prologue was sort of part of a framing device. And I think also it, as you were saying, there was sort of a validating thing where the writer could address the reader. I mean, Dickens did that a lot, where he'd start out addressing the reader directly. You're about to hear a fantastical story. You may not believe it, but at Christmas, who doesn't believe in ghosts? Stuff like that. And then I think over time, what happened was people wanted to start with a cold open. You want to have a sort of whiz-bang opening. And usually you wanted, though, at the same time, a contradictory, slow build of dread and terror for your main characters. So you'd have something happen. Someone goes to the old house and gets eaten by leprechauns. And then you go to the people, Mom, when are we getting to the old house we just bought? Oh, honey, there's no such thing as leprechauns, and then they pull up and unpack and things go missing. And eventually they get eaten by leprechauns like 500 pages later. But I think over time, it became something that people almost parodied just because that framing device wasn't useful anymore. And the cold opening started to feel really obvious and stylized. So I think it became almost funny. I mean, I sort of put one in Southern Book Club just because I thought it was kind of ridiculous, to like have this ridiculous kind of antiquated device in there.
Mm-hmm. How much does that play into what you're writing now? I mean, because you didn't start off necessarily writing particularly in the horror genre, but
right.
Now that you've come to embrace it wholeheartedly, do you find yourself often just dwelling too much on tropes beyond the point where it can sort of stifle actually creating, or do you just embrace, or do you find the tropes themselves enjoyable for being tropes?
It's weird. I try not to get too tropey because it can really take over a book. And it also, once you have the basic thing like vampire, well, then you just sort of like read a lot about vampires and make your own. So like the fact that it exists can be enough. Weirdly enough, and I hope you guys don't mind, I'm drinking a little right now. I'm doing rewrites on my next novel, which is out next summer. And today I got through 11 chapters edited. Wow. Which was way more than I thought I would. I was shooting for 5 or 6. And so I'm feeling like rewarding myself. But the next book is called The Final Girl Support Group. And, there's nothing tropier than a final girl. And I really wrote it because I was aggravated I was thinking a lot about final girls and sort of how traumatic that must be. Like you watch your friends die and then you have to kill someone and someone tries to kill you and you're like 17. And then what? You lost your best friend who could help you deal with this. Like everyone in town thinks, why not you? Why not you? Why their kids? And how do you recover from that? How do you go out again? How do you do anything? And so I started to look at what people were doing final girls and got really irritated because it was treated as sort of this campy joke and this sort of female empowerment trope. And I was really annoyed. I thought there's a lot of emotional stuff here. It's not just a high five, you go girl. There's a lot here to unpack. And so I wanted to write a book that did that. But as you do it, it gets so meta. And so, I've just embraced the ridiculousness of it. So it's actually a book I first wrote 2014. And then I did a rewrite on it in 2015. And my editor didn't want it because they had just announced Riley Sager's Final Girls was coming out with a big press push behind it. And then I kept trying to bring it back and rewriting it and just no one wanted it. And then I guess enough time had passed, or maybe I'd rewritten it enough times. And it, a couple of publishers really wanted it badly recently, which was nice. It was very validating. But so it's a book that's been with me for a long time. And sort of the meta level of the book is I realized that I spent a lot of time watching horror movies growing up. And I was trying to think, what's my relationship to people getting killed? Like, why did I spend so much of my childhood watching people get murdered? I mean, especially women. And, what does that mean? Is it good, bad, indifferent? Like, what's behind that? So one of the nice things with this is it's got a bunch of characters because it's a support group. for Final Girls years after their incidents happened, and I've been able to give each of them sort of a different point of view. Like some just think what happened to them was pure sexism and misogyny. Others just feel like it's violence because the world is violent. Others feel like it has sort of a mystical quality to it. So it was really nice. This is sort of the tropiest thing I think I've ever written. And it's sometimes a little tough because you get caught up in the tropes and you forget to step back and unpack the actual emotions, which is what I find forcing myself to do.
Do you find yourself having to hone that story down? Because I mean, with that many elements, it seems like that could be a 700-page long book if you're tackling all those. You know, it's your Brothers Karamazov of horror novels.
Yeah, it was super long, and now it's super cut to the bone. I really held on to this middle section that was like 3 chapters long before everyone who read it was like, 1 chapter, please, just 1 chapter. It's where someone who's lost their marbles a little expounds on their mystical theory of slashers, and which I really buy into. And I think they're a smart character. I was just like in love with this like long monologue within the book. So yeah, that was like 7, 8, 10,000 words almost just gone. But yeah, it's hard to shut up about this one.
Maybe you can release that as a deep cut or like a B-side rather.
Well, funnily enough, I hadn't looked at the book until I started doing rewrites this past Monday. And I don't miss any of the stuff that's gone. So everyone else was right.
Well, you know, that is I think something that gets lost in our idea of the artist as the uncompromising, just as an uncompromising figure that you cannot check the artist because that is in some way a wrong act, when I think editors are one of the best things ever to happen to fiction, because usually you can tell when an editor has stopped really being able to have any input on a writer's work. And then so it's interesting that goes so against our ideas as artists. I mean, do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Alex Garland, who is a screenwriter who wrote 28 Days Later, and he directed Ex Machina and what is the Annihilation?
Yeah, that was a very striking movie.
Yeah, and I think it's a horror movie, like flat out. But he really doesn't like the word being called a director. He really feels like a movie. There's so much glorification of the director as his sole visionary, and a movie is everyone and working together. And I feel that way a little bit with books. There's a little bit of a difference because there's not like a production team, but my wife's a chef, and she really makes her dishes. I mean, she'll work with other people, but they're her dishes. And I'm not used to working that way. Like, I'm really used to like taking input from everyone and getting the best ideas and all this stuff and really throwing it all in there. I have lots of beta readers. I have lots of people who read stuff and give me feedback. I mean, my wife is one of them. And I do some screenwriting work too, and I don't think I've ever gotten a bad note, like from an editor, from a producer, because even if the note on its surface is ridiculous, there's always something behind it. Neil Gaiman once said that, and it's weird, I keep bringing him up today. He's not even a writer I love that much, but he's a smart guy when he talks about writing, I think. And he said that, if someone tells you something's wrong with your book after they read it, they're right. They're always right. If they tell you what it is, they're always wrong. And it's really true. I can't tell you the number of times I've had a producer say there's something wrong with the end of the movie that actually means there's something wrong with the beginning. Or I have someone say my book is too long when actually it means it's not long enough. Or the space I'm giving something isn't long enough. And there is sort of a ruthlessness you have to develop in terms of just like, is this working? Is it not? What is the point here? why is this doing this when it should be doing that? It can't. I mean, doing this rewrite on Final Girl support group right now, I'm cutting so many lines I've been in love with for so many drafts of this book and so many funny bits of dialogue and stuff. They don't serve it. They don't serve the story. They're just me in love with my own body odor, and they got to go. But yeah, I mean, there's an editor, there's beta readers, there's an art department, there's sales and marketing. There's so many people who have input on a book. You know, I'm working with a different publisher right now. Usually I've been working with Quirk, I'm working with Berkeley, and they were like, well, you know, do you want your UK editor to read the manuscript and give notes? I'm like, of course. You know, like get more editors, get all the editors. I mean, if I don't like it, I won't. If I don't think it's right, I'll ignore it. But usually there's something there that I need to slow down and address.
You know, yeah, it's all of that. What you just said is part of the reason why, as much as I appreciate in most mediums the idea that sort of a DIY aesthetic, you know, because it has that sort of punk rock feel to it. When it comes to writing, it's hard for me to really not think the gatekeeping process to some degree is useful, because, you know, I've tried to read a lot of various self-published, because, you know, it seems like you can't ignore right. When things are changing, but it's just, you can tell when something doesn't have that polish to it, and it's to its detriment, I always feel.
It's interesting too, because I feel like self-publishing, I've always been really interested. I mean, I've self-published a couple of things, and I've always been really interested in it because there's so much of it there, and it seems very niche driven. Like I have found the market for cannibal erotica, and I will write 10 cannibal erotica books, catering to a very specific taste, because those are people who reliably read it. And I feel like there must be some hidden gems out there in the self-publishing world that are just waiting to be discovered, and I can't find them. Not because they're not there, but because I think that I haven't found anywhere that has a critical voice I trust that reads it. And I think that's always been one of the problems with genre. Science fiction has always had a really tough critical voice. Like, I mean, some really smart critics come out of science fiction. I would say fantasy probably is the second runner-up. Horror, I think, has few critical voices that are that good. The ones that have are terrific. People like Kim Newman, Douglas Winter, people like that. But in general, I don't see a lot of it. Romance is starting to have really great critical voices, but self-publishing, I don't know where to look for someone saying this is good, not because they're like team self-publishing and they want to support the little guy, and they're not saying it's good because they like what it is. They're saying it's good because it's good. I mean, I was a critic for a really long time, books and movies for a couple of newspapers and magazines. And one of the things I realized is just because I like something, it doesn't mean it's good. And just because something's good, it doesn't mean I'm going to like it. Like I will pay you money not to make me ever watch a single Stanley Kubrick. Well, maybe The Shining. I like The Shining a lot, but I can live happily without watching a single Stanley Kubrick movie ever again. However, those are objectively great movies. They're just not my movies. You know, so with self-publishing, I just haven't found the critical voice I want. And by the way, I want to jump back to something you said a minute ago. When you feel like you can tell a writer or their editor's sort of gone hands off. I mean, I assume you're talking about Stephen King, because that seems to be who people are always talking about when they bring that up.
Yes, I mean, without a doubt. But you can see it in other authors. You see the thriller writers who suddenly go from writing 300-page long books to 700-page long books. You go, oh, well, that's so. It's like, so they really this thriller really needed to be 700 pages long.
Yeah, but I feel like Stephen King for me is this weird exception where I don't think you're wrong, but there's two things about Stephen King. One is, for me, Stephen King writes the exact right book every time. It has the perfect ending. It's the perfect length, because it's exactly the length and ending Stephen King wants it to have. If it's not the length I want it to have, if it's not the ending I want it to have, if it's not the book I want it to be, that's on me. Like, he's written the book. Maybe he's not writing about what I want him to be writing about. Maybe I think it shouldn't be about some of the things he wants it to be about, but he wants it to be. And so I find, and it's a little bit to me like reading classics, like there's no point in saying, Moby Dick is too long. It's exactly the length Herman Melville wants it to be. You've got to give yourself over to that. You have to say, I'm on this guy's timetable, and what can I get out of that? And it's tremendously rewarding when you do that. And I find that a lot with King. On the other hand, if you don't like a Stephen King book, and there are plenty I don't like, I just don't think they're my kind of thing, there's another one the next year, maybe even two. Like, one of the interesting things with the King is, like, John Grisham writes legal thrillers. Anne Rice writes mostly vampire books, although occasionally a biography of Jesus. Like most authors, Lee Child writes Jack Reacher books. Most authors with massive popular success stick to a genre. Stephen King, man, he's all over the place. He writes mysteries. He writes books I would consider romances practically. He writes, horror, but cosmic horror, physical horror, supernatural horror. Yeah, I mean, like 11/22/63, I'm not sure that's a horror novel. Like, he writes whatever book he wants to write next. He really is kind of amazing. And it's interesting to me to go back and read this. Like, I did a reread of his stuff that I thought I was just going to read the first 10 books in order, and it wound up taking me 5 years. And a lot, I read like 40 of them, and all in order. And it was really, really eye-opening for me. It's one of those things, when I started that, I was writing it for Tor, and I think I was about to sign the contract to write Horror Store. And when I finished, I had just won the Stoker for Paperbacks from Hell. So it was 5 years when, like, my life changed completely. And the one constant was reading big fat Stephen King books. So it's like I developed this little, like, homunculi of Stephen King that kind of lived on my shoulder. I never want to meet the real Stephen King. I like my imaginary friend Stephen King better.
Yeah, well, I mean, the fictional Stephen King will always be the better Stephen King. But no, I don't. Everybody. Exactly. I don't mean that company not included. But the thing that I think is interesting about, like, what you do with the genre is that, this goes back to what you were saying earlier about how the women and the final girls make you angry how they're treated. And that seems to be a reoccurring theme in your work, is you gravitate towards female voices and letting them have their say. And I think, like, as they've gone on, it's become more pointed. Like, you saw it a little bit in We Sold Our Souls, when there's these points of I'm sorry, her name escapes me at the moment, but it would mention that
Chris, the main character,
Chris. This isn't the first time she's been in a room full of men, kind of thing, when she has to realize she has to hold herself a certain way. And then especially comes to bear in the book club's Guide to Slaying Vampires, which is all about that struggle in a way.
Right.
And so was that something that you went into writing that book in mind, or did it just sort of develop on its own?
It's weird. I mean, it's sort of accidental to a large extent, but writing about women gives me an arm's length between me and the character. They're not me. They're just not me. And so they don't resemble me in any way, shape, or form. They're another gender. So it lets me see them as a person and not an extension of my own personality, which they would feel like to me if they were a dude. Another part of it is I've always had a lot of close female friends. I have 3 older sisters. I was raised pretty much by a single mom. But the other thing I've really realized is a constant in my life is my wife's career. And she's a chef, and it's not a industry which is tremendously welcoming to women, or doesn't seem to be tremendously welcoming to women. And I've watched her fight really, really hard to be heard, to be treated with respect, to be noticed. And it's crazy the odds a female chef is up against. It's interesting. Food and Wine used to put out this, the magazine used to put out this list of the 10 best chefs in America. I think it was best new chefs in America. I'm not sure. And she sat down and counted it up. And they'd been doing it for like 10 years, 11 years. And out of the 100 and some odd chefs they'd recommended, I think 12 of them were women. Mm-hmm. And that's not a statistic. That's not a ratio you get to accidentally. And when she went back and looked, it was like one woman a year. And it's like as if it was a token. And it was like, and she knows all these female chefs. I mean, they're all over the place. But a lot of them don't get the acclaim, or they're the chef de cuisine. They're not the executive chef. So they don't get the attention, even though they're the one running the kitchen. And even with all this stuff coming up, even seeing like her break this stuff down in bare numbers, you then hear people respond in the press saying, oh, you're just imagining that. And it's weird to watch someone who's right, who you know is sane, getting kind of gaslit like that. And so I've really watched it. And I think, and this is something that really didn't dawn on me before I started drinking tonight. But, you know, I do wonder how much of living with someone who sort of lives this and takes it on the chest every day really affects my writing and my characters. I think it's inevitable.
Well, no, that's what you say definitely, I think, bears in this novel. 'Cause in terms of, I was thinking about this as a vampire novel and how it works in terms of delivering the horror. And while there is that pretty great scene early on that's sort of Dracula by way of James Herbert with some rats. It's mostly the horror is really grounded in this sort of domestic fears. I mean, it's this idea of like, you know, it's not so much the threat of a vampire going to get you. It's the threat of what men are to women. It's like what they can do, what they can get away with. The fear of being being belittled by those who you think care about you and respect you. And so, you know, to me, which makes the book much more unsettling than anything that, you know, someone in a black cape with pointy fangs can do.
Right. Well, yeah, and you know, there's three things that sort of inform that for me. One is Anne Rivers Siddons, who's like one of those Southern authors, wrote one horror novel, The House Next Door, which is fantastic. And it's about a house that basically breaks the people who live inside of it. And there's a great moment in it where this couple has moved in. They're real up and comers and sort of yuppies. I think the book's from late 70s, early 80s. And they have a dinner party. And the husband disappears. And he's discovered in the bedroom where everyone's thrown their coats, having sex with another man. And the house has sort of unleashed this in him, this lack of control. And the woman who's his father-in-law is the one who discovers him, has a stroke. I mean, it's very like gothic, over the top. But there's something really harrowing about that. And I realized, you know, humiliation and exposure can be way more terrifying than violence. You know, it's like someone will sit down and tell you terrible things that have happened to them. They'll tell you about their abusive childhood. They'll tell you about their alcoholism. They'll tell you about sitting with their mother as she died of cancer. But if you say, hey, give me your laptop and just let me have it for a couple of hours to look at your browser history, they will not do that. You know, we're all scared of being exposed. You know, there's this private level. We don't want people reading our emails. We don't want people like in our stuff. And so that's part of it, realizing that like, because sometimes writing horror becomes this pointless arms race of violence. How many people do you kill to have an impact? You know, well, you know, what level of violence is shocking? And really the emotional stuff and the humiliation stuff, I think, is far more powerful. The other thing is, you know, I remember as a kid having really scary moments in my life about, you know, oh, there's ghosts in the attic or things. And that's scary and definitely scary. But the moments that were so scary, I can barely remember them, or my parents fighting. Or I think at one point, like my dad got really mad at my mom over something. I was getting ready for bed. I was and he like stormed out of the house and slept somewhere else. And I remember flashes of it. And I remember it just every time I remember it and visualize it, everything's canted, everything's at an angle, everything feels very unbalanced. And I feel like that kind of domestic sphere stuff doesn't get enough weight. People say, oh, it's just fighting, it's just soap opera melodrama. But if it's you, it's really scary, and it feels world breaking. And then the other thing is, a friend of mine's an agent, and she represents mostly children's books. And she was representing a book. It was a picture book that took place during an active shooter drill at an elementary school. And no one wanted to pick it up. And she was telling me about the author, and she was saying, everyone's like, oh, this book should be published, but it probably won't be. And she was talking about the author and saying that the reason the author wrote it is that one night her daughter woke her up in the middle of the night and said, Mom, there's a man in the house with a gun. And it was like that nightmare thing, right? Where kids go, oh, Mom, there's something under my bed. There's something in my closet. And she started talking to other moms and realizing that's what their kids were having nightmares about too. And I realized that the nightmare image for kids now, the boogeyman for kids now, is a strange man in their house with a gun. That's what owns that psychic real estate in their heads. And that was really bizarre to me, because that's become the modern day image of the boogeyman, this sort of implacable monster. And it's been interesting doing Final Girls to look back at these movies about a guy walking through implacably in a public place, a school, a college, a high school, a school dance, a summer camp, with a weapon and taking people out one by one. It's really weird. And so all that stuff sort of combined for me to be like, I wanted to do something domestic where men were kind of the monsters. And one of the things is this book had many different forms, and I really cut it down. But there were parts of it earlier that had a lot more about Kitty and Horse. Horse is a great guy. They have a really good marriage. Ed and Mary Ellen, terrific marriage. Ed's struggling with depression a little. That Mary Ellen's really good with that. So, but that stuff really balanced out Patricia and Grace and Slick's kind of toxic marriages. But that stuff got cut out because it was just less germane to the plot. So it does get a little one note in a way. But that's that, sometimes if you only got one note on the piano and you hit it long enough, people say, whoa, it's minimalism. It's genius.
Well, I was wondering if the other relationships were cut during the revision process, because it definitely felt like, again, this could have ended up being a 700-page novel if you really wanted. But it's interesting that, it works in that not only do you do that for the husbands, but the vampire as well. I mean, to not go into too much for the readers, but, he remains something of a scyther throughout it. I mean, we get a very, very brief glimpse at the end of, something kind of telling about him. But other than that, he is the boogeyman, like you said. He's there to represent everything wrong in these women's lives. And
one of the interesting things about vampires, though, is they were all once someone else's victim, which I always think is really interesting. Like, no one's born a vampire. You were victimized at some point. And what's interesting is the way they react to it is to bury that, to turn themselves into what victimized them. It's weird. It's unhealthy.
Yeah, and it is unhealthy. And, it's something that Anne Rice wrote maybe a little bit too much about in her novel, but the idea of the vampire as a sad figure, not I don't even mean as a tragic hero, but just as an inherently sad thing to be, because there is nothing, there, for all that book's overwritten melodrama, it is a neat, interesting idea when it gets to the end of it, the idea of how vampires just don't last forever, because the idea of having to live through centuries is the worst thing you could ever imagine. Yes.
And it's weird because death is really what gives our lives meaning, right? There's a finish line. Otherwise, every day is the same as the day before. And so that's one of those things that I always think you deprive an immortal character of. Well, why would they do anything today? They got plenty of time.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it definitely lowers the stakes, I guess, for a character if there isn't that sense of the threat of it. I mean, I guess you have your vampire hunters for that, but you know, and I think without that fear of death, it also can make them boring characters too to read too much about, because I mean, what do you say about them? So did you find yourself?
How do you raise the pulse of someone who's done everything twice?
Did you have chapters that were from the vampire's point of view initially, or is he always main where he is?
Oh yeah, no, there was a version of this book where every chapter was from a different character's point of view, and there were more with Patricia than anyone else, but there was a lot of Kitty, there was a lot of Miss Green, there was and at the end sort of dropped in, there were a couple of chapters from James Harris's point of view. And that was hard because he's not a great dude. And he feels very self-pitying towards himself. And he lies to himself about a lot of things. So it's hard to write that without and let the reader know that he's deceiving himself, you know? But ultimately that version, I went by the wayside because I realized people wanted a story from Patricia's point of view. That was the most interesting point of view, the point of view most in danger. And there you go. And that was actually kind of a relief to me because there was stuff in there what happens to Slick was originally written from Slick's point of view, and it was too much. It was depressing to write. It was depressing to read. And it actually became more effective for it to be something that Slick relates rather than you see happen to her.
No, yeah, I mean, I do agree that it makes the arc of that novel much more effective in that there is you see so little because you are grounded more of these as realistic characters, so that when something happens to them, it's just more bleak, really. So, and that's what I think is interesting is that, you know, there's sort of this this a little bit of a persona that you have of like sort of a comedic character. Not saying that there's a lot of humor in what you write. There's even sort of a knowingness in your titles, and you're sort of like you know approaching the themes. But I feel like I would not say your books are comedies by any means, because you know they get harrowing. You deliver when it comes to the actual demands of the genre, and so I guess is that something that you think about actively, sort of that tricking the reader into thinking they're going in for something that's going to be just entirely campy, or is it just something that just comes out?
Well, you know, the thing that's interesting with that is I try to write books that look like the world I see, as pretentious as that sounds. And the world I live in is one where things are funny one second and scary the next. And, you know, that you'll be having a really serious fight with your spouse and then they'll burst out laughing because what you just said was actually ridiculous. Where you're having, you know, one of the best drunken evenings of your life and you get a phone call that your dad's in the hospital. You know, I mean, that's the world I see. The titles are interesting because for me, something I learned from screenwriting, because I do some of that, is the importance of a log line, the importance of being able to sum up what the book is about in a sentence, because you're going to be in the middle of it and you're going to get lost. And if you have that one sentence, okay, that's what it's about. This other stuff I can ignore. That's the focus. And for me, a lot of that's the title. I mean, My Best Friend's Exorcism, I sold that as a title. There wasn't a book behind it. We Sold Our Souls. That book didn't come together until I had that title. Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires didn't come into focus until I had the title. So, you know, Paperbacks from Hell, embarrassingly, someone else came up with the title. But it was the right title. And so, you know, to me, that stuff is like, that's what orients me. And yeah, they are kind of goony because they're longer. I mean, my titles are ridiculously long, but they're my compass. And then the comedy, scary, serious, goofy stuff, that's just what things look like to me.
Mm-hmm. One thing I think is interesting about your books that I was wanting to ask you about is this most recent one is set in the 90s. And then, you know, My Best Friend's Exorcism was set in the 80s. And We Sold Our Souls deals a lot with it's, even though it's set in contemporary times, it deals a lot more with sort of the mindset of previous times, or just, the appreciation for music of that time. And it's the role of nostalgia in your work. It's not as strong, it's not as much of a focus, I'd say, in my the book club is the Guide to Slaying Vampires, but in my best friend's Exorcism, again, not to give too much anything away, I think in a time where nostalgia is something that's very marketable, you actually came up with a very creative way of validating the use of nostalgia in that.
Oh, thanks.
It's it was an inspired decision for what it ultimately is used for. But I guess what do you think about nostalgia?
I hate it, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hate it.
Thank you.
Show me a horror movie that's modern with a John Carpenter-y synth soundtrack and bright neon lighting, and I go to sleep. I just think it's cheap. I think it's overdone. My best friend's Exorcism got set in '88 because I was like, okay, there's going to be an exorcism, and I need something to replace religious faith. And what's something people have that much faith in? Their friends. When are friendships strongest? High school. So it's got to be about high school friendship. And I can't write about modern high school. It smells like Mai Tais because everyone's vaping. You take standardized tests all the time, which I didn't do growing up. It's just not my experience. So I had to write about high school I knew. And I realized that it would have to be high school in the 80s. And I also looked back through all my old yearbooks, and I was looking at the inscriptions people write in them, and like 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, have a great summer, cool to know you, really fun in algebra. And then suddenly in 10th grade, they become these epic journeys, hey, remember LB and the MZ, can't believe shooting the butter out the PQ. I mean, just all these codes and inside jokes. Like suddenly people become human beings in 10th grade. And my 10th grade was 88. So I was like, great, that's it. And so then after that, I realized that my books were just getting sucked into the past to some extent. And part of it is like Southern Book Club. I want to write about that neighborhood, but it has to be that neighborhood that I knew when it was transitioning from the neighborhood I grew up in into getting overdeveloped into what it is now. And so it had to be set in the past. That's what I know. And so, unfortunately, the Final Girl Support Group was supposed to be a contemporary novel, and then frickin' coronavirus, and then all the Black Lives Matter protests, which are great. Nothing against them, a lot against the coronavirus. But you can't write a book set in 2010 that doesn't deal with and acknowledge those two sort of seismic events. And that's not what this book is about. So again, I've had to knock it back to 2010 because I got to get it early enough so it's not like those movies where someone's like, they came out in the early 2000s, like, bye, honey, bye, enjoy your Wall Street job, sure thing. And then you're like, oh, it's a happy ending. And then the screen goes black and it's like, September 11th, 2001, 6:58 a.m. And you're like, oh no, the movie has a sad ending because he's going to go work in the World Trade Center and die. Like if I'd set this book in 2018, people would, even with a happy ending, people would be like, and then they died of coronavirus 2 years later, And so, and because the book deals with things that overlap with policing and violence and the role of cops, I didn't want to, the things that are wrong with policing have always been wrong with policing to a large extent in one form or another. But I couldn't engage in a substantive manner talking about Black Lives Matter and police violence with a slasher framework. One doesn't support the other. It's like trying to prop up a boulder with toothpicks. It doesn't work. It does a disservice. So I had to really jump back in time, at least a solid decade. Weirdly enough, the next book I'm writing is contemporary, but the next book I really wanted to write was a book I've wanted to write for years set in the 19th century. And the pushback I get from everyone is, well, no one really wants a period novel. And I want to be like, all my books are period novels. They're all period novels. Paperbacks from Hell. There's not a single book in that published after 1995.
I hope when you say it's a 19th century novel that it's going to be a folk horror novel.
No, it's not. It's there's a folk horror novel I really want to write set in the 50s. Absolutely. That I will eventually write. And I actually was going to do it as a comic book And DC Comics sent me a really patronizing rejection letter. So I won't be doing it as a comic book. And
there are ones to be patronizing.
What's that?
I said because there are ones to be patronizing about anything.
Well, I know. Well, it's funny. They had this whole line of young adult graphic novels they were doing. And I had this idea for what I wanted to do as a play originally, and then a book. And I was like, oh, this would actually translate really well. And I gave them this proposal. I thought it was pretty great. And I think all my proposals are great. And they're like, yeah, this doesn't seem like something you have a personal connection with. It just seems really boring to us. And I'm like, thanks. It's I have a couple of older relatives who were sent to homes for unwed mothers when they were younger, and this is a faux horror novel set in a home for unwed mothers. But thank you for dismissing this life experience by these people. But anyways, so no, the 19th century one's about spiritualism and seances.
That's still good, yeah.
Yeah, which I really want to write about. But yeah, you're right. I mean, nostalgia is so toxic, man. It's because when you dig into these eras, there's so much there. And there's, the 80s, everyone's like, oh, it's fun, it's funny, haha, leg warmers. And I just remember mostly being really scared in the 80s that we were all going to die in a nuclear war. I remember feeling stupid most of the time. I remember thinking every decision I was making was ruining the rest of my life because that's what they told me at school every 5 minutes. The 80s weren't fun to me. Looking back on it, it's got some charm, but overall, I was mostly just scared and sad and weird. I was a kid.
Going over to, we're running low on time, but I did want to ask you about, I wanted to ask you about movies, because so far you've had 2 movies that have come out that were based off of screenplays you wrote. That was Satanic Panic and
Mohawk.
Thank you. Which was also
the War of 1812, the only War of 1812 horror movie, that will ever be.
Mm-hmm. And so, is that something you like to alternate between writing scripts and fiction, or is it something you just are always doing at the same time?
I usually do it like right now. I'm wrapping up this Final Girls book, these rewrites, and I'm starting on the screenplay of Horror Store, which is getting produced, and I'm writing it. So I like to do them at the same time or alternate. I mean, it's sort of mushy where that dividing line is, but writing screenplays is the best thing I ever did as a novelist. It just really sharpens you up. I mean, novels are so interior and so about a character and voice, and screenplays are about what you can see and portray. Showing someone thinking in a novel can be astounding. Showing someone thinking on screen looks stupid and boring. And so screenplays taught me to be ruthlessly efficient and to really do stuff like give characters a good entrance, give them really good turns, make sure cool stuff has, like, never show boring stuff. If you read Horror Store, even though it takes place in a furniture store, there's a couple of scenes of a character all alone in their car. If you look as my books progress, you see that people will be in a car, but they're never just going somewhere, and they're never just thinking. They're either in the car arguing with someone, they're in the car talking to someone about something important about where they're going. They don't want to be going where they're going. They really can't wait to get where they're going. It's just, you can't just show people sitting around. And I find a lot of novels do that. People just sit around a lot. And screenplays really taught me to get my head out my butt, and people want to see people doing things. They want to see people interacting with other people. And it's interesting because you look at a book like Rebecca, the Daphne du Maurier novel, and I'd say 60% of that book is interior. It's literally just the unnamed narrator thinking or reflecting or imagining or thinking about things that happened to her in the past. But it's riveting because all of her thinking is a dynamic of her in opposition to other people. She's imagining scenarios where someone humiliates her. She's imagining what's going to happen if she does thing X and what people will say to her. She's imagining how she must look to other people. It's always in this dynamic context, even though it's so interior. It's like a movie's playing out inside her head. It's really fascinating.
I have one last thing I want to ask you, and this is something that I always enjoy asking people who work in the genre fiction, in the horror genre, is why do you think it is that when it comes to short stories of horror, they usually end badly, whereas novels, even though it's a horror story, tend to end with some form of optimism?
Right. Well, it's a kind of thing where like nothing in life ends, right? We just arbitrarily pick an ending. And I think in horror, you get to play that out in a novel to a point where you can find resolution and peace for people. And also, you've had your characters and your audience, your readers invested in them for so long that to really do something horrible to them, you gotta have a bit of coldness to you that it's tough. In a short story, it's easier to embrace that bleak aesthetic because you don't have to live with it for as long. I mean, for most people who read my books, it's a book, which it should be. For me, it's a year of my life. And in that year, probably 8 to 10 months of it was spent living with imaginary people inside my head. And I don't want to live with horrible people during that time. So a short story, I'm not very good at them, but a couple of weeks, maybe a week, and I can live with horrible people that long. A novel, I have a harder time with that.
All right. Well, I want to thank you, Grady, for taking the time.
Oh yeah, and can I just say really quickly, because Madeline asked a quick question in the comments. How long did you walk around a furniture store that must not be named while writing horror store? It's okay to say it's IKEA. So what happened was there's one IKEA in New York. It's in Red Hook. And if you know New York, Red Hook is a neighborhood that's impossible to get to. There's no public transport there except buses, and buses scare me. It's just hard to get there walking. It's just a really remote neighborhood. And so I wound up, my in-laws have a place down in Florida, about 50-minute drive from an IKEA. So I moved down and lived in their vacation house and went to the IKEA every day for pretty much this entire open. I get there around 10 in the morning and leave around 8 or so when it closed, and just wander around, eat lunch there for about 5 solid days. And I interviewed about a dozen IKEA employees. And one of the reasons I didn't name the store IKEA, my publisher's lawyers breathed a huge sigh of relief when we did that. But B, a lot of these folks I talked to loved working for IKEA. They really did. As far as retail employers go, it's a pretty good one. And I didn't want to take the time they'd given me. And I wanted my employer to be crappy. And so I didn't want to take the time these people had given me and been like, and IKEA is a crappy employer, and just sort of, just walk all over what they told me their experience was. So I made it Orsk and said it was a knockoff IKEA. And that was great. It made those people very happy that with the book reflected them, and that the time they'd given me was worthwhile. But yeah, I spent a lot of time in IKEA. So it's 20 hours about, which seems not a lot to me now, but at the time felt like a lot.
All right. Well, thank you, Madeline, for that question. And thank you, Grady, for taking the time to speak with us today. I want to recommend anybody tuning in that they should go and buy his latest novel, The Southern Book Club Guide to Slaying Vampires, and you can do that through find your local bookstores and support them during this time. And a lot of them have things set up through like bookshop.org, so I encourage that. But other than that, I hope you all have enjoyed this talk and enjoy the rest of the panels for the rest of this night. Thank you for coming.
Hey, thanks for putting up with me, Anthony. Take care, y'all.
It's my pleasure.
Bye.
Justin here one more time for a big thank you from all of us here at the Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest for you guys kind of joining us on this hopefully once in a lifetime experience for a virtual Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest. But you know, we're here always, and we wanted to put something on great for you, put something great on for you. So that's why we decided we needed to do this. But just in case you're sad that you've missed maybe some of the panels that you wanted to see, I just wanted to let you know that next week we'll be uploading all of the panels from the Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest onto the Hoover Library's YouTube page. So if you missed something or you want to go back and watch it again, it will be available for you, as well as the live streams from both today and yesterday. So again, a big thank you to all of our panelists for coming in and really giving it their all for our virtual fest here. And thank you to all of you for tuning in and watching us. I mean, we do this because of you, and you guys are really the ones that make the Sci-Fi Fantasy Fest happen. So a big thank you, and we hope to see you guys next year. Bye.